Futures back in positive territory here this morning, looking to bounce back from another red session to kick things off for 2023 on Tuesday. We saw tech initially strong, comes off throughout the entire day before a late day rally got us back to about halfway back through that range from yesterday. So we'll see. The NASDAQ is leading right now, which is good to see as far as gainers are concerned. Whole bunch of individual names to have a look at so far this morning. There's a number of analyst moves back in the fintech space. Block back to the upside. Micron to the downside this morning. Tesla, of course, moving around here in the pre-market. More negativity possibly coming through. RBC with a negative note today, talking about further downside to come for Tesla as weakness in demand will continue into the first half of the year. Oh yeah, we got Fed minutes coming up this afternoon as well. Should be a good one. It's Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go, nice look. Yeah, we're back to basically session highs here to kick things off. 0.85 for the NASDAQ, as I mentioned, trying to lead the way for the overall market. 0.58, I should say, for the S&P 500, 2.8 there. 0.28 for the Dow, back to the upside. Crude oil back on watch here, 2.7 downside right now. It was off more than 3% when I sat down this morning. Nice bounce there for Ethereum today, 3.5% after what has been a choppy couple of weeks here for cryptocurrencies as we get things going on what should be a pretty interesting Wednesday morning. Good morning, guys. We have a couple of notes as far as the economic side of things goes this morning. 10 o'clock, there's an ISM number coming through, so we'll have a look at that, see if the market makes a move off of that. And then obviously the big one coming up 2 p.m. this afternoon with the Fed minutes. GE Healthcare, is that a thing today?
Well, I mean, it's a thing in that it's on the market today. Whether it actually does any volume is another question. My guess is not. It's probably not going to do a ton. Right. But in looking it up, it's profitable. It's got a good PE. I was actually looking from a fundamental standpoint, and healthcare has been strong. So GE Healthcare, it's probably worth at least a little bit of a look. I didn't see any really crazy volume or volatility on it to be much of a day trade, but we're definitely going to talk about some CRM, whose PE was not something that I just wasn't aware that its PE was that ridiculous. The forward PE, not so bad, but got to look at some CRM. You know, RIVN got the delivery numbers. That'll be on watch, double bottom 17 from yesterday, and we saw the strength in Meta. I want to go right back to that for lack of a better term. But Shawn and I were just sort of discussing how perfectly manicured Sharif's beard is. It's just, it gets out of control. He's not even listening to us right now.
I think he dyes it, but we can ask him
look,
after.
You might be right, but it's almost too perfect, man. It's just,
it is. I mean,
I don't know. It always makes me feel, I can't grow a beard, and I'm gray. So I can't win. I don't know.
I still remember when we had Platinum Prad there. I think that was a good look. I liked Platinum M&M Prad.
That was a good look, man. The dye.
I like that look. You want to go blonde again? Nah, he ain't going blonde. He ain't going blonde again. But yeah, welcome to the show one more time.
His mom liked it though.
I don't know. I like Prad's bringing in these Tim Hortons coffees. I might need to get this guy going. Are we still doing the lottery? Have we done that? No, you were in India. You're in India, huh? Ooh, oh yeah, that's right. 50 million plus. Yeah. We're just trying to ball out here.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want to win 10 million.
35.
Come on, man. 10 million divided by 10 guys.
Powerball, son. That's what you want.
Yeah, we don't really have too many Powerball opportunities here, but all right, guys, big shout out. Oh, good thing Damar Hamlin there seems to be. They're trying to get him breathing on his own, but I feel better today than we did yesterday, so that's a good thing. But yeah, markets, I turned him around.
Well,
we're up right now. We're up 0.7, ES up 0.5. What do you guys think? This might be a good early poll that we get going. I mean, we might even be red before. I mean, the poll could be before the open.
Oh, like will it be red before the open?
I mean, Microsoft.
This is what happened yesterday. That's what happened yesterday.
Neil says, Paul, we love you just the way you are. But why? What did you say? Were you going to change yourself? What was that?
No, I just simply said I'm the only person on the team that can't grow like a full beard because it just doesn't look. Trust me
that's where that came from.
Trust me, it doesn't look good when I grow one. I know this after a while, and I got the grays going.
We were talking about we had a friend that looks like Santa, but I don't want to go too big on that one. But Sharif, I mean, the problem is Sharif and Arun. I mean, that's really...
You just can't win.
Ultimately, I'm just trying to have a little bit
And then Brendan with his quaff.
And then, you know what was really fun? I mean, all right, let's go back over to Brendan, but I'm going to get our Pulp Fiction stuff going. Because then everybody can see the baby face. So.
We look better.
All right, he's at the big desk. You notice today, Sharif had a tie on.
Why you have to out him like that? Yo, why do you have to...
How is that outing him? I'm just saying, but now he took it off, and I actually, I like the non-tie look.
Well, there's an informal no-tie policy on the trading floor.
Right,
so
that I'm not sure that he was aware of.
He didn't know that.
But we should have let that get cut off.
So when I was a trainee, and I'm not making this up, when I was a trainee back in, it was 2003, but I came in for my interview, before the interview, and I remember being told, and by a certain somebody, that if you wear a tie, it will get cut off. That's what I remember being told. I don't know whether that's actually happened on the trading floor, but the rumor's been around
the rumor is that it is
for a couple of decades here.
So. Who knows? All right, back over to the Brendan. I don't think I've never seen. Sometimes he has that what do they call it, the 5 o'clock shadow or whatever they call it. There, what's he going today? Clean as normal, plus haircut, plus everything. All right, screw this. Get over to the desk. Let's go to the.
There's far too much grooming comments going on. Good morning.
Good morning, Brendo.
How are you?
Good. We're twinsies today.
Yeah, it's a white kind of a day around here. A lot of things obviously coming up this morning. We'll get manufacturing data coming up at 10 o'clock. The Fed minute's going to be the big one, though, at 2 p.m. I mean, it could be a nothing burger as it was last month, but that's going to be the big event of the day.
Yeah, we're a news-based, we're a catalyst-based system right now, but lots going on, Brendo. I mean, we got the White House meeting with SBF and that coming out, so crypto back on watch. We got Micron on the move down, getting downgraded. Microsoft, Baba, where do we start?
Yeah, it's a busy morning. Let's jump right into the main headline here from when I sat down this morning talking about the Fed, obviously coming up this afternoon at 2 p.m. We'll get Fed minutes from last month. As I said, it could be a nothing burger, but it could also be a little bit of a look as to what is to come coming up in February. Remember, coming up on Friday this week, we get the last jobs report before the next interest rate decision coming up from the Fed. So that'll be the main data point that they kind of lean on before we get that decision in February. But we obviously have a whole month to go through before that happens. Chinese ADRs here getting a huge bump this morning as well. Specifically Alibaba. Baba with its own catalyst this morning. There's more funding coming through for Ant Group. But all of these on the reopening side of things looking pretty good so far today, including, guys, some of the EV makers that we saw making decent moves early on yesterday. But they all, let's be honest, they all opened and just basically collapsed back to where they ended on Friday.
I think a good idea, too, in this scenario is having the Chinese government get off the backs of some of these Chinese tech companies. I think that's going to be a nice tailwind going in. It seems like they're loosening their hand, whether it's COVID or whether it's with these companies. So I think the Chinese ADRs could be on watch for the next little while.
Yeah, it's good to see as far as Ant Group and Alibaba is concerned. Big move, though, guys, for Baba specifically.
Baba, they're all actually up. I thought Baba was going to be up more than the group. I didn't really think that you'd see like PDD and JD pretty much close with Alibaba. I wanted to start with Li Auto just to get this out of the way because you mentioned that the EV names all essentially crapped on themselves once the market opened up because they were all gapping up on the delivery numbers. Well, Li Auto, we were short. It's a short was 2150 here when it broke down. It's just putting in the exact same resistance low. I almost think going back to that well is going to make some sense, and then going back over to Li Auto, back to Neo. Neo, when it broke 10, it just absolutely flushed. And if you look at the afternoon, or I guess the late morning range there, like it's right beneath that 10 level. So it's putting in the same resistance. Either one of those, if we break 1010 here, there's a lot of room to run to the upside. But I kind of look at that resistance and where we're shorting it, and it's right at the same levels here today. Baba's a bit of a different beast because you can see the 7% gap to the upside. You pop the daily because you always want to start with the daily. Above this 97, you are in uncharted territory. Not uncharted, but we haven't been here since going back into August. Above that 97, you got 100 that's going to be in play as a psychological level. If it starts to creep through there, you have some upside. But my first thought is, how many times have we seen this where then you have like essentially you just gap up and then immediately fail. So it's that 97 I'm looking at, that previous top there in December, maybe it was late November, early December. And if it holds this, then you can get that ramp. But if it just starts doing what Li Auto does, fail the top, even on strength in the market or strength in the space, fail the top, then eventually I think it could set up for a bit of a breakdown. And then JD might be even more interesting, JD.com, because it's at 62, so it's not breaking out. Like, this is 62 here on JD. It's bounced off the 200. That's a consolidation break waiting to happen, but resistance is there. There's almost no volume in this one pre-market, so I feel like this could be an early fade, like that pop and fade right at the open off 62 on JD.com. Like, I'm looking at, I have 4 of these Chinese ADRs that I'm looking forward to trading here today just to start out, and that's not even talking big cap tech here. So it could be a busy morning.
All right. Yeah, look, I'm going to try to condense it. I do like Alibaba, obviously, at that $100 level. I think you got to keep playing key levels, and that brings me to NEO as well. I have it on the sticky note here. NEO is my #1 name on the sticky note right there. I like the 10 long break here. We have support at 950. So, I mean, if you're going to look at a name, that's what you kind of want named like this, that if you see the 20-minute chart here, the 20-period chart, if I just move this over a little bit for you. No, hold on a second. Let's make this bigger. There, I just got to get rid of it. Thanks to Surge Trader, by the way, for supporting the show. Check out Surge Trader at the bottom. But right here, 950, 960, 970, like these bottoms look to be pretty decent to me, right? So I'm going to sit there. If it breaks 10, then why would it break 10, then come all the way back and break the bottom? So, I mean, this one looks to me to be pretty simple. We can hit it with a lot of shares because it's only $10. Not that matters that much, because if the name's $100 and I'm going to use 100 shares, then I would use 1,000 shares at a $10 name. So the price doesn't really matter unless you are limited by your own buying power, which we are not here. But right there, $10. I like the break. You know, we've danced around it a little bit. I don't know if it's going to be a rocket to the upside off that break, but I'm looking at 1030, 1040 as a possible spot to get them out, because that would give us that 1-to-1. And then, honestly, if it continues to go, then that's great. But I'd be happy with, you know, just kind of scalping this out if we can get it to 1020, 1030, something like that. But that high with that bottom just makes a break, makes sense for me. So I'm going to be risk to reward. I'm trying to use a little more shares and so on and so forth in the new year. So I feel like this one kind of profiles out to be the best for me. But again, it's the Alibaba's up at that Hyundai. And then, you know, the reason why I bring up Tesla, and I also have RIVN as a short, and I'll talk about that a little bit different here. Come on, Tesla. NEO's up today, so is Tesla for now. So as long as we get some good sort of feels about EV space and things like that, I think we can continue to look at Tesla. They have its own problems, obviously, and could run from here for sure. But we saw it got hit yesterday pretty dramatically to the downside. As long as Tesla stays green, then I honestly think that NEO breaking 10 happens. And check out the imbalance locator quickly. It's not on here. Normally it is. Right now, pretty light everywhere. That, you know, when you get some names you never even heard of, and then Alibaba's this, you know, the best name there, 130,000. It's not too much for right now. So I like NEO breaking 10. I think we got a great bottom. For me, I think it structures out really well, so I'm going to be doing that. And I already have the order in. I mean, if it breaks it in 5 minutes, I'm long 10. So whatever time it breaks, I'm going long $10.
First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, as always, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep up to 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use the promo code TTV at checkout. Get yourself 10% off, because why not? Let's talk EVs. We got this note after the close yesterday on RIVN. They barely, remember they cut their 2022 production target from 50,000 down to 25,000. And then they come out and say they produced 24,337, of which they delivered 20,332. So a miss is a miss. We saw what happened to Tesla yesterday. I mean, different, obviously, universe, RIVN and Tesla, but obviously a negative here for RIVN.
Yeah, well, they're having trouble getting batteries. I mean, they can't produce them en masse, and Tesla using a different type of battery in its China facility to ship to Europe, which is cheaper. So, I mean, the battery technology is kind of holding these EVs back. But a company by the name of Nezha, I hope I'm not pronouncing that wrong, beating out NIO in terms of productions today. So NIO, obviously NIO catering to that more high-end car and ends up producing them more en masse. But what a competition. We're seeing some names. VinFast, you and I were talking about, the Vietnamese maker coming in. So interesting times in the EV market.
Yeah, a lot of players obviously in this space coming out of that market specifically. That smaller company is private. It's not even a publicly listed company. And they not only produced, but delivered more cars than NIO in Q4. So an interesting look here, guys. But Rivian, yet another disappointment.
Yeah, look, I would like to say that if you miss, like a miss isn't always just the same thing as a miss. Like when you've already revised down, cutting in half your delivery total, and I know that was a while ago, and then you miss here, I mean, it's not that much. I get it, 25,000, you missed by 663 vehicles. It's not that much, but it was 50,000 back half last year. Now you'll say, of course, that a lot of that is priced in. If you look at where the stock was in the middle of last year, it was trading at least about 2 times this. And we've just been, ever since it broke the shelf here, whether you want to call it the shelf 27 or whether you want to call it 25, there's been, I'm missing a couple of days here, but they're probably red too. There's been like 1 or 2 up days at all. Now we've got a double bottom at 17. We obviously have a nice little channel forming at 19. I don't know whether you get a shot at 19 again. Like this Rivian chart's almost exactly what JD did. It's like you failed the top, you broke out the bottom. Tesla did the same thing. If this group is going to sell today, then you got 17 as a double bottom. It's not enough to call it a flat bottom breakdown. Maybe Sharif can let me know, but because I don't think you've been here long enough. You've only been testing it since yesterday, but that was significant volume through that 17 area. If for some reason there's a monster bounce off 17, I think there can be a relief long, no question about it. Like if it doesn't break this low at the open, then there's always that chance that you get a break that gives you room to 19. I would definitely short 19 if we saw it again. That's too good of a level. But for now, we're just looking at 17. Got to have eyeballs on it. I always look at Lucid just to see if it sets up better, because there tends to be a sympathy play with this. But unless this gets to $6, and I'm not sure it'll be as significant a level, unless it gets to 6, they're very similar charts and just a much cleaner look when you get to that hard double bottom at 17 even, and then even the resistance level as well. So a lot of times you might go to Lucid. Every now and then it gives you a better profile. I think I was saying that last week for a couple of ideas, but today it's all about Rivian and 17.
Yeah, we're going to go back to back. I mean, it's right on the sticky note. Rivian's one of the names that's on here, along with CRM, Microsoft, Rivian, NIO, things like that. But I mean, look, the daily chart tells you everything you need to know. It's 13 or 14 straight down days right there. Neil's already talked about it. I think that I'm not even going to wait for 19. I mean, 19 would be the best. I'm going to try to short it all the way up. So I have an offer here at 18, so 17.80. I'm waiting to take that out right here. I just think that if it gets back up to 18, we can get out and then reassess it once it gets up to 19 again. If it wants to rip, I don't see really the motivation to get this stock going here today. We already looked at where Tesla was. Tesla's up. Rivian was just down. It's flat basically on the day here as we start to tick up as the NASDAQ is up 0.8. So for me, Rivian breaking that 17 seems inevitable. I don't want to go long, but I wouldn't hate on that long, right? If you can go long around 17 and test it, maybe that's the play. Maybe it's bouncing off 17 for a reason. That's the bottom, and it wants to give it that to you. But I don't know why it would be the bottom. I mean, they're missing production. It's getting more expensive to produce these cars. Money's not getting any cheaper anytime soon, apparently. So I don't like this name. I don't know if people are going to be buying it or not, but for me, it's only done 200,000 shares right now, but I am paid for short right now on Rivian, so you got to do that. I'm waiting up here at $18 as we speak, and I also have a 17 breakdown order ready to go. So I have 2 active orders on Rivian. One is a short at 17.80. The other one's a breakdown short through 17. So either way, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be into something for related to Rivian today. The only problem is I don't like, obviously, the breakdown as much. So if it breaks down, I think we'll try to scalp it out, see if we can make 20 cents or so, and then see where that new bottom is. But for right now, I like Rivian downside. But look at Lucid. Lucid's still at $6 as well. So I know we talked about that name, and that's another one that if you're going to look at the day chart, it's very, very similar. They're all bad. I mean, we can throw as much shade as we want on Tesla, but I mean, honestly, this is chopped in half in a month. Lucid, same as Rivian, and Tesla's not too far behind all those names as well. So these EV names continue to get hit, but the one name that I like that I've been buying up has been Ford, one of the only names that does have that dividend. They don't have the same growth exposure as the other names do, but hey, I mean, this bottom goes all the way back to October, not just right now. So I feel like you have a little bit more of a support level here for Ford. So for me, I'm picking Ford right now. I haven't bought back into Tesla. We were able to sell that a while ago, so that was okay. But right now, we are buying some shares of Ford. It's the only EV name really I'm looking at right now.
Let's get some analyst moves for you this morning. Upgrades and downgrades coming your way here. Interesting look here once again this morning with Microsoft top of the list here, downside. UBS with a negative note. We got that ATVI note yesterday from the FTC. Pfizer on here, downside as well from Bank of America, Target, and Honeywell. Charles Schwab, Etsy, Merc, and BNY Mellon to the upside today.
Yeah, and so you saw a notable name. So yesterday we saw Apple on the downgrade.
Yes. I have Microsoft on here.
And I remember being like, okay, well, sometimes upgrades and downgrades, you know, you can have analysts on both sides of it. But that was sort of the explanation. And then today we get Microsoft. So I kind of feel like tomorrow we're going to see Amazon and, I don't know, I guess he'd put Alphabet next. But look, it's not a good level that Microsoft is at. If you look at what happened to Apple, like Apple's shoe dropped and it got back toward those, I guess, you know, last year's bottoms and broke out that double bottom for a 52-week low. Microsoft hasn't done this yet. So you fail the 50 period. Like, none of this is what I like to see. Like, you fail the 50 period. You're now breaking channel down. And I can show you here in the daily chart, 234. Like, when Apple did this, it just grinded back toward the 52-week low. Well, you got $25 to the 52-week low, and you're breaking the 234 level. So, I mean, like, Apple did this yesterday. If Softy can't get back through the high, it just feels like you could be trending back down in. And this market starts to give it up. There's not a lot standing between Microsoft and maybe retesting some of those lows. And regardless of what you think about it in the long term, I think they'll be absolutely fine. It's even possible. And you got to watch out. Like, you got to watch out on the off chance that ATVI news comes out and maybe it moves the stock. However, I have not seen Microsoft react to ATVI headlines, so I don't think that's going to be too big of a concern. But man, if you can't break the high today, I don't like what I see in the daily chart. When Apple made the same move, and just to give you a visual look of what it was like on Apple, you know, when Apple broke this, it didn't, and really, you could call it 140. You could also look at 135. Like, it did not really hang out too much. Spent 1 week, and then it made another move to the downside after consolidation. Not a good look if we can't close above 234 on Microsoft. So I'm short into the pre-market high. If it breaks that, I think it's a great sign for the market, and I will have lost.
Yeah, I don't like the UBS downgrade there on Azure. Is not a great one for Microsoft there. They said they've done some channel checks and so on and so forth. So the next big leg to drop here apparently is Mr. Softy, and there it is right now. It's already breaking. It's already broke below that level that Neil just talked about, that 234. So for me, I'm going to wait because the market is, you know, one of those things that is ripping right now. No, not ripping. Rallying a little bit up to, you know, I think that Microsoft could follow suit. I am waiting around 237 right here to see about a short. I don't know if that's going to come into play at all. So we're just going to play sort of the momentum here on Microsoft. But, you know, you tried to get going, and this is another name. Like, we do pick on Tesla and some of the other names, but, you know, just back in middle of December, this name was 268. You know, now you're down to 230. It's not a good look here. Microsoft falling back to the downside. They had that ATVI worry yesterday as well. So for me, I don't really see a support area because I don't want to go long this name. I'd rather try to catch it on the way back up on any kind of bump. So for right now, we are going to try that. The only thing I wrote down on the sticky note was really 237. So I'm waiting there at 237, but that's the 200 period here. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near there. But hey, for Microsoft to rip up $3, it's done it before. So I'll wait. Maybe someone says BS on that downgrade, and the thing does go back up to the upside. We still have 35. See, every morning I feel like it goes a little slow, and then it picks up, obviously. But right now we still have 35 minutes to go. So a little early to judge even the NASDAQ right here. But Microsoft being down 2.61%. Like, imagine Microsoft was doing what Apple was doing today, or just up today, anything. The NASDAQ might be up, you know, 1.5 points, something like that. So let's just wait to see if this continues to drag the market down a little bit. If it does, we know which name is going to be weak today, and we'll definitely go back to Microsoft. Softy's my favorite name. Softy and AMD are my favorite, and I do like to go long on them, but don't have a problem fading these moves. So we'll watch it out today, but just be careful. Microsoft, you might think that this name, can get pretty stable, but it can get pretty violent. Like yesterday's open was 246, it went all the way down to 236 here, 237.50. So that had a $10 move in it yesterday with relatively no news. So today you get a nice downgrade and it instantly drops down $6. There could be a lot more pain to this. I would think that you'd want to look at 230, and I wouldn't be surprised if that comes on the radar today. 230 for Softy. Would prefer a bump, but I'm looking to go long at that level and that level only.
Redbook's a little bit higher, or a little bit less. Let's talk about the banks here. I wanted to mention, we were just discussing some of these financial names that were moving yesterday ahead of what's to come this afternoon. Again, Fed minutes at 2 p.m. this afternoon, obviously heavily weighted towards the interest rate side of things. Here's JP Morgan this morning up 0.5%, trying to gap higher after a nice move yesterday initially, but we did come all the way back. Goldman Sachs with a downgrade today. Banks in play at all?
I don't get the downgrade, to be honest with you. I think money's going to be expensive for a while. You heard Shawn just say it right now that he doesn't think money's going to get cheap anytime soon. My sister trying to get a mortgage for an investment property in California, 6.5% is the rate. So that factors into what she can obviously put as an offer. So I don't know. I don't get this. I think the banks have been underperforming. They should be benefiting from this higher money rate that we're seeing at the moment. I don't think the Fed's going to let up going into the new year.
Yeah, it's worth noting, yields off a little bit for the second day in a row after a bit of a run up into the end of the year. This is the 2-year right now on a daily chart. Back downside again after being red yesterday. 4.32 for the 2-year though. The 10-year lower than that obviously, but we're still kind of just chopping around in this range. GS guys or JPM today?
Well, you got to make a differentiation between the two. Like, there's a reason JP Morgan they're gonna have a better looking chart right now. Like Goldman Sachs, you put it in the Morgan Stanley bucket. When you're really just talking about the slowdown in some of the investment banking that we've been seeing, it's going to be a bit of a struggle, or at least more of a struggle on the trading aspect, and some slowdown there is probably affecting Goldman and Morgan than more than it would be JP Morgan. And this is some wicks on this chart, but it's pretty clean, at least the last little bit. If you want to go back to, I guess, mid-December, you've essentially been riding the 50 period. I don't know if there's a great day trade unless like you're looking for the days that it's dipping off to 50 or looking for it to break out of the range. I don't know if we're seeing that just yet. Like we did have a recent breakout. When I look at this, yesterday wasn't that bad of a day, but it wasn't that clean. What's actually cleaner than I thought? Maybe like 134.5 was a lot cleaner, holding Friday's highs and then making a bounce up, but then it never held it all day long. So I think you almost want to be playing this, pulling back into 134, breaking out of the top, looking at JPM. And Goldman, I don't see too much of a trade with Goldman Sachs. It's in look at the range on the 15-minute chart, but on the daily, since it broke the 50 period, you've spent the greater part of 3 weeks essentially in a $10 range on a $350 stock. There's nothing wrong with a $10 range, but I think until it gets away from that, it doesn't get all that exciting. I think if it breaks down, this is already like 40, 50 bucks off those highs. Like you could see the 200 period moving average if it gets any worse, and suddenly you start thinking about the value coming into it. That's pretty interesting, Goldman back at 330. But as far as the day trade goes, JP seems a little more likely if it were to dip down to 134.5. I'd be more inclined to want to trade that over Goldman Sachs.
All right, what's up, Erica Welch? What's up, Mohammed? What's up, Farm Trader? What's up with everybody in the chat? What's up to Trader Joe for the retweets and things like that? What's up to Bears vs. Bulls? Thank you for the moderating, everything. Everybody on the chat, thank you so much. What's up to CJ? Over, under, Luca wearing a Ferrari jacket. What does that mean? Over means yes, under means no?
Yeah, I mean...
no. Under.
But that's cheating. You can see
I'm
what
telling
he's
people
wearing.
he's not wearing it. I see
He ain't wearing it.
Got the Raptors hoodie on, it looks like, from the back, but I don't know. We'll see. It's another white one there. We just talked about some of these names going to the upside, and then you look at JP Morgan taking out some nice levels high side, but then look at Wells Fargo, right? I mean, there's always going to be these little sort of, nuggets of information that you have to sort of pull from some of the reports and some of the things that we're talking about here. But you know, this bounce at 40 bucks. I mean, why would you buy JP Morgan at the highs? Basically, when you have a lot of get up back in this name. This is a Berkshire name. Wells Fargo should produce fine from here. You know, they've had some negative reports come out on them, obviously, and they're different. They're smaller. They're not the money center that JP Morgan is, so they're not going to benefit as much from these high interest rates and high demand mortgages and so on and so forth as we go. But Wells Fargo, I mean, down here, you know, there's also the KBF, the regional banks, which is a nice ETF to hold as well. But I just feel like I'd rather play this name long and give it to 40. If it breaks 40, you get out. I mean, more importantly, if it breaks 39.50, you can get out. So that's $3 to the downside. And then if you just retrace back, you know, even if you get to VWAP, that's $3, or 50 period moving average, that's $3. And then if you get up here, then you're doubling your return on that. So I don't know. I like Wells Fargo at this level, but it's only done 5,000 shares, so it's absolutely nothing here today. But why not? Why not go into something that's maybe has a little bit of get up to go? So I'm in Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. These are the two stocks that I've picked. I'm pretty sure my Goldman Sachs average price is like $330 or something like that. It really hasn't done that much. I should have got out when it was up here at $390. But again, this is another name that's underperforming. Some of the names that are more into M&A and the trading side, they're going to be a little bit lower. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, names like that, as opposed to a JP Morgan. But hey, Goldman down here also looks pretty good to get back up to its 50-period moving average. So we'll wait to see. I feel stupid now that I look at this because I just hold everything and never sell anything. I sell some stuff, and I tell you about it. But, you know, that name I should not have ignored. When we went from 290 to 390 in a straight line there for Goldman Sachs, I mean, can that happen again? Sure. So let's wait to see more deals, better equity markets, helps banks like Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. So, oh man, NASDAQ falling down a little bit here, now only up 0.61 as the ES up 0.4. So let's see what's happening. Probably Microsoft heading to the downside again.
Kashkari making some comments here. We're going to get into, over the next couple of days, some Fed officials coming through once again today, tomorrow, and Friday as well. So yeah, just be aware. Fed's Kashkari making some comments right now. Let's get a look at how things over in Europe are shaping up to start things off this morning. Nicely positive across the board, 2 days in a row. Remember, we saw this yesterday, and then they all kind of came off towards the close as North American markets moved back to the downside. I was reloading this. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's working at the moment, but I'll reload that one more time and get you the social sentiment board at some point this morning. Let's bring in Arun here and get a check of the overall market, learn what we need to know as far as the futures are concerned. More comments here from Fed's Kashkari this morning. Arun, we're back into the Fed official parade.
Yeah, and today's also the Fed minutes, right? So 2 p.m. brings some more action. It's great. Second day of the year, why not? Let's get that going. In terms of action to start the day off, it seems, you know, we are moving up, we're trending up, or we're kind of just drifting up, but there really isn't much to do in this area. We need to get out of this area. Same kind of situation we were in yesterday. We were sitting around 80, and I was like, well, we need to go up a little bit more, go up or down at least 20 points to get going. Well, but we decided to go up and then completely fall apart. Now we're back into the 60 to 70 area. That doesn't help. We need to get going, preferably into the mid 80s, 90s. That can open up the top end. Same resistance level, same range top that we're going to work with, which is 39.10 up top. Now, if we come down, we have some options here. If we can come down to maybe 40, 45 and start to stabilize, we do have 30. It's not exactly the strongest of levels, but I'm willing to use it if we can get a solid setup in front of it, preferably somewhere underneath 50. So 30 is available there underneath 50 if we can get going to the downside. But I think you do have to be aware, given how we've seen volatility be, especially in the morning, you got to keep in mind that the ISM number comes out at 10 o'clock, and that's going to be the first number of the year that people are going to be really paying attention to. So I would definitely be on a watch for that at 10 o'clock. And then if that doesn't get out of range, hopefully the Fed minutes do take us out of this range, because the range, the wide one from end to end is going to be about 39, and this is a big one too, 39.50 roughly, all the way down to 37.80 underneath 3800. So it's a big wide range. We need some sort of catalyst to get going. We are trying to play levels in between that range, but I think for us to actually open up and get some real trades where we have some large 2-3% days, we need to get some movement outside of that range to get going.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Make sure you grab that every single day, guys. If you haven't done so, it's super easy. Just hit that link, enter your email address, and then it just shows up in your inbox every single day. The watch list, of course, we're talking about, has everything you need to know in the pre-market all in one spot. Top of that list this morning is Chinese ADRs making decent-sized moves, 4 up through to almost 7%, I saw, for Alibaba here coming through, definitely leading the way as far as these are concerned. Post-COVID positivity coming through once again this morning. Alibaba, Ant specifically, with its own catalyst today. Do we look at that differently?
Yeah, I see this playing out completely differently than it did in 2022. I think that the Chinese government recognizes there is a definite competition between their tech companies and American tech companies, and the more they hold them down, the more the Americans are going to flourish. So I see this as a nice tailwind coming in.
Just seeing Kathy Wood buying up more Tesla stock yesterday. Oh, Kathy. Also hearing, just in my ear here, guys, that these Kashkari comments are coming from a Wall Street Journal interview that's currently underway, so heads up on the overall market. What do we do with these Chinese ADRs today, guys?
Well, I think it matters. It depends on which one you're looking at, because Alibaba, it's in a bit of a no man's land. I think the prices between 97 and 100, I think that's probably a little bit of a chop fest. Like psychologically, 100 breaking 97 on the daily. I think it's great news. I'm sort of with you, like Sharif. If we saw what happened, if you look at TAL or EDU or any of the Chinese education stocks, once they started backing, the regulators started backing away from crunching down on them, it was just, they went too far. Like they all went to crazy highs. I think, those moves were ridiculous when you looked at them. We were talking about that last year. And Alibaba, really, when you zoom back out, it's still incredibly depressed from some of those levels that we were seeing in last year. And the chart just goes on as to how badly beaten up they are. It's broken the 200 period moving average. There's momentum. Now breaking the channel that it's sat in off the 200 period moving average is pretty bullish on a swing basis if it gets to 100. But you got previous top 97, you've got 100 psychologically, and everything in between I think is chop. If it can't hold 97, I think it's risking a pullback to fill in some of this gap. And if we take out 100, I think this could go absolutely parabolic. I look at JD.com, and I see this one, very similar channel, 62 up on the top in the daily. That's unbroken. Very similar thing in terms of it bouncing off the 50 period, but that level's in play. I don't have to worry about it coming back to it. If it breaks 62, it's on the run, possibly to 68. I think there's room at 67, 68. And then that gives me a pop and fade level to be able to short right at the open. If it breaks 62, give it like an extra 5 or 10 cents, and then you're out of that short with a relatively good risk to reward. So I feel like I'll be in JD early and be waiting for Alibaba to make a move to either that 97 or 100 level.
All right. Yeah, thanks for that. We're talking about Chinese ADRs, but I did want to address a question here because we're not trying to avoid any questions at all, especially when we see it as a super chat. Erica Welch here at Shawn Katina. Can you briefly explain why you would choose these levels on the sticky note? Does it cross an MA? What's up with that, right? So, all right. So good question. I definitely did not want to avoid that. We've had a few things going on here. So let me call up the sticky note real quick here to talk a little bit about what we're doing here. So here's my sticky note for today. So let's talk about some levels. I have Neo long at 10. I have CRM at 136 support, RIVN 17 short, and Microsoft 238s, right? So there's a few things here, and I discussed them all in here. So let's just go over. I'll do a couple of examples, and first I'll do CRM, and then I'll go back over to Neo because we are talking about Chinese ADRs. So yesterday we have CRM with a nice little upgrade. It's starting to run. It's continuing to run here in the pre-market, so the levels aren't really going to matter. But I wrote down 136. If we pulled back into like 137, 137.50. I really wanted to see the action here at yesterday's open of 136 before we flushed, and then we got back up there and then flushed a little bit again. So I want to see 136. That's a pretty key level there. If it comes back in, we'll take it. But this is a straight upside move, so we'll probably have to adjust that maybe to where these pre-market bottoms are of 138. But when I write the sticky note, we were right here at 138, 139. So felt like a dip back into yesterday's 136 level. Could have been pretty key. We'll go over to NIO right now to discuss that level. So, you know, that's a $10 break. Now, the reason why we have $10 break is just, it doesn't look great on a chart, but I like to use even dollars. So that right here is actually a $10 bottom, and here are some $10 tops as well before flushing down to 960. Why do we choose 10? Because again, this bottom here is 960, 950. So if we can get a break of 10, we have a 1-to-1 up to its past high. So that's why I choose that level. And then I said I'd go for more, but RIVN's a pretty easy one here for me. I could do Microsoft. Microsoft might be more interesting at 238, but that's been downgraded today. RIVN, I mean, it's pretty easy here. It's been straight downside. Now, if we get a bump up to 18, that's great. Some of these other past resistance levels. And all I do is try to make trading as simple as possible and not make it rocket science. There's a lot of other people that will draw crazy lines, Fibonacci's, this and that, retracement levels, moving averages. I'll use them during the day once I get in. But when I'm here looking at key levels, I just simply use support and resistance. So key levels on the upside and on the downside is what we're looking at. This RIVN breaking 17 looks pretty good, you know. So we'll wait to see what happens, but that could also be a long levels. So, you know, just trying to pick out some levels here as we search through names that are moving around. So that's how I find these levels. It's been paying off. Find me at TraderTV Shawn every single day, and I'll try to do my best for 4 or 5 names, and those are the names that I look at initially. So great question, Erica. Thank you for that. Keep them coming.
Go on to CRM here. More job cuts to come. More cost cutting in general right across the board here. Announced after the close yesterday for CRM, getting a bit of a bounce on that. The company will incur between 1.4 to 2.1 billion in charges related to these cuts coming up in their earnings. We're going to talk about PE here in a second, but thoughts on CRM?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the latest in cost-cutting measures by big tech. Basically, they're saying their customers are taking a more measured approach to purchasing. So obviously, revenue's down, and that has to be reflected obviously on the balance sheet. So yeah, it's going to continue. Amazon, Microsoft. I don't think anybody's going to be spared going into next year.
Yeah, almost 500 on the PE. Neil.
Well, don't at me, man. It's not like I knew. Like I asked.
Wow, Neil.
When I sat down, I asked Brennan this, and I asked you this, but there's 0% chance that I knew it was at 500 on the PE. Like, give me a break. I didn't know that. I just happened to check it this morning. Was like, that seems ridiculous. But the forward PE is 23, and it was at like 170 mid last year. It's just expensive right now. And when I see that, I think you're having to chase this move a little bit today. Well, sorry. If you buy it here, you're having to chase it. I'm not saying I'm chasing it, just to make that a little bit clear. It would be a little bit better if you were trading in the mid 130s. And like I can see the argument, okay, 135, cost cutting, we've seen this be positive, grab a breakout, and if you took that, like this is like 6:15 a.m. So great if you have that type of a trade, but chasing this move, when I see the 50 period coming in, and I know that you've still got some concerns for growth names that are expensive in this market, I don't know, unless the market's doing something crazy, if this gets to the 50 period, I'm just seeing a reason to be selling at 145. And at 141, last time I checked, it's a little bit closer to the 50 period in that 145 than it is down to that 35 to 37, which I thought would be a bit of a buy zone today. We're too far away from that now. So I'm kind of shifting my focus to, if there's too big of a move when we get to that 50 period, I'm going to be looking for the 145 short on CRM. I think at some point this gets, they have a good quarter. This is going to be an interesting buy, but man, that's currently expensive, and it's already 5% up. It goes another 3%, and I'll be shorting in front of 145.
So, like, honestly, guys, like, almost 6,000 people watching. I mean, people are bringing it up in the chat. Thank you so much for bringing it up. But 6,000 watching, 750 likes. Oh man, yeah, guys, let's hit that like button. Let's get everyone to do that. I mean, let's have a record likes day. I mean, why can't we just do that? If everyone watching just hits the like button, you're here for a reason. You like the show, hit the like button. I mean, we don't, this is a completely free opportunity to learn, hopefully, and watch us. Continue to trade, ask us questions, things. There we go. We just got it doubled right there. Thank you so much. 1 point. We just got 800 likes, Sharif. in 15 seconds right there. Thank you so much to everybody, man. We got Sharif on the desk. We got Brendan over there killing it. Neil's here. We're going to get, I mean, we're doing lots of big things with the show. So, you know, let's hit the like button. Let's get that turned around. Let's have a record day. I mean, I don't see any reason why we can't do that. Thank you so much. The chat now blowing up, so thank you so much for that. Let's get that like button going. Yeah, you know what? PE be damned. I don't really, who cares about PE? PE doesn't mean anything. I know, like, that's not a true statement. It's just in the stock market world.
Tell that to Tesla.
Exactly. Tell that to Amazon that was ripped up hundreds of billions of dollars in market cap. When it's PE, you couldn't even put a number on it. It was X, calculator wouldn't even work. Same thing with CRM. When CRM had a huge PE, it was ripping up and away. But that's a stupid comment to make. Obviously, price to earnings does matter in this environment, especially it does. But our software company is going to continue just to be hit down like this. There are some value unlocked here in some of these companies. But honestly, it's not the year, I don't think, for this. If you do like a CRM, I would just, I mean, they're the best of the best. I mean, there are other names out there that you can compete with the CRM, but at the same time, you know, Mark Benioff, I really like him as a CEO. He's really done well. They did lose their co-CEO a couple months ago, which did cause some, you know, negative comments and negative movements down. I forget the individual's name, but he was well liked on Wall Street by a lot of the investment banks and stuff like that. So that was seen as a negative push there. But I feel like, you know, as spending comes back, hopefully CRM can show us that, you know, they can get back to that 50 period, which they'll do easily, I think, anyways. At 145, that's it right here. I think you take out 150, you know, just like on Goldman Sachs there when it went to 390 and I didn't get out. I think around here is a good price, man. 170 should be something for Salesforce there. So I think software is going to be back at some point. I actually think there's more opportunity in some of these names than there are in names like Apple and things like that. Apple's a more steady as you go name, which doesn't seem like that right now, but CRM does have some explosive upside. You see one little cost cutting measure and this thing goes up 5%, right? So I don't know, let's just see where it goes. It's funny that now all of a sudden in the last year we're talking about PE, but if the market can come back a little bit here, the funds rates can come back, that market, the fixed income, then I could see, again, a little rally in a name like a CRM. So let's just stay a little bit positive on this. But if you're not of like mind, this has been a great rally back. It was just 126 a few days ago. So I would say take advantage of this name at 141 if you've bought it in the last couple weeks.
All right, let's talk about GE and GEHC, which is not terribly exciting at this point so far this morning. This is a look at GEHC on the NASDAQ so far. Barely traded. I mean, 27, I think it was, 27,000 shares, somewhere around there. So GE completes this spin-off of their healthcare unit after the close yesterday. Few things of note here, which Sharif and I were just discussing. GE itself is going to retain 19.9% ownership in this company, even after the spin-off. This company made $18 billion in revenue last year, the healthcare unit specifically. So instantly gets added then to the S&P 500 as soon as it started trading this morning for this one, GEHC. Is there a trade here?
I don't know if there's a trade, but it seems like it's more of a pattern of spinning off. It looks like here the healthcare unit is set to spin off, as well as the energy segment in the early part of 2024. So I don't know if this is just a pattern of GE offloading some of its companies, obviously profitable.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting look here today. I mean, worth a note, guys, at very least for GEHC. Also, trading on the NASDAQ instead of New York like GE.
Yeah, that duped me because I spent like 20 or 30 seconds like typing GEHC, hitting enter. I'm like, what's going on? New York, New York. And then I finally realized it's on the NASDAQ. So one's on one, one's on the other. This chart won't be split adjusted, but the previous close on GE is like 66.30. So if you're looking for that, it is actually trading up 1.6%, not gapping down. On the daily chart, 69 is resistance, not just because it's not for those reasons, but 69 is resistance on the daily for G. And GHC, I just don't really see a ton of a trade here. There's no volume on it right now. It's priced pretty well, and the healthcare space has been doing pretty well. So I think if you see some sustainment in that kind of a rally, just kind of going over just was going to go to the level 2 there to show you guys how little volume it's actually doing and how little liquidity there is on the stock. Like, it's pretty much, I mean, you have a few shares here at like an even number at 56. Until I see this start going on volume at the open, I don't really see much of anything here. If it starts to rally, I just look at the overall healthcare sector. Probably more interesting for an investment than anything else. I mean, Tesla right now, with 10 minutes to go, we haven't talked about Tesla. Tesla was up 1.4% when we started talking about EVs. It's already red, Brennan.
Oh my God. Tesla's already in the red?
It's already red.
Oh my God. I have a real, I do have, that sucks, man. So maybe RIVN is going to hit us. We only have a couple minutes left now before the market opens. This is a GE split adjusted chart. So, you know, you're still at some nice levels here of $70. Generally, when you spin something off, I could see a negative tailwind coming here headwind for GE. Here, you know, they announced it. You got that nice bump up from 60 to 67.50. GE hasn't really been performing that well, to be honest with you. But you know, it's an industrial name. I think it can work in this environment. I'll have to double check what the dividend is on this, but it's nice. I am a shareholder of GE, so now GEHC will come into play. The interesting thing about all this too is it definitely reminds me of Mobileye, where we had a spin-off of another company that's, you know, been pretty stable, was well waited for by Intel, of course, and Mobileye is very, very strange because you don't see too many IPOs. I mean, I guess it's kind of a spin-off IPO that's moved all the way up like this since that date. So maybe GEHC does have something in it like a Mobileye there, where it's coming from a reputable company like an Intel, like a GE, and you could have some steadiness here. Of course, Mobileye much more into the future than GEHC, but I don't know enough about that healthcare unit other than Merc, Eli Lilly, AbbVie, all these names continue to blast off. So I like the space. People aren't getting any younger, Brendan. So yeah, healthcare. I don't know why I said Brendan for that. We're all the same age. But
he's actually the youngest.
I was going to throw it. He might be the youngest.
He's younger than us, I think.
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, this is the right sector to be in, and I'm glad that they did this spinoff, unlock some value for shareholders. So let's watch out for GEHC.
Let's talk. Yeah, I just feel old. That's the only problem. Let's talk about Tesla here, guys. As Neil was just mentioning, they're already red on the day. So the relentless selling continues here for Tesla shares. This was that note I just saw pop up, Kathy Wood. 176,112 shares purchased on Monday by ARK's. I guess it's the main fund for ARK there. This is RBC coming out today with a negative note pointing to, further weakness in demand coming for Tesla.
That's in addition, Brendo, to the 395,000 she picked up between December 16th and the end of 2022. So Aunt Kathy has her buying hat on. And we just talked about this, actually, you and I off camera. Record number of inflows into ARK
for
Invest.
that main fund, last year. It's crazy. People still like it, guys. What do we do with Tesla here?
Well, okay, so people are buying ARK probably
just go
because,
long Tesla, obviously.
Yeah, they're just taking, like, you're taking a shot at what you think can be a rebound. You're looking for that 3 to 5 year time horizon, and it's obviously at a pretty big discount right now. And it's instead of just investing in an individual name, I can see the reasons why. If you have a long enough time frame, this would be a better point than trying it last year, thinking that things might start getting better at some point, second or third quarter. But Tesla, look, 110. I had 2 shorts, while 3 I had one in the afternoon. I didn't have it early, and it was a 110 breakdown. That was the first one I took. I just want a short in front of 110 today. It's like we keep saying it's a short until it's not. So let's just stick with that. I actually thought, where we were sitting in the pre-market, that you might be breaking 110 and then looking at higher levels before before coming back down. The market was looking like it wanted to be green up 0.5%, and then Tesla does its thing. I mean, everything else seems to be holding up. Like Nvidia's barcoding up 1.5%. I mean, Rivian's not breaking the lows. It's flat on the day. But wow, Tesla just cannot seem to stop that selling. If Kathy Wood was buying, then I'm sure she added some more at 105. Good for her. But let's see if 110 can be that level this morning at least. And then 105 and 100 obviously are going to stand out at this point psychologically.
Yeah, it's not something that I normally do, but you know what? 2 tiers in a bucket. We are now short on Tesla. So I'm just going to tweet this out right now so everybody can see. We're short right now. I just punched short 107.60. 107.70, 107.68 I have. So right now, we'll see if it goes. I'm going to be short until 108.50, 109 is right there. You know, a break of 109, I think, is a good little level there to get out of Tesla. It's already starting to go to the downside. We're already in the money, 20 cents, not a big deal, but let's see where Tesla goes. We do have that 105 bottom right there. So, hey, man, we're short Tesla right now. I'm done. I'm not going to wait. Whatever. Let's just see if it goes all the way to the downside. If we do get like a 10, I don't know. Yesterday we shorted this. Went long early, got in and out there for flats, then went short. For some reason, it took out the 50 period. We got out at 112 there off a 115 short before it dropped all the way to 105. So we're short in this name already. And look where we've got it. It's already 140. It's going to go to the downside right now. Continues to make moves down. It's SSR. It should be SSR today.
Oh, 100%.
And there it goes, man. We're already 40 cents in the money on this trade right now for Tesla. So, hey, there it is, man. Just waited for it to break 108. I mean, where do we get out on this one? I'm thinking probably 106.50 first piece, and then we'll see if it continues to fly downside. Maybe we'll wait for that 105. I don't know. But there it is right now. It's already 40 cents in the money. So we're already starting off the day on I mean, where do we get out? It just keeps on going to the downside. That's it. There it is right now. Let's go. Comp SRX1. Let's get going today, man. It's going to be a big day. I feel it already. Knock on wood. Thank you, Mr. Randy, with the coffee. I was already dipped into the Yeti right here. So thank you so much for that one. And
he left the bull.
There goes Tesla. Just as we get short again, it just ripped back up right there. So there we go. We're gonna have to watch out for Tesla right now, dancing around. I just got 0850s there.
Imbalances came out.
Imbalances came out. That's fine. That just means it's gonna sell a little bit more hopefully here. Obviously, it was a buy imbalance. Let's put something on the bid now in case this does fall. We're in the money, but it was just in the 60s there. This is dangerous because let's just check out the Tesla imbalance quickly here.
470.
It's a big bid right now. We don't normally see this. This might scare me out of this trade temporarily, but we're still waiting for a 109 break. But we are now short Tesla off this move. So let's see what happens here. Short TSLA to start.
Yeah, and quick, you might have seen on the imbalance located GERN with a 400,000 sell imbalance. I got that long, like literally as the imbalance came in. I'm just playing off this consolidation here to about 3.25. So I'm just getting my stop order in, but that filled me when the sell imbalance dropped at 925. I know we're going to talk about Apple next there, Brendo, but I just got GRN. That's on our watch list, small cap with some positive news. I'm buying in front of 325, 3/4.
CEI, which Sharif, you might be interested in. Just seeing is it NASDAQ or is it NYSE? So they have regained compliance with the NYSE ARCA exchange. So CEI, which is that Camber Energy, big crazy mover after a reverse split. One of those just popping up here on a volume spike, guys. So CEI might be in play, just a heads up. Again, regaining compliance with the NYSE ARCA exchange. Let's talk Apple here quickly. There's not much new on Apple today. We got that note yesterday saying they want less parts made for the watch and AirPods. There's still lingering worries or concerns over demand for iPhones going into this year. So a little bit of a cautionary tale, I guess, but Apple trying to get positive anyways.
Yeah, I mean, Foxconn facility not running at full capacity, running 100,000 below capacity, I think has investors worried that production may be weak and demand. Apple knows something we don't know. Demand might be down. We're talking about a recession next year. So I think it's just some cautionary selling.
Yeah, tech guys across the board ends up being a little bit stronger than the rest initially this morning. Do we see that continue?
Look, I'd like to hope so. Microsoft, I think, is in a bit of a different bucket on its own. And I think we talked about that a little bit earlier. But Apple, it made such a huge volume bottom at 125 that if it can hold 125, I really do like it above that price. I mean, maybe it breaks out. I prefer Meta for its relative strength, and Apple is setting up to break a top at 127. If it dips, I'm going to go right back to that 125 area as being a key one. But it's really, like, Meta's just more interesting to me. It's actually taking out the top right now. I like a dip buy into 125 as well, maybe even like a 126 on Meta. I just know that if you chased the move at 9:30 to the upside yesterday, you were getting absolutely destroyed on the way back in unless you had quick profits. So I'm not favoring breakouts in this market. I'd rather get dip buys. I might push it to 126 on Meta, but I don't want to push it too far. If there is that dip at the open, I like it. I'm close to, wow, this is actually starting to accelerate.
I mean, the NASDAQ is booming right now. So we actually got out of our Tesla trade just as fast as we got into it. It went right up to 109 and took us out. I'm fine with that. I mean, we can't really, or I can't anyways, control what those imbalances are. And unfortunately, you know, we'll take another short here because we have now only a minute to go. But, you know, that really rocketed up this market. The NASDAQ boomed a little bit. So did Tesla. So, yeah, we'll take a penny hit on that, with less than a penny hit on that, a dollar hit on that, as our average price was 108.15. It's funny because we put a bid at 107.70 when that first happened, and it almost filled us. So it's too bad that we don't have another tick right down in here off that short, but we're back into this name. I'm going to give this one to 110. I still like the short, but definitely aware that this could rip today. We've seen Tesla go up. It was just at 120 not too long ago, right? On Friday, it was 124. So yeah, this name has a lot of room to go up to the upside, so be careful here as we open.
Less than a minute.
Less than a minute, yeah. Less than 30 seconds.
Oh, goodness.
I just didn't want to get taken out there because of the imbalance. So we'll go back in, and if the market takes us upside, then we will get out there at 110 Tesla.
Yeah, with 20 seconds to go, I don't know who's going to be on the bell, but we talked about Microsoft underneath that 234, going to like it. Got to watch out for the Chinese ADRs, Alibaba, Neo, Li Auto, all going to be in play. Rivian's very close to 17 even. Ooh. As Tesla, right at that 109, man. It's going to be a wild one. Apple trying to break out in 4, 3. Who's on the bell? It's Fahad.
There it is. Let's go. We are now open. And here goes Tesla right up to 110. It looks like it probably will take that out, which is fine, man. I mean, let's just sit here and watch to see what Tesla does at these levels. NIO as well right now. There it is. It just does break. So we get the long that we wanted, man. So we're in this long right now at O's. So a good price here for the long. So let's see if it does continue to rip up. I like the O's long here on NIO. We'll see where that one wants to go now. A rip of the market would be pretty nice, but we need that to happen. It just went up to 07 and stopped. Now here's the pullback in NIO. So we are short now. Decent spot on Tesla. 109.21s right now.
Yeah, I got 109.5. It's right there. It's already $1 in the money here. So being a little bit patient, sort of waiting for those levels to play out. I'm already going to scalp some out in front of 108, giving that $1. If it comes back up and retests at 110, I'll go for the reload on it. Just want to come over to Li Auto. There's that failed break that you see a lot of times there. It tries to get through 22, second day in a row. You have a failed break. I want to short off that 22 level. Pretty much exactly what we were doing yesterday. If it breaks 22, I got no issues getting out.
All right, yeah, so I did take a little piece out there on Tesla, obviously, as it came back in. So we got a 108.50, which was about $1 on that trade. So we did talk a little bit about that. But right now, Tesla starting to sort of dance around. Where was that bottom there? 108.25. We got a 108.50. So pretty happy with that. We did also get a little bit out there. When this broke back down through 10, we got some out at 9.95. Let's just wait to see. Rivian short now, 16.96 here on that break, as Tesla making a move back down to the downside as well here. What's up, Brent?
The latest in the reverse stock split group, guys. OBLG popping up initially here on volume right at day highs, 28% right now. After they go 1,415 on OBLG.
A lot obviously happening. You had the break of Rivian just now at $17. I was trying to get some short in some other EV names as well. How am I only in EVs to the short side? 17 broke. It got to 1685. They do stink. But I wanted to get some Li Auto as well. But I don't want to ignore Alibaba. We told you guys Chinese ADRs are moving. Baba tried to get to 100. It rejected 99. Looks like it's going to break into the downside. It's already taken those pre-market lows. Tesla just keeps channeling on us here. Like, you keep getting down to this 108 and trying to pop back to the upside. I want to be holding this short. As long as it's beneath 110, I'll be looking for reloads. And we always ignore the chips, and that's a huge mistake. Intel's out of my short channel. So it's actually a bit of a long here for me today. Once you're past that 27, 27.10, if you're above that, this has room to $30. It's crazy as it is to say. And Jern, we grabbed that long, was able to get some out at 350. Just in front of 360, actually 355. For now, it's holding that 360 area for resistance. If it breaks up, I'll try to take 25 cents on the next leg, but I'm not giving this past 3.25.
All right, so I'm in every EV name as well. I've got NIO, RIVN, and Tesla, but we've done really well on Tesla. We did get a good little reload there for sure when it went up to that 109.70 there. So we got a good short there, and we just took some out at 108. So we're actually up on Tesla, position pending, because we never know where this name's going to go. But there it is, man. We got a big trade again. Like I talked about the sticky note early, guys. Hit the like button. Let's go on that one. We have RIVN short 17 rate on here, and that's really starting to print like a lot. Right now to the downside. So RIVN, just like a huge name for me right now. As I told you, we're going to put on some shares. We're going to take some risk here, and it's definitely paying off on RIVN as there's the 17 short. So yeah, man, it's a banger, and it's a wake up. Because there it is, man. The bangers are on right now. The thing is, we've gotten out of the way here of NIO. So that's been like just a disaster stock. It broke, not disaster, it broke 10. We took a 5-cent hit. I got some more out there at 88. As we'll just continue to watch what has been the better short, obviously, here with or the same short. It's just the market's going down. Here, look at the market today as well. Nice little downside move, almost straight to the downside. We talked about turning that bear around into a bull, and I was like, maybe off the open we even get red. So we're getting close to that. Yeah. Quarter of a point away right now. 40 cents in the money, 30 cents in the money on RIVN, $1 now in the money on the Tesla short. Let's see if it can continue to work. And
halt already to the upside on this VVOS. It's not a penny stock, but I mean, it's a couple of bucks here. Halted at 217 on a huge break. I remember looking at the daily chart when Sharif brought this to my attention, and I wrote down 2.25 and then 160 were the two kind of bag holding levels of biggest interest. If it opens up and can't hold that 225, maybe it's got a shot. Next level up is $3. That's psychological. RIVN's bouncing a little bit here. So RIVN bouncing off 1675. Tesla as well. Tesla just took out 110, but it couldn't take. Did it take the quarters? I didn't see it take the quarters, so I got my reload in here. I never want to have an even dollar stop at this time of day. You can see the pre-market high, just so you guys can see it. Pre-market tops here up at 35. So if it can hold that, I still like that short. The area is definitely being put to test here. RIVN holding beneath, and I just got Liado as well. Only EV short. This is crazy.
Yeah. I took the opportunity to get out of that, so I'm actually out of.
Oh, I'm out now.
Of Tesla there. I had a 110 stop, so to each their own there. Neil and I just doing a little bit different stops on that one, but you just said okay, you just got yours.
It broke the pre-market high.
Yeah, okay, so your out was the quarters there, so that's a good one. Now up to 111, and look, we're always, for me, I mean, I don't want to speak for Neil, but I mean that short was there, and I think we'll pretty much try that all the time, and we were able to make a little bit of money there on the short initially. So, but we are well aware that Tesla does have these ripping kind of moves in it. So there goes Tesla up to 110. NIO as well, just hovering. So hopefully that one can come to the upside here a little bit. What's up, Brendo?
Weakness, guys. Speaking of Chinese ADRs, we saw some relative weakness in the online education names yesterday. This one specifically, remember, was down all day, but not so much today, pushing 9% already. Nothing individually to speak of, though, on FUTU.
I mean,
I missed Microsoft by that much.
Microsoft on the sticky note again today, but it just went straight to the downside, and now just bouncing off 230. So that's a very, very interesting level as this market looks to rip back upside here. We're pretty light on RIVN, debating getting some more NIO, because if this market does want to rip to the upside, we have given up on this NIO trade, which seems to have been a mistake possibly here.
Yeah, I got into Liado on the 65 area because I liked that level yesterday. But when I look at the wick here, just showing you guys the chart, and that's a 3-minute, I shouldn't care too much about it. I don't love that entry point. I like it to 22s. I'm probably going to have to go tight stop on this because 22 is the level on the stock, and I think I'm too far away from it at this point on Liado. RIVN, I want to give it some room. I'm out of more than half of it. If it fails 17 again, I think we can get back in. Tesla is screaming. Microsoft is just going the other way, but look at BABA. BABA has rejected the top wholeheartedly, but did not break that 97. So until it does that, I still believe there's some support there on Alibaba. Meta is the one that I feel like to the long side has gotten away. I missed the dip on this by about 20 or 30 cents when we were trading Tesla, RIVN, and Liado. If it comes back, this is the one I liked yesterday for dip buys. I still like this. I think it's a stronger looking chart, at least on the higher time frame. Like the daily chart, you're breaking out on Meta past 125. If I have to chase something long, I'd rather it be this.
Yeah, I mean, we've known Meta's been pretty strong for quite a while right there. So we did actually go back in. So it will take some, look, if we're going to take, honestly, 5 to 6 cent hits on NEO, then when it goes back up and we buy it again, we have to take some out when we're in the money 12 cents. So here we go. So now there we go. So again, another call, just not patient enough with it, as there goes NEO straight up to the upside. Again, hopefully we will be positive on it, but it's just one of those names that we had to let it go a little bit because it did break, but it just went right down to the 200 period. So at some points you got to sort of relax a little bit, slow down, and try to make the right trade, and just don't get in and out so fast. Just the market there was obviously heading to the south side, so we were short Tesla as well. So that was something that definitely made me choose that. I'm debating this 128. I mean, Meta is absolutely taking off, now up 3%. I didn't mean to take, I would have taken it if I meant to, but that 128 was a level I was going to talk about, but we just took that out pretty easily right now. So yeah, definitely relatively strong here goes Meta, and we'll just have to watch that as RIVN back up to 03s right now. We have to find another spot to get short in that, but maybe if the market's booming,
Netflix 300.
We just go longs. Netflix at 300 again. Okay.
Yeah, Netflix is at 300. I know some people just threw it out in the chat there, but remember 302 was a bit of resistance. Can I go back far? There we go. In the 15-minute, it broke 300 several times in the final couple of weeks of 2022. So I think that 302 is a bit of a channel. If it breaks 302, you've got lots of room to run on the daily chart. If it can get there, that is what's significant. So that 300, kind of not that big of a line in the sand for me. I think it's more psychological than anything else. Oh, JD did get to 62 here. So JD's now on watch. So it just broke that 62 even. If it cannot hold above that price, if you get a wick top, I like the shorts underneath this if it ends up being a failed break. We saw the hard reversal on the Chinese names yesterday, and if it does the same thing, I'm going to like these for some shorts. I'll check BABA in a quick second if it's making a similar move.
All right, NEO, I just got a 15 fill, which is pretty nice. We're waiting at 17. We just got a 17 fill. Okay, that's pretty nice. And then we're waiting now at 25. So we'll see. We'll see if it continues to go upside. Great call there. We're already in the money 20 cents off the stick. Long call there. So again, now I'm looking at RIVN. We're coming up right now to the 200 period here on the minute. So I'm going to try to go short again on RIVN. We've cashed it out. We're out of 75% of this RIVN trade. So we're still going to lose on it if it continues to go to the upside right now. We're at about a flat spot holding on to this. So, I'm waiting at 24s. Did I get it? No, I thought I was waiting at 24s on RIVN. No, I was not. Well, I must have put it on something else. Okay, so I'm going to get some more short on RIVN here. That's my bad. I did mean to get this short here.
So I'm looking at this JD. It looks like we're holding above. That 62 has now been pretty established here. If it's going to continue, I think there's room to 65. So if it's going to hold at 62 even, I'm looking for a quarters long if I can grab it. I just wanted to play off this key level a little bit more than something like an Alibaba. Lee is about 2 cents away from my stop. So if it cannot hold here, then I'm probably just going to have to get out of it, anticipating that I think these should go lockstep, at least a little bit. So I'm out of Lee Auto. I decided JD on that 62 on the daily was going to be a bit of a bigger level. We'll see if it can get to that 63, 64, 65. Just go back to GRN. That VVOS is still halted, still looking for that one to open up last I checked. GRN is threatening a breakdown here. I'm going to move my trail up. I've been giving it to 325, but 325 would be a halt down inside of that pocket, and I do not want to get halted if it does a pullback. So I'm going to tighten my stop here to engage, to make sure I don't get trapped in a down halt. Brendo.
Just saw a few of the crypto-related stocks, guys, popping up on volume. Here's Bitcoin right now, trying to get back to the upside after an initial move overnight higher. Here's Coinbase, maybe some covering happening through 36 there on Coin.
Yeah, Coinbase has been pretty nice today. They had that $100 million settlement or something like that. All right, so, as much as we're making money on this NEO trade, which is an absolute banger, man. Hopefully you guys are able to follow me on that sticky note trade there. We got out, but then we got right back in. Put that to the positive side. All right, but what name has been ripped off? What's up to DC Channel? We'll look at NVIDIA in a second there at 148. I got to go back over to the chip names because it doesn't look like these EV names are going to be right for me today. So, excuse me, I got to take another sip of this coffee. RIVN right now, we went short again at 50. So we just got taken out at 50. We're back into that short against a little bit of a higher high there. I'm going to wait for 1780 on this name. Let's see if we can make a little bit back. Here comes Rivian. All right, take advantage of this. A little bit of a move down here. We'll see if we get some bids out on Rivian if this market does fall in. We know that we like this name to the short side, but today it's definitely made a move back up. I mean, you know, I'm going to be the guy that's short Rivian the day that it actually goes up. So let's wait to see here if that is indeed the case. But we're short at 50, taking some profits now. I'm also waiting at 36. Let's go, man. We're back in business right now with Rivian.
Yeah, my stop, I actually had a stop at 25. It did not trigger. I had to punch out manually Rivian. I don't want to revenge that one. I like the Chinese names a little bit better to see what they can do. Jern just almost halted to the upside. And I think at this point, it's either going to take out the top or you're going to get a major reversal. So as much as I'm long the stock, I'm getting a little bit concerned with it. That VVOS, because I want to go back over to it, it halted to the downside. If it does not, like if this thing gets back into VWAP, I think that's an obvious area, like 150 to be able to pull in. If it tries to retest the top here with a 250 top, I'm looking for a short off 250. If it opens up and tries to come back within that 225 range, that looks like an obvious fade if we can even catch it. Apple is starting to pull back. I think we get a test of that 125 if we get a deep pullback in there, and I want to be patient waiting for it at this point. JD is starting to make a little bit of a run back up to 62.50, but it's double tapped it now. So double tapped 62.50, got into 52. I don't love the fact that it's resisting that obvious price area, and if you go to BABA, I'm going to put an order in front of the high just to see if maybe I can rinse and repeat. And if you look at BABA, that's the other concern. BABA, 99, now 98.5. You're getting some lower highs get put in on Alibaba, which tends to lead the pack. And I was bearish on BABA if it tried to fill this gap in, and it looks like it might do so if it breaks that 37 again.
All right, yeah, we're really starting to print here pretty damn nicely, to be honest with you there, on Rivian. So, yeah, again, you know, take the short, get hit a little bit on that short initially, but then just hammer it right. I got to just keep getting some out, man. I mean, this is the thing. You know, we're trying to scalp like crazy here, and that's exactly what we've just been doing, man. In and out of Rivian now, putting that name right back into the positive side of things. So that's why, you know, that's why the way I trade, the way a lot of us trade, right? I mean, trade your own kind of style, but do what's working for you. That I did take an L on Rivian as it ripped all the way back to the upside there. But again, we stuck with our names. We stuck with an area that we thought was going to be right for us on the short side for Rivian. It just got up to that 1750 and got going a little bit. And again, look where that coincides with some of those key levels that we've talked about there on the super chat and whatnot that we've had earlier. So yeah, I like Rivian. I like the short into this one, but let's just see if this market continues to sort of dance around a little bit here to the upside right now. But it's a nice pullback here, and now maybe a bottom at that 10,960 on the NAS.
So if you're actually watching that GEHC, GE Health, that got smoked off the open, dropped $4. It's right back up to the top here at 57. This could be interesting for a bit of a run. I want to check back in over on Meta because I'd rather get this long now that it's starting to pull back. I'm sitting in front of 126 for a couple of legs if I can get that. But if this market bounces and reclaims 11,000 on the NASDAQ, I might just want this off VWAP here. 11,000 has been breached back and forth a couple of times, but if we settle on the north side, I want Meta wherever it happens to lie. I know we talked about CRM being a fade if it got up to 145. Well, it didn't get to 145. It just faded right away. I want to join this party. I just felt like CRM was a little bit overpriced. I'm going to short in front of 140 at this point.
All right, yeah, I'm still working with the same kind of stuff. We did get something out there on NEO there at 1025. We did get Rivian. Let's go back over to Tesla, have a quick look to see exactly what Tesla is doing as the market is hovering around zeros right now. Tesla 112.50, still really high. That was the high there, 112.50, not where it is now. But yeah, it is at this level here. So we'll have to watch out to see where we're going to go on Tesla. I do like a high take one more time if that does happen to come in for us for Tesla. And what I mean by that is like if we get up to that 112.50 again, maybe it could be something there. Snowflake down to 130 again. That could be a trade to look at again for Snowflake. So maybe we'll have a quick look at that as well. But for right now, yeah, it's just really Rivian and NEO that I'm working with here on the show.
Yeah, and just looking back at Li Auto, like I said, I got a little bit too early on this one. If I like 22, I didn't wait for 22 early. So we made sure we got out of that, and it just topped out at 21.99. So now that it's shown you what that top is, I just finally got CRM there short. Now that it's shown you where that top is, I'm looking for a fail break 22s, make a nice little wick high, and then jump into the short in that regard. So I'm going to hold out for that to happen. I got my level 2 up. we obviously would have liked CRM at 145. Hey, that's not going to get there. That 140 level, I like that for a nice little first short in there. If we do have the market fail 11,000, I think that could work in my favor as well. I'm checking back over there on Meta. No, Meta's not really. Yeah, Meta doesn't seem to want to dip far enough. Every time the market comes down, Meta's holding up entirely too nicely. And Microsoft was the other name that we wanted to short. I'm going to cancel my 234. We're not getting 234 at this point. Even 230 on Microsoft might just have to be it, looking back at this 30 to 31 area if I want to get into this short.
Microsoft, yeah.
228 it's at.
228. That was so bad because I knew it was going to be a short, right? And it's just like it just didn't hit the levels that we thought we could get, so that's kind of sucky right there. So let's find something else. What's the jam with AMD, guys? Let's have a quick look at Advanced Micro here and see if we can get anything going with this one. So Advanced Micro right now, 6480, 6470, trying to go to the downside now. Again, 120, 6485. Ooh, 64. Yeah, I mean, these are some nice little levels here. The market, so it's still up against the market. So maybe we do have a pretty decent short opportunity here for this name. So let's see if that does come in. Oops, right now for them. I'm just watching out for some RIVN here as well, as I'm somewhat interested in how low this name wants to go. So let's watch out for a RIVN one more time here coming in. But I do like that AMD buy at, what was that level, 65? That's right there right now. AMD at 65. I mean, Meta coming down is more interesting than all of them because Meta's the strongest name. Yeah. So let's do a little bit of work on Meta maybe.
It just needs to fall a little further. I don't want to chase at 127. I'm sitting in front of 126 on Meta. By the way, Netflix, remember 300? It just got to 301.50, so could not take out that 302. It's right back at 299. I think that I'm going to respect that 302 top. Li Auto does not break that 22, so it's right back failing 22 even. Now I want to work that short a second time, this time actually off the levels that we like. And just watch out for Jern. It tried to get to $4 there, and it's really starting to have trouble. It keeps breaking 380 and failing. I just keep tightening on the stop on the last of this. If it doesn't make that run, at some point this thing could actually, I still think it's a threat to halt to the downside the way it's going if it doesn't break soon. Brendo?
Big mover yesterday, guys. Back to the upside this morning, trying to take out the highs, in fact, from yesterday. This AUPH, there was a patent settlement that went in their favor yesterday. RBC with a price target increase on this one. Today, AUPH now through that high, guys.
So I did want to say shout out to DC Chan again. Yeah, we'll look at AHPH there, but thank you, DC, for the super chat of $20 for NVIDIA. So let's have a quick look at NVIDIA. I really liked what you're talking about for 148 there, man. I mean, I wish, obviously I wish I would have seen that all the way up. I mean, I did see it. I talked about it on your super chat. So thank you for that. But at the same time, look at that bottom, though, of 145. I mean, that's pretty clean, man. That's kind of the levels that I like. Whenever I see those kind of things down there, where you're bouncing off the 200, plus you have some sort of support there, on a candlestick level, I like this trade, man. I really like this trade at 145.50. So if we do get a little bit of a dip down, that's something that I'm going to be looking at, man. This 145.50 for a dip buy here. So I'm going to put a bid there. I really like that call, man. Thanks for that shout out. I think it's going to be a good one. 145.50 possibly there. RIVN pulled back just a little bit, not so much, but it did a little bit back up to the upside. But we cleared some out, man. My best out 13 here on RIVN. So let's see if it continues to work as well.
Yeah, so we just got another test of 140 by CRM. We're going to hesitate to add to it. I'll be patient to add to it at this point. Like, it's kind of hovering. I want to see what transpires at that 11,000 area just to make sure you're slowing things down. Because if you get too rushed here, I think you can get like overzealous or just you overtrade things sometimes in that first half an hour. So that's 11,000 on the NASDAQ. We just tried to break it. If we can maintain beneath it, then you got a bit of a fail breakout at the top here and maybe a gentle trend if it can work into the downside. But the market's still up and deciding what it wants to do. So when you got a key level, allow it to trade at that level and see what happens. At VVOS, it did press higher, but it halted to the upside at 209. So shorting off of that 240 or 250, we'll have to wait until it opens up again. Brendo.
It was Wells Fargo, if you remember yesterday, talking positively about the casinos, guys. Bank of America then today comes out with the same, raising their price target on this one. Win having a nice day here, just took out the highs. 4.3% for Win.
Oh, that's got to be close to 90 at this point.
Oh, man, I love Win. Yeah, Win's one of those names that I've been recommending for a bit. 145, 144.50, 145 right here for NVIDIA. So here comes NVIDIA right now, back down to the downside. So, you know, just like how Tesla was moving around, so is NVIDIA right here. I don't mind. Ooh, I just canceled my order because I went to the other screen there, and we should have had that dip buy right there at 145.50. Went down to 145.60 there. That sucks, man, because that's a trade that I wanted there. So missed opportunity. Hopefully it comes through again here for us down to the downside. Here it comes again. Let's see if it wants to hold that. I will put another bid. There we go. Are we long now? No, we're not still. 145. Where am I bidding, man? 145.60. So damn it, just missed it again on that fill. So we'll see. Hopefully we get it back in a little bit. That'd be nice, but for right now, there it is. There it is. No, we missed it again. Darn. We're just missing stuff here. There it is. Now we got the long. Okay, so now we're long on NVIDIA, and let's just see where it goes. So I have this. I'm going to take it to 114.50. So 144.50, not 114. Hopefully that comes through there, and we will be able to take a nice little trade here on NVIDIA. So that's what we're looking for now. We'll reload it down here near 145, but then it's that 144.50 is the widowmaker for me, guys.
So look, I'm watching Netflix. Someone just said it's at the high of the day. I see this about $1 away from that and 302's resistance. And I see 300 on the bid. So I don't think it's quite there just yet to retest that top. There's room if it can go. CRM is starting to work in the money, but if the market comes down here, that's going to mean meta. I'm still looking for that 126. It is starting to come down in here. When the market's trending in one way, it's like you want the price to come to you. Just to give you some ideas on some targets for CRM, which is on the New York. I'm just reminding myself of that time and time again. I'm looking 138.5 for the first leg. So as it sort of grinds to the downside, I want to make sure once it breaks 139 that I get something out on the bid here. So I'm just going to throw that out. If it does a full reversal, meaning it starts to accelerate down, there is this 137 top from yesterday that I think that a bid could kick in here on CRM. VVOS just opened back up. Is it going to go right into a halt to the upside, or is it going to be a possible trade? Nope, it looks like it does not get to the top just yet. So that 250 still going to be in play here. It could halt before it gets to that price. I'm looking to play off that level and almost that level alone. It's either back beneath 2 or I want to fade it off 250. But tons of shares. It's going to be in play pretty much all day. It's already crossing 35 million.
About that. Right now we are long right now NVIDIA, so I don't know if it's going to be a possible trouble spot here, but we're long NVIDIA, so let's just see what it does at this level, right? So here we go. NVIDIA right now long 145. We're long at 145.20 right now. We've talked about liking this trade. Let's get a little piece out of RIVN again. It's just dancing around this. There it is. Well, just dancing around this 125. So yeah, it is a little bit of a cause for concern for me here. On that, because it's kind of holding up. But there it is. Okay, there you go. So maybe not too concerned after all. There's a nice move down. Wow. Okay, there's a nice move down in RIVN. So we'll have to take advantage of that. But the problem is, as the market moves down, we're crushing this RIVN trade, but we are losing right now. Let's take another route, man. This RIVN really just tanked there. Good move down for RIVN. Wow. Let's do that, man. That's a little bit better than I thought. Nice move down for RIVN as we continue to make that move. But NVIDIA is the one that's hitting me right now. We're not out of the money too much, but we are out of the money here on RIVN.
Oh my goodness, Boeing is making a huge run to 200. Thank you in the chat for mentioning Boeing. Strong move to the upside, as you guys can obviously see, up 3%. Oh, it's not on the chart. You can come to the chart for a second, guys. You got a big break here happening on the daily, 196, being taken out through 200 now, but someone just said, do you like a 200 short? It's psychological, but really, like, where do you see the next resistance? If you were to draw a trend line, it's already broken that out. I think it's probably got some room to 210 to 215. So I think if anything, it's kind of in no man's land, and regaining 200 to the downside might make for a better entry point there. You finally have broken 127 on Meta. If you're already long, maybe you don't want to see that, but when you're looking for a long, I kind of do want to see it. I want to get this 126. I don't mind getting in there like the 30s and 40s if I have to, but if I can actually have this come to me into my bid, I'd rather be able to do that, guys. And I see you guys talking about Tesla as well. That's starting to come back in. It's now got a wick top through that 110. That can re-engage the 110 level. But I wasn't willing to play it inside 110 to 115 until it got to 115. Now it's back beneath that 110. You could be seeing a reversal there. Apple, still no test of 125. but this doesn't look all that great. Like, you've been stair-stepping to the downside on Apple, and that could break down any second now to give us the 125. All I have short side is going to be CRM because Microsoft doesn't want to give me 230s yet.
All right, we're still, oh man, this NVIDIA is really starting to bother me a little bit here. But look at RIVN, man. RIVN is now sub. I mean, this has been great. Great trading here for RIVN, for me anyways, here today, because we re-engaged in that short, right? So I'm trying to stay specific on the stocks that we're looking at. NEO's not really doing anything. And then honestly, I'm just trying to watch this RIVN, or NVIDIA, as we dump off the bottom here a couple times, right? So I don't, darn it, this market, I mean, if it's not, it's obvious to say this, but if the market doesn't hold, then NVIDIA's gone, and we will take, unfortunately, about a 70-cent hit, oh man, or so on this one, which sucks, man, because, I mean, again, we don't have as many shares on a name like an NVIDIA as we do on a RIVN, but here it comes down. Look at the market fading. It is kind of good that we do have the short in RIVN, sort of balancing out some of this negativity for me. But yeah, right now we are short here into this name, and I don't necessarily, long into this name, and I don't necessarily love this play. The market needs to go, man. We're below the 50 period. This is not something that I normally would like, but it's just, NVIDIA's come into some key levels here. So let's see, man. If the market holds a little bit, pretty certain, obviously, with this move now, that it will bounce back up to the upside. But here we go. I am going to take a little bit off here. Okay, let's go. I took off literally 5% there. Let's go NVIDIA to the upside right now. Let's just sort of take something now. That way, if it does continue to rip, darn it, we didn't even get anything there. If it does, it was waiting at
ISM in a minute.
ISM in a minute. Okay, good call there. Yeah, that's probably what the rally is.
Yeah.
So good call on that one, Neil. Watch out for ISM right now.
So I'm kind of thinking with less than a minute to go, like this number, if hopefully, well, I don't want it to come to the downside, but I'm in CRM short, and that could get us into the long on Meta if it does dip down. I'm going to leave the Meta bids in here for 10 because I really don't. I just want to get that fill at 126 if I can. And we'll go to Brendan because we're going to get that number in about 30 seconds.
There we go. Yeah, 30 seconds to go here before we get this ISM manufacturing number. Just keep in mind, this is inflation related, so it can be a market moving event. Prior 49, they're expecting 48.5 here for the last period, 14 seconds for this. We'll also get U.S. JOLTS jobs openings. So this is a listings number for last month, 10 million and 5 expected there for the JOLTS job openings number expected. 48.4 versus 48.5. That's positive, guys, because it is lower. So 48.4 versus 48.5 on that.
All right, there goes our NVIDIA trade, but nevertheless, we did have some good outs. So we actually took some outs there on NVIDIA. So really no damage done on this trade. I mean, we did lose on it, but not as much as we definitely could have, especially with this move to the downside right now. So thanks, Brendo, for that quick little update there. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be a smooth one, but here we go. Nice little move to the downside on that. We did get taken out, but we took some out on the upside there to sort of limit the damage. But here it comes right back. That 144 might have been the bottom there. But again, like, let's just regroup. The market's now making that move down. RIVN is a complete rocket ship to the down. What halted?
VVOS. So VVOS opened up, tried to break 250 there. Actually got to 249, 250 even, right to 250. I grabbed the short. The second I saw it fail 250, I grabbed the short, was able to get some at 42s. I did take a leg out at 225, so we're going to bank on this one. Every now and then you get a little bit fortunate because that was on a dime it got to 250, and the second it opened up, I wanted to short up that 250 level. I'll hold the rest until the reopen. It's probably a volatility halt, so it'll be about 5 minutes. Oh yeah, it's 10 o'clock. We just got the number. We'll go to Brennan for happening now.
All right, let's get you updated here on how the markets are shaping up so far this morning, guys, with happening now. Here's a look at a green board. Nice to see, once again, similar situation to yesterday. Remember, we saw the market come off basically all day long. Not the case so far today. 0.45 there for the S&P, 0.33 for the Dow. Small cap strong again, 1.08 for the 2000, Russell 2000, that is. Look at the NASDAQ, though, back to basically flat here. 0.2 for the composite, 0.07 for the 100. Here's what we were discussing if you were with us in the pre-market this morning. Yeah, Salesforce, more cost-cutting, job cuts to come. This GEHC, interesting move off the initial selling that we saw. Back to the upside now for GE's healthcare unit. There it is. Back to day highs, essentially. 4.2% now for GEHC, guys.
About that. We got just a monster right there. We waited. I mean, we got right back into NVIDIA right now, and we're long right now, 144.78. So we are in the money $1 now on RIVN. Rip, young man, rip. Nice little move here for RIVN. We're now $1.50 in the money. Sorry, for NVIDIA. $1.50 now in the money on that name. Let's take that out at 146 again. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. Make that money back here on I keep saying RIVN, on NVIDIA. There it is, man. Nice little bottom pick right there. Just tried to let it settle down, and it looks like that is exactly what happened. Settles down a little bit there, and then goes back up to the upside. So yes, sir. Nice. I mean, I'm glad to be able to hit that one more time. And then the other name that's on my mind here, because I'm just really trading 3 names, and not even just 2 names right now, RIVN and NVIDIA. But there it is. Nice move to the downside there for RIVN. We've cashed out at the bottom, and then we just got a great out there. 146 at VWAP right there for NVDA. So yeah, man. Nice little moves right there in the market, obviously off that ISM number, Jolts, Jobs as well coming through. So a little bit of a tipsy-turvy move there in the market, down then right back up, and we took advantage of that. So pretty happy with some of the ongoings now. Yeah,
like I said, wait for that number to come out. If you have a plan of action, it's great because you can get filled on the way in and you get a great price. I got the 126.35 on Meta. It's right back up to 127, so I did get some of that out. Meanwhile, CRM ends up holding that 140 on that last little bounce up. So the number came out. There was a bit of a tank. I got one leg out here, 39s even, on CRM, then just reloaded in front of 140 in VWAP, so we're still short that name. I'll scalp some of the 138.50. Maybe we see a 137 print to the downside. As a matter of fact, I know I have a target there. I should just have a bid out in front of it, just make sure we get it. VVOS is still halted. I got 1 minute left until that'll open back up. I did take a little bit out of VVOS, but I am still holding the rest of it. And Jern, oh, that's a NASDAQ stock. Jern is still, come on, man. I always have to enter too many times. It's still holding up for now, and maybe I'm just being too paranoid with it because I kept feeling like it was going to run to $4. All I've done now is tighten my stop to 350 to break even, and I'm just looking for the run to the high. So let's just look for the home run trade on Jern is all I'm really thinking. As CRM continues to go to the downside, patience pays off. It's like the more patient plays tend to work out sometimes. I think we can get 137 on this. Now that the market's absolutely flushing in here, I came in probably liking CRM and Microsoft the most. At least we got one of them, because I'll tell you, Softy, not necessarily having a good day on Microsoft. I will go ahead and cancel that offer because unlike CRM, not able to get into that short where I wanted.
Yeah, we actually just took another long here on NVIDIA, and we back right now. Nice long here on. Let's go again. Let's take it out at 66. Let's go, Mario Lemieux. Give me that number there, number 66. There it is. Let's go, 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 go. Nah, maybe not. Come on, Mario. Come on, Mario. We'll see if it comes in. But right now, we'll see about a high side move here for NVIDIA. Needs to get up there. We just took a 144 bid. Again, took it out at 50. So good trade there on that one. Come on. We missed the Mario. We're going to get out at 143.60 or so to the downside there. We have it right there. That's the 200 period on the 3-minute. 143.60. So, again, we're long at 144 O's, right? So we're going to take a 40-cent hit. That's why it would be nice to take that 66 cent winner there, but no, does not come into play. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen here, but the market is trending, obviously, as we look here to the downside. So, man, good day so far, but haven't gotten much help, to be honest with you. This trade alone, we just tweeted this out here, our RIVN trade alone is worth the price of admission. I mean, I hope you guys hit the like button just for this, just for the sticky note, just for the Microsoft shorts, just for the Neo longs. Everything has been printing. So hopefully you're on this with us here today. But it's been frustrating, man. I mean, a lot of these stocks, I know you're on VVOS right now, it's halted, but a lot of these names haven't been easy to trade, just like this NVIDIA. Like now, make the money and now give the money back up again, it looks like. So, you know, tough go right now in this market, but doesn't mean that we're not going to, continue to look for these great opportunities. So stick with it. I like this long. I'm still staying at 66, but tough one, man. Like, almost got me out there. I don't know.
I just reloaded on Meta here. It does press off that 126. So holding up at the pre-market lows, and then I'll go back over to VVOS. It does not break 250 on the reopen. The thing about a small cap stock, and the halt rules are what they are, when you're this cheap, you're going to see moves inside of like 20 to 30 cents that are going to cause the stock to halt. So that's why I'm playing off a key level. If it opens up and takes out 250, then I want to be out. Otherwise, I'm looking for that VWAP retracement, scalping every 10 cents on the way into the downside. Journ, whatever, that's not really doing anything. But if I look back over at CRM, on that last flush into the downside, you know, we got to 138, not really much of a move there in terms of breaking through, and there was a bit of a pullback. I'm not considering yet that I want to short more away from VWAP here, that 139.5 into 140, but I can be convinced that 139 is the new level and just start stair-stepping at every even dollar. As far as Tesla goes, I know Tesla, it reestablished 110 in there. I was trading CRM and Meta while it happened. 110 does look like a good short level, obviously, but I was focused on CRM and Meta, and you got to be concerned with your longs. I'm going to scalp Meta every 30 to 40 cents on the way up to VWAP because we are trending back into the downside. So hold on to CRM, hopefully all day long, and then see if we can get some bounce plays off pre-market lows on Meta.
Yeah, for sure. We've talked about that before. I really like that Meta call. I think the Meta, you know, at some point is going to be that sweet long coming into there. Maybe I'll have a look at that as well, because as of right now, yeah, not too much happening for my positions here. We already got a nice little takeout on NVIDIA. We talked about that, and on RIVN, and then just the other stock that I'm holding right now is NIO, and it's not really doing anything, so I'm not overly concerned about it. It still is at that $10 mark, probably looking to buy some more off that 50 period there. So, you know, not a horrible takedown there at 999 or so, right? That bottom was 985. We saw, yeah, maybe I can move this up a little bit for you. We saw that there on the 200 period. We just saw it again, and I missed it. So let's put a bid down there. If we're able to get something long here down in near those 90s, then yeah, we'll take that, and then we'll just see what's going on with it. So Apple back to 125 right now. Okay, so Apple's a good one, back to 125. We'll definitely have a look at that as well. Thanks for that update there, fine sir. But for right now, NEO down there, we will look at Apple, and I want to look at NVIDIA, because if Apple's going to rip, then I'm feeling like NVIDIA needs to do something as well. But here comes NVIDIA right to the downside. Our out, guys, on NVIDIA, 143.60 break, so we're getting very close to that.
And just want to remind everybody, like, I haven't traded Alibaba yet. It's still holding a 97 bottom. It doesn't break 100. It doesn't break 99. Forget about 100. But that 97 got taken by, I think, 3 cents at the open. Couldn't follow through. It's trending down. It's setting up to maybe break out, or break down, I should say. You know, break out sort of the other direction. And if it does, I want to be into it, but I have to wait until it happens. Got to be the entry that you want here. Apple 125 is in play, but I've already reloaded on Meta. Jumping in against the grain, kind of jumping into that one for a long in front of a support level when I'm already doing that on Meta doesn't make sense to me. But I wanted to come to Intel for a quick second, because Intel's holding that 27 that I've liked short for a while on Intel, and it's sort of holding up higher lows. And this was relatively strong to NVIDIA and some of the other chip names yesterday. I know it's a weird thing to say for me, at least on the day trade side of it, but I'm looking at that 27 for a long on Intel, respecting the fact that you had a double top there, and resistance can turn into support, and this is still holding up the same way Meta is. Brendo?
Just be aware, there was a fine announced by Irish authorities there for Meta. Not a huge deal, but it was $400 million they have to pay to Irish authorities on a privacy note from them, so there is that on Meta. Also, I was just looking at these numbers once again, guys. Looks like it's this one that's a bit of a problem for the overall market. Remember, strength, so more job listings indicating more need for employees, indicating strength in the employment market, which is not what the Fed wants to see. So market downside.
Now the market's starting to really come to the downside.
Yeah, now it's starting to go.
You got 25 handles on the NASDAQ until you get to where until you get those bottoms were. So this is kind of it. Like, if you're looking for something off support, you want to see it test that low and bounce off it before you get aggressive. So if support holds on Meta, I'm going to wait patiently until I see the market come down there and show me some signs of strength. We just opened back up, and I'm pretty much essentially instantly out. Remember, I had that stop order on VVOS, so we took actually better than 10 cents there, but once it got through that 250, I'm out of it. That's the way I like to play it. You're going to hold for either that home run back into VWAP, but I'm not willing to sit there and just sort of go against oblivion on that VVOS. Halting to the upside. Apple, where's Apple? What?
I don't know. Like, I was Apple just flushed to 125, and I was just like, I'm short Apple. I don't mind the short. I got out of the NVIDIA, by the way. But it flushed down and then retraced all the way back. Like, that was strange. Didn't see that kind of market move there happen at all, but Apple did go back and forth there, fluttered, I'd say, down there at that 125. It sucks because I could have had a nice little win there. I just shorted Apple right now against this 125.50 area. We actually have 126. That looks a little bit better here for Apple. So I think I'll be short into this name until we get near there. 126. It's just the market's failed again. We talked about. I mean, Randy stamped this as a bull, but it looks like that's going to be a little bit wrong for right now.
Sus.
A little sus. I like that little sus. But right now, 126 is the level that I want to average up into here for Apple. So let's see if it can go. 126 and change is my out. So we're going to hold short until then.
Yeah, and I want to come back over to Alibaba. Like, this is now putting in higher lows. This just feels like it's going to channel down. I don't mind shorting it off the top if it gets back up there, as long as this market is still looking relatively weak. But I'm going to leave my breakdown order in. The problem is I will never leave a breakdown while it's sitting at the high. So once you break 98.5, I don't just leave an order sitting in there, because if you have too big of a flush, you don't want to get caught short in the bottom on a crazy little bit of a wick. You mentioned Apple holding up there. It's now double, Meta, I should say. You mentioned Apple holding 125. Meta is also holding this 126 area. And now that we've bounced off that low in the futures, this is where I want to be able to add in front of that 126. Maybe like the last time, at least in the next 10 to 15 minutes. When VVOS opens back up, I'll let you guys know. Do not want to ignore some Tesla here. As it's getting close to bouncing back up into that 110, that's the price area I like. So if it starts rejecting VWAP at 110, I'll look to engage the short off that level on Tesla. But I got to be patient. You want to make sure your prices are coming to you. The whipsaw of that first 15 minutes of the open, that's gone. Now you got to get a little more particular about those prices. 110's it for me on Tesla.
All right. Yeah, we're kind of not as expected. I mean, we didn't expect Apple to really bounce too much, but if the market's going to bounce, then, so is Apple. So that's fine. 126. I mean, I'm still looking at these I'm just trying to think about where else do I want to average in, because we are starting to rip up here. And, I don't want to be holding on to this for too long. We did get out another piece. I mean, we're basically out of RIVN now. I mean, on the way down, a lot of our outs were right here in the 80s was a good out. We were able to get a 60 down there, and then we just took a piece out as it broke back above here. So, RIVN's another one of those names that I'm pretty happy with today, needless to say. Let's take some 69s here, not huge, but I mean, Apple's ripping right now. I mean, the market's going up. Apple really bouncing off that 125. So, hey, maybe that is the key here for Apple, making that move back to the downside there, taking out that 125 or 125.25, and then bouncing again off 125 flat. Yesterday for Apple, we were down here. So it's not like it doesn't have the ability to get back sub 125. So hopefully that does come through. But again, the market, what that's doing right now is starting to make a move back up. Not really bouncing off anything here, so I'm not too worried. Back up to 10,900 though, that could be a dancing spot. We just did short a little bit more of Apple, but hey, still needs to work. So hopefully Apple does come back down a little bit here and give us, what we're looking for. NEO, on the other hand, that one's working. So NEO, it's too bad our NVIDIA, because that's back to the upside now a little bit as well. But there goes NEO. Let's take a 15 if we can get it. Oh, sorry, on NEO, there it is. There it is, it just took it out. We're still long at 03. Nice bounce back, definitely. Look at that missed opportunity right there for NIO. Maybe that'd be the trade of the day there we'll talk about. Missed opportunity, but right down there. Bounces off the 200 period, bounces off it again, and then straight to the upside. So yeah, missed opportunity there for sure on NIO.
Yeah, I just rang the register a little bit here on Meta, which as usual, it's one of these names that sort of holds that bottom. So it just got to 126.5. I'm going to look 127 and then try to hold on to the rest of this. If I end up having the bottom here and it can't take VWAP, then I think it's more of a rinse and repeat throughout like lunchtime or that midday area. Otherwise, I think we hold for Dodge in that upside. VVOS still halted. Okay, he's at 1 minute to go for that one. CRM started to come back. We did scalp. Still in New York stock. We did scalp out of this a couple of legs, and I was looking to get some more out at 138 there, maybe a little too late when I was going long in Meta. But if we start coming back into this 139.50, I'll just re-engage that short. I think it's put a wick top in. It was a gap up. It's still expensive. And if we continue to break down, that 137 can still come back into play for us. So it's still working in the money, and it looks like it'll be a good one. VVOS is still gone, by the way. It just opened up. And did it take 275? So this could be on the way to $3. If you haven't looked at the daily chart, it's kind of a level at 3. It's a bigger level at about 375. So there's room. If it takes out 3, there's still room to 375. I feel like that 75, now that it's going parabolic or more parabolic, the 375 might be the place I like my next short, unless it does 2 or 3 halts to send downside.
All right. Yeah, just kind of chilling out here. I hope everyone's enjoying themselves and today, because it's been kind of a wild one. We'll be about flattish here. I mean, it's all going to, a lot of my trading today is going to depend on this guy right here, and that is Apple, because I'm going to give it to 116.20, which we talked about. That was the 50 period. Oh, it's right here. Sorry, it's right there still. So 116.20 still in play right now. Yeah, we're getting close to being stopped. Averaging, I mean, there, we just got the 95 that we wanted there. Not too much else here. It's just been straight to the upside here off that bottom. So, again, we waited. Our average price is 50. Completely not the end of the world at all here, the prices that we have. But, again, needs to come back. Our price is 53 here for Apple. We're trying to hold it, again, against that 126.20. So that's 75 cents worth of a hit. So, we need this to get to 125 flat in order for this to be 1-to-1. Not all trades need to be 1-to-1. I mean, if this pulls back, you'll see me sort of, get out of the way of this if it does come back a little bit here. So here it is coming back in. I'm going to bid something around 60, take a piece out just for, take a 10-cent hit. And then if it does come back up, that was a huge move, so unexpected a little bit. If it does come back up, then we can get a little bit more. But after I take a piece out here around the 60 spot where we have some wicks, then I think after that, we'll be able to deal with this a little more on the downside. So, all right, Brenda, what up?
ACM Research, which made a big move yesterday, just popping back up here, which is ACMR is the ticker. They increased their full year 2023 forecast. That was yesterday, and then a couple of price target increases on this one coming through today. So a big move yesterday, trying to get back towards those highs for ACMR.
Ooh.
Okay, so you may have heard of this name. Well, I don't know ACMR. Obviously, some of these small cap names, you don't always know them. But we know Tesla, last I checked. So Tesla got back to 110.
Good point.
See it trade at that price. I know, Tesla's all over the place today, but I've only really traded it off of one price area, and that is the 110 level. So it did just pop back up, got VWAP, tried to take 110.50, couldn't really do that, so I engaged a short off this area. If it breaks out that 110.50, I'll probably sit it out till it gets maybe back toward those highs. I'm looking for CRM to give me a reload. It just doesn't seem to want to do it just yet. Meta's a very similar story. I'm looking for Meta to get to VWAP or give me reloads in front of 126, so I'm having to be very patient on both those two names as you're not really getting the prices that you want. Tesla gave us the goods. Microsoft, man, where is the pop? It's like I want to join the party, and I keep thinking I'm going to get a VWAP retracement to get short in Microsoft, or maybe just 228. Maybe just 228 we'll take a shot at that one, but Tesla, okay, so Tesla is now, there's a huge seller. Do I want to give it more room? Someone just jumped in right at 110.65 on the offer, which was making me think maybe I should get more instead of just punching out. We'll see what happens when it gets to that 75. If they're still there, I might give it a couple of extra shekels. Otherwise, if they're gone, I'll probably just punch out. I want to go manual on this one. But I got to get in the Microsoft party. Tesla, I like that short off this area, but Microsoft has been a trending short to the downside, which is a heck of a lot better.
Yeah, it's funny you mention that because I was literally just thinking the same thing. Here I am short Apple, which today is not the right short, but at least we got this one, man. This is a good one, man. Neo right now. Nice little move to the, it's funny because some of the names that I'm kind of, hey, what's up, Randy? Some of the names that I'm kind of piling into here really haven't been working out other than some of the initial ideas that we had, like the Neo long at 10, like the RIVN short has been really great. But some of these other names like NVIDIA, we tried NVIDIA. It's too bad that we did get taken out there. But again, it's always looking back, and that's a dangerous thing to do. I got to get out when levels break, or else you sit there without a strategy, and it's like you can't even backtest your strategies because you didn't do things the right way. So it's just like you got to get out, kind of lick the wounds when it does happen, but it doesn't matter. NVIDIA was still good. We did take some nice wins. It's more about this guy right here. Apple I don't know, how did I not get filled there? I was bidding Apple 63s. It looks like it went down to 59s or so. Could have been a bad wick. Maybe it was. Wasn't really paying attention, looking at other stuff. But yeah, I thought I would have got that filled. Didn't. So right now, Apple to the upside. No more averaging in. Well, maybe Yeah, maybe a little bit. More averaging in up here as we approach that 126 flat, but it's this 126.20 that is my concerned level. So that's what I'm going to be looking for, 126.20 or so here on Apple for an out. But I would like to get some pressure off if this comes back in to the downside. So RIVN pulling back, but NEO, we just took another couple outs there. We only have one piece left, so we have like 5% left on NEO. That's sort of how I was getting out of this all the way up, so good so far. Would I reload RIVN? Kevin's, I'll look at that.
I'm looking at Lee right back at that 22 RIVN, level. Yeah. That's still trending a bit to the upside. So Tesla did come out. I gave it past that seller. That seller jumped out of the way, so I got out of the trade. I ended up giving it more room because I saw a seller in front. Sometimes that's a good idea. Sometimes the tape doesn't really matter, or the level 2 doesn't really matter in that regard. But I'm going to hesitate to jump back into this until it can reclaim that 110 in. Meta just reloaded off of 126. So at some point, I know Meta's been relatively strong. At some point, this might not hold anymore. And you got to understand the fact that it's been trending into the downside. So while being patient has been good for the long, it doesn't mean it has to hold forever. We're going to go to Brendan right now. We're overdue for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll touch on a few small caps making some moves this morning. VVOS. We discussed with Sharif in the pre-market a little bit here, popping up on positive news right through to $3 here now. It gave you that halt, resume, kind of flush out through $2 this morning, immediately took back $2 and held. Obviously, it's halted a whole bunch of times since then. 283% big move higher for VVOS. This one as well, GERN up on that positive note. If you go to the daily chart, 380 up to 390, bit of an area for GERN. So I'm just short this versus that. Tight stop on this because it needs to break really, and it hasn't yet. Very, very thick. Tons of liquidity on that one, so it might be an all-day type of thing. INM was another one I was watching. It just couldn't find a way into this. There wasn't enough room back to where it was yesterday on INM, I should say. 280-290 on that one, an interesting level as well for that. Small caps, guys, brought to you by Moomoo, one-stop trading app helping remove traditional barriers to investing. Powerful tools such as level 2 data, earnings calendar, and stock screener now until the 31st. Open an account and get 20 free stocks for U.S. users. $110 cash back as well for Australian users. Sign up today. Use the link below. Check out Moomoo, guys.
Boeing is real strong here. I'm sort of saying don't short that 200 until it's got to fail 200. I'm saying to myself, well, if I'm saying that, why didn't I just go long at 200? That's the other side of that coin, right? Like
yeah,
I'm thinking the question was about a short, and I was like, nah, I don't think you can short it unless it fails that level. But wow, that's a good long. It actually went to 210 cents. You're now up at 203. Probably overdone if it gets to that 210 on the daily. But the way it's going now, if it bucks the trend in the market, maybe you can get there. But let's be patient with it. I just got some Meta, and we're gonna get some Microsoft. Hopefully, I was just looking at Microsoft, so I probably jinxed it. Maybe we're not gonna get to. It just looked like we're about to get up to that 228 level on this next little pop up to the upside on Microsoft. That's what I want to wait for. CRM just doesn't want to let me back into it. Up at VWAP, so it just failed 139. I'm going to take some more out at 138, and once that happens, I'm going to start looking for a 139 short over there on CRM. I'm the other way in that journey, but I've been holding on to it. I know Brendan's looking for the short. It just doesn't want to break down. Like I have a trailing stop in here that I moved up to essentially this level. Like I'm right beneath 350. Until it breaks, I just feel like it's worth holding on to because it happens to be in the money at this point.
All right, I do. What's up, Kevin? You mentioned this, Gary. Kevin scores on the chat there that, yeah, possibly looking at a RIVN. So I just took the short rate here as well. It's above the 200 period. I'm going to give this one to 7. I mean, that high, I'm just going to give it to the high. I'm not really going to do too much rocket science here as we talk about that. Let me zoom back out a little bit. I guess there's not much to do. That's 1755, so 1760 or so. I don't really like holding something like that. And the reason why I was hesitant in the first spot was because Apple, if the market's ripping up, Apple I have equally, I actually have more shares in Apple right now than I do in RIVN. So it's like, this is the name that really, and that's after I just got some out here at 60. 65, by the way, came in, and I said to Neil, thank God it came back in a little bit there. So 65 did come in for me here on Apple, but there it is again. So I didn't want to be, okay. I didn't want to be too net short here on everything, because if Apple wasn't working, then there's basically no way that RIVN would have worked, because I needed the market to come down. So that's why I sort of stuck away from making that trade, Kevin. But, here we go again, starting to dance around again. So, that just ticked down to 718, 720 there. I'm going to put a bid at that 720. If it does come in, great, but doesn't mean that it will. So let's just be careful here with that trade alone.
So Scotty H in the chat there just asking me, Meta's getting up to that 126.50. By the way, I'm going to get some out in front of that 50s. When it goes evens to 50s, I think it's worth taking some shares out as it gets there. VVOS, someone just asked what it's at that 3. What do I think? I think there's room to 375. I just went the wrong way because this way is over to the daily chart. I think there's room to that 375. It's got to be tricky about how you go long. I've been saying this for these parabolic traders. For the long, I typically want to see it stop halting every few minutes, and once it does that, take a consolidation long if I think there's still room higher. It hasn't really done that yet. Like, there's been no dip, consolidation without halting for at least 15, 20 minutes and then go long. So that's what I've been waiting for, and if I don't see it, I don't have to trade it. I just said Meta 126.50. Where'd we go? We just went to 42. Ooh, that's my lucky number. Going to get an offer out there. So if it goes back into 42s, I'm going to take some Meta on that reload, but we are gently trending into the downside on Meta. I did get the fill on CRM. I said I'd take something out in front of 138 so that instead of waiting for 139.50 in front of 40s, I can start looking at that 39 area to re-engage that short. As long as that works, I want to hold on to it potentially all day long here. Thank you, Sam Troy. We love you too. Says best show in the world. Yeah, I mean, we're not just a trading show. We talk other things, although the market's giving you enough that I think you can just talk about that market. Speaking of said market, Boeing is still off these highs. I want to clarify something I said earlier, that why not just go long off the 200? What I didn't say, if it dips, I am going to try to go long off that 200 level. Maybe that was obvious. Maybe that wasn't obvious the way I was saying it. But if we do dip back down into VWAP, with the market as weak as it is, this 200 looks pretty juicy for a dip buy. I should have done it the first time was what I was getting at. But if we see it again, I'll take my shot.
Yeah, we're just hitting this again because we got another kind of trade in right now. Thanks, Kevin, for pointing this one out as well. Look where we're at here. Thank you so much, RIVN. We just got some 20s, some 18s as well on RIVN. So yeah, so far so good here on RIVN today. As a nice little downside move, needless to say here, for that name. So let's see if it does hold. Again, we're kind of just like in scalp nation mode right now, so it's not like we're doing too much here. Just trying to scalp in and out of this RIVN position. I don't know what's happening. We got to look at Tesla again as well. We got some Apple out at 50, and here we go, man. I guess I can take a short now as it's ripped all the way back upside here. The thing is, man, this market is ripping, and the problem is like Apple. The market's not ripping, but Apple is ripping. So it's the other way around today here for Apple. So I got to be careful, man. I don't want to overstep my boundaries, which I feel like I am already, testing the waters on this short. It's not right. It's not. I know right now. Pretty sure I know anyways. Why am I not getting out is another question. But it's like this does not have a great feeling into this short. I mean, if you guys are short with me here on Apple, I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about, because this has been like a very, very, topsy-turvy kind of a trade here and not really given us too many cycles here to get in and out. This move has been upside pretty strong. It seems to be much stronger than the market, but maybe it's not. Let's give Apple some room to breathe a little bit right now. We just got a sick trade on RIVN again, man. I mean, that's down to, let's just punch them out at 13. At this point, man, I mean, this has been an absolute banger of a trade, RIVN today. So I hope you guys are getting some money here on this, because RIVN is really bank city for me right now on RIVN. So look at this, man. We just freaking reloaded this name up there. Good job, Kevin, man. Yeah, if there's any other trades that any of you guys are looking at, let your boy know, because hey, we're on one and we want to take them. This is the time when you're feeling it, you got to put on some trades. So right there, that was a great one for RIVN.
Yeah, just make sure you got some setups for them always, right? You've got to have a setup, and if you get it, you've just got to take it. And so I look at Microsoft. It doesn't want to give me 228. It's now channeled down again, 227.5. I'll just short in front of that one if that's what it has to be. Alibaba high a day right now, but remember, $100 is going to stand in its way. It just broke 99. It just broke 99 with a bit of a wick top. This is now churning to the upside. So watch the entire space, whether it's Pinduoduo, JD, all of them. Alibaba is getting close to that high. as I look at those, Pinduoduo a little bit stronger as that takes out 91. Here's the daily. This is the level the only reason I wasn't looking at Pinduoduo at the open, because I think 95 was a big level. That's a short to me if it gets there. I just reloaded Meta. I don't know how many times I can keep doing this off 126. At some point, it's going to stop working as we go to Brennan for the crypto update.
Positive session so far right across the board here for crypto markets. If you missed it this morning, positive note as well for Coinbase on the equity side of things. This was that $50 million fine they're going to end up paying to New York regulators on a background check charges story that was a couple of weeks back. Finally gets settled for Coin. So a nice day for Coin. Meanwhile, a nice day for Bitcoin as well. Back to the upside in the 24-hour period on the hourly chart here. We're trying to bounce here back above 16,800, which is a bit of a sticking point after it cleared that level overnight. Overall, we're still stuck, if you zoom out, stuck in this range back and forth between, call it 17,000 and 16,200 at the bottom. For BTC, positive though, right across the board, as I mentioned, 1% there for Bitcoin, 16,800, 3.5. Meanwhile, for ETH leading the way, 1250, positive, green numbers, guys, top to bottom.
I mean,
well, not everything's great. So we just broke 138 pretty significantly on CRM. That's almost 2 in the money, just holding on to that. But obviously, if the market's going to start coming down, I'm going to get a little bit more aggressive in scalping Meta here. So, you know, the trade that's working to the shorts, that's fine. That's great. We can all see them go down. But the trade that is long and has been good off 126, at some point it could just break down on us. I'm going to keep scalping this out. And there we go. Just got another move at 126.50. Like I said, going to get a little bit more aggressive here because you are trending into the downside. If we do get, come on, Microsoft, give me a break. Here comes Softy. This is going to be our chance, I think, to get in this channel on Microsoft into that short side. And watch out for Boeing as the market starts to come back. I still like that 200 long. BABA did not get to 100. It got real close, 99.5. I only wanted 97s and 100s. 100s is starting to come in. I feel like we're really patient waiting for BABA to get to that level. It's going to come hopefully in the next 5 minutes or so.
All right. I mean, this is why, man, I was just crushing this Apple. And then it just did this, straight up to the upside. So although I was nervous, we can reload a little bit now. We missed that reload, actually. We'll reload a little bit now. Not a great price on that reload. We got 84s, I think, right there. Yeah, 84. We tried to get 90s there, and hopefully they'll come up and give us that. But yeah, we just took advantage of that one, man. I mean, we went positive on Apple right there, all the way to the downside now. So now we're fine. But we still need some more work to do. Needs to get back down a little bit here. We're still watching out for that 126. It's come back in a little bit now to a better price, but still 126 looking like it needs to do something here for me on this. So hopefully, we keep saying hopefully here, but that's what we need. Hope is not a strategy. We definitely have our outs right here. So there's no doubt about that. It's coming back to the upside. What we're really, when I'm talking like that, what I kind of really mean is just the fact that what we're looking for is the market to get back down. Like I can, when I'm trading Apple, I look for leading indicators and stuff like that. And obviously the futures, if they're starting to rip, Apple is such a huge part of this that it doesn't really, that's like, it's going to go with the market, and it's like if the market doesn't fall down, which there it is, we'll take a nice little 82 fill. So like we just got short there 91s. It's not great. We'll take we're short 93. We'll take an 80 fill. Whoa, okay. And there's yes, sir. Let's go. I mean, I was just talking, and the next thing I know, this thing tanks another 20 cents. So we'll take some more profits out here on Apple as it's coming back in. But hey, we missed that one bit. We should have got to 74s there. Look at this thing go right back to the upside. This is. Again, I'm getting the feeling that this wants to take this out. So I'm not prepared to go long yet, but my mind is, working here a little bit, which doesn't do that often. So,
his mind's telling him no.
Yeah, my mind's telling me no.
But the fingers are telling you yes.
Yes, but something below is telling me no.
I shouldn't even say R. Kelly.
Yeah, that's right, Neil.
I keep forgetting that's R. Kelly.
Come on, man.
It's a good song, though.
Is it, though?
What am I supposed to do? Never listen to that song because... I mean, I guess that's what some people do.
That is what some people boycott that guy.
I know. So anyways, I didn't get intel on the bid here because I was sitting at 27. Literally
Apple's
sitting at 27.20. I'm going to miss out on that one. I like that bid. I know I've been talking about that to the short side over and over again, but this feels like a relatively strong stock. Microsoft gets above 227.50. I think that's going to be a turnaround for Softy. I'm still short in front of that level, channel down. I want to take some out in front of the low and try and hold it. If it breaks this channel to the upside, I think you can see that 228 in VWAP. Meta, I just got out of Meta at VWAP, so this 126 just continues to work. But with no breakout at VWAP, the way I look to get back in is either 26 bottom or hold this 127 breakout, hold VWAP, and then start going long above 127. So I'm just playing the evens here for the scalp trade. That's the one long that I felt like, for me at least, has been the easier one. I mean, Jern's a small cap that's just sitting here doing nothing for me since the open, but that's also worked. If I can catch Intel, I like that support there at 27 even. That last little pullback in Boeing, like, it doesn't even, like, what? It went 50 pennies to the downside, not even pushing back into VWAP. This is stupid strong. It doesn't even want to give you an entry point. CRM, that feels really good, because when that market bounces and consolidates higher, there's nothing about this trend that I feel is broken here on CRM just yet. I do want to check back in on, I'm not ignoring you, VVOS. I know I was trading that one earlier, but this is not doing a heck of a lot off that $3 level, except enticing me to short $3. Quite frankly, the longer it holds here, I'm like, man, look at the scalp trade off $3, just risking maybe 15 cents to pull back into VWAP. It's a tricky trade. That's not the level I was looking to play off of. I was looking to play 375. So I'm kind of trying to look away from it. Otherwise, I'm going to talk myself into shorting right here.
All right, doggy. Man, I need a drink. What time is it? 10:30?
We talked about
Perfect.
the rum and coke with the Julian.
No, I need something stronger than that, Sharif.
He ain't talking coffee, bro.
Yeah. I need, yeah. Guys, let's,
I know what's
our
up.
inner trailer park boys.
I know what's up
right now. But no, why I need a drink is not because of RIVN. Forget about RIVN. We emptied that one out. It's this Apple trade. Jeez, man. I mean, this one is like, we got so close to getting taken out there again. And yeah, me no likey when that happened. So yeah, this is, I just took some more out near 126 there. So again, I'm not sure where we're going with this stock, but the market just failed again at this. It's here now. So what I've decided to do is I have a bid at 91 right now in case it flushes. Let's take a dime. That's what I always do there. So let's take a 91, and then I want to hold the rest, because we either have this is either going to be the top or we're going to take it out. Now, right now, I only have about a third of the position that I had during the stressful moments, but we did take it out when we took down. So hopefully now the market will bounce off this 50 period and we will be able to, grab the win that we're expecting here for Apple. But I say the word expecting, but honestly, I told you we got those tingly feelings about, that it could have been in the wrong area here for this Apple trade. So let's try to just get this. I mean, now it's in the money and it's fine. We've actually done well. But I don't know if the tank is in for Apple. So if I'm wrong, fine. Hopefully it'll be great. Hopefully that will happen. But for right now, I'm going to let this go. If I get taken out at 126.30 or 126.25, then I get taken out, and that's that. Well worth the risk here. 20 cents worth of risk for a complete pullback. I mean, if this market fades now, Apple will go down, guys. So I like the trade here. I like what we're talking about. Give me that 91s. Yeah, let's go right there. So we'll track some money down for that. Now we are Stone Cold Steve Austin chilling, and we will wait for this to come through.
Yeah, and speaking of chilling, Bava was just chilling up there close to that 100. It got to 99.80, so that's close enough for me to look for that short off of that high. I'm sitting here in the 50 to 55 range to give it to that top, and I'll take a couple of shots at that 100 on Alibaba, but I just want to get my price. It's starting to pop back up here. I think I can get it. Meta's starting to pull back in. Before we go to sector watch here, as it comes back down, I will reload this one until it gives up that pre-market low. Starting to come back. I'm right back there on the bid. I'm just going to keep scalping Meta until it stops working. But Baba short, finally in front of 100 as we go to Brennan for sector watch.
With a surprisingly green board to show you guys, the S&P 500 just holding on to positive territory up here, 0.06 currently. Yes, it's a lot of green, but they're not huge moves, so it's a little deceiving right now. Consumer discretionary names leading the way as far as positivity is concerned. There are individual names in this group having really nice days, including Wynn that we mentioned there. 6.8 to the upside. CCL, LVS, all the travel names are here. Back in positive territory, 2.5 through to 4.5%. For CCL, weakness, however, coming down here, 5.5% on that downgrade today for Microsoft. Annette, ANET, 5.5% negative territory, negative note for them as well. Micron leading as far as chip makers are concerned. Upgrade on Micron today. That gets a 5% bump. PayPal back to the upside. Remember, we had Block on the upgrade side of the board this morning as well. So FinTech still in favor, it would appear. Airlines positive, also back in nicely in positive territory, 4.5%. For UAL leading the way. There's Warner Brothers as far as the streaming names, 4.6% back to the upside. But tough to see. But that right there is Google and Goog to the downside, 1.8% for both in negative territory, offsetting basically the rest of the positivity. So we're flat on the S&P, NASDAQ downside though, guys.
All right. There it is, man. We did just get stopped out there. So finally, the Apple drama mama can end, because there it goes all the way to the upside, and yeah, just ripped us out there. And that's fine. Like, again, you know, we just took a bid at 90 there. We had a third left. We took a little piece out, so we'll lose on that about a quarter. I think it was a little higher than that because we only took out 10% of what we had left. So probably about 27.5% left on that position as it comes back up. But again, we were just, you know, respecting that 20 level, but we do have VWAP there. But the thing is, I'm already acknowledged that this is a pretty strong name. So do we really want to reshort to that? What's been reshorted and really paid off for me, of course, here is going to be this take on RIVN. So that was a good one. I completely missed that it went to the upside there. So that's another missed opportunity there for RIVN. So, okay, we'll take another fill there at 21. And now we'll just kind of leave this thing alone and see where it goes from here. NIO continues to be a beast as well, as that's, you know, staying up high side. We are, of course, long. We got out of a little bit there because whenever I get in right off the open like that, that's always... Maybe I shouldn't be like this, but to me, I feel like that's like a little bit of a scary situation there when you get long right off the open, because if you are wrong, and again, maybe you're not going to be wrong, but if you are wrong, then you have to watch out for that move, right? So we're going to watch out for it. We got back in once it took 10 again, but so far so good, man. We're cruising here on NIO today. So we'll hold on to that. The RIVN one is what it is. And then honestly, when me and Neil both were like, what?
Wow. Microsoft just broke resistance now.
Yeah, Microsoft down that much seems to be a little bit too much. So yeah, go ahead.
Come to my chart here for a second, because Microsoft broke the channel into the upside here. So I had the short off that 227. It just broke those 50s. It's going to seem like a tight stop, but down here, when you're short at the bottom, I'd rather have a tight stop than get burned out. If it does pull into VWAP, that's the other place I'd look for it. Thanks, Sam Troy, for the super chat. But this market's starting to reverse. And the other way that I wanted to grab Meta, I talked about buying the dip, but the other way I like it is you start holding 127. There's your pre-market breakout price at 127 even. That's where it was stalling out before. We can start holding this level here. I like the longs off this instead of 126. Maybe that goes without saying, but I'm going to start jumping on the bid here in front of that 127. Boeing doesn't seem to want to give us that dip. The other side of that is if there's room to like 206, 210 on the daily. If it doesn't want to give us 200s, we can always play maybe a tighter consolidation long up here if I do have to chase it, but I would not be giving that all the way back into 200. I'd have to give it to support here at possibly that 201. Tesla's also starting to go. Let's just flip over to it. So it's well above that 110. Suddenly looks like that 110 could be putting in some support levels, but it's BABA that I need to focus on because that was the newest trade I got into with the market coming upside. Man, I got to zoom in because those wicks are crazy. So it tried to break 100. It's gone up there 99.75, 99.80. I've only got into it once at 47s. I'm trying to get some, there we go. I just got some more shares in there, Alibaba. If it breaks 100, I'm out of Dodge, but I want to see if this can pull back A to 99, then down into VWAP at 98. Very, very strong stock, almost up that 10%, but it is the 100 level that I wanted to wait for. It took a while to get here, but we're here now.
All right, so out of, yeah, great. I just tried to get Meta as well there, but it's a nice little bump to the upside. I didn't get it either. I tried, and I should have got it, and I didn't, so it's so stupid of me not to get that. But we did exit out of our RIVN. So out of RIVN, we got out at 24s, 25s there, so we actually made money on the last piece. It's just look at this market, man. It's kind of Rip City right now, so I'm not really super excited to get into it again here if the market does continue to go upside. Look at that Apple out. I mean, sometimes, guys, on honestly, we talked about like reversing into a long. This probably was that opportunity because I'm sitting here talking about how I'm nervous about this. I don't like it. So if I don't like it and it gives me the out and I take the out with, I mean, we got damage on it, but you know, not that much. Look at that long. It blew up 80 cents. Like everything that I was trying to get on the short happened on the long in 3 minutes. Like I would have loved for this thing to pull back 40 cents. Never did it, but then rips 90 cents or 80 cents up to 127 off my level. So good, we're reading everything fine. It's good, we didn't take that long. So again, you know, every day, man, we're learning something. And it's like, me and Neil talked about that over and over again. And you said it yesterday to the short on something. I think it was Microsoft actually, where we were long first at 239.
It was Apple, man.
No, I think it was.
Well, okay, no, Apple was the big one.
There was also a short there yesterday.
There was, you're right, there was another one.
It could have been, yeah, whatever. Apple, Microsoft, doesn't matter. It's the same example. Is like when, you know, if you're looking one way and it's not working, then when it breaks the other way, you know, Neil and I have the huge advantage of being with a lightning fast system here and being able just to flip on a switch and go that other way. So the fact that sometimes I don't do that is a hindrance to my trading strategy. So I do have to adjust that a little bit. Everything else hot fire, man. We had RIVN short, Neo long. Those are both given to you at 8 o'clock in the morning. So happy with the way those are. They definitely panned out, but not happy that we didn't reverse long into that Apple trade. But again, you know, a day is a day. And tomorrow's another day.
This day's not over just yet.
Oh, I mean, we're just getting started, in my opinion.
And like the one thing that has been continuously fading is CRM. It just doesn't want to give better entry. So when the market bounces like this, and you're like, okay, well, Microsoft breaks channel up, CRM still stair-stepping. Yes, it's still stair-stepping. So you'll see me still in it. BABA's still valid off 100. But as BABA's doing that, let's not forget, like PDD, it still has room to like 95, and that's a level I'm trying to hold out for. So I want to be patient there. I don't want to jump into both of these to the short side. Boeing is finally showing some signs of coming back into VWAP. So when that next little move down, let's see if I can get into this party off of 200. So I love the fact that the market's kind of channeling back to the upside and it's fading. Not a ton, but I do like that 200 level. I feel like we haven't really talked too much of this new one, GHC. Except to say that that was one heck of a move to the upside when it broke 57. The volume wasn't great. It's pretty good now. There's a risk of a bit of a temporary, keep going to the 15 like it's going to matter. It's trading for one day. But there's a bit of a flat bottom break that could happen at 59.50. Like every time this is stair-stepped up, it's broken out. That pattern tends to not last forever. The more it does this, I think I'm going to want one of these flat bottom breaks on GHC, but I want to wait for lunchtime to see if that can happen. I know I'm not really looking at that Kala anymore because VVOS, and we got questions about Kala from last week. VVOS looks more interesting to me. Remember I was saying I was tempted to short that $3 level? I should have just gone ahead and did it. It's now halted to the downside. It's still set up that 3 looks like a good break, but I'd rather take a consolidation long. If it can hold 250 or 260 long enough, maybe that's just it, like a 265 long, because it doesn't seem to want to halt as much anymore. I think that's a good sign.
Halted now, though, yeah.
It's halted down now, but that's the first. I'm not in it, but this is the first halt in about 20 minutes or so. So this looks like it's getting some stability, and then you have a channel break at 3. If you can be long a 75 with a 50 stop into $3, that's better to me than taking a breakout. We'll see if it happens. Maybe that break is just clean and then I'm regretting not taking it. I haven't got anything out of Alibaba yet because I want to see it get closer to this 99 area. And I have yet to see that real push into 100 where you can get like 85s and 90s short.
All right, I just wanted to, before we go over to Money Talks, we will go there in a second. I just want to say AMD on this move up really hasn't gone up, so I am looking at a 64.40 right here break. So if we get it near this 64.30 area, I like it. It's the dip down. It's at the 200 period. We do have some tops right there. I think we can get to 60. So yeah, missed the bottom on this, but I like a top break. Don't think it happens the next 2 minutes or with Brendo, but I do like that trade. So let's see what happens here with AMD. You might see me get into the long on that one. All right, it's my favorite segment because it's all about that cash. Let's go over to Money Talks with Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, a choppy day so far as currencies are concerned ahead of the Fed minutes. Remember, coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon, we'll get the minutes from last month's Fed meeting. Could be really a nothing event, but worth noting as far as equities are concerned. And these markets today, here's the US dollar downside so far. 0.19. It was actually a lot more than that, but that ISM number and the jobs, the jolts Jobs listings number out at 10 o'clock did push this thing back to the upside, so only 0.18 right now, but positive otherwise right across the board, including our Canadian dollar. A big move up 1% today, back to almost 74 cents versus the US dollar. 1.06 we'll call it there for the euro. Same story for the pound, back in positive territory, 0.7 to the upside. Everything else basically higher on the day, including crypto still higher as well, 3.5%, 1% for ETH and BTC, guys.
So I'm back to soft. Microsoft's still down 4.8%, but I want to go to the 15-minute chart just to clean things up a little bit here. Obviously, you're going to have that breakdown at 34. You broke down at 32 right at the open, but that little channel at about 9:45, this got to 229.5. And as I look for like a structure for the rest of the day, here's the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's up 0.1%. But we're still off of these. Like when you broke down, you're still rejecting previous support if you go into like the early morning. And the ES, a very similar look. Like we're getting right back up to 38.70. But until you start breaking out, the weaker stocks, I still believe has some resistance on them. And that Microsoft is to like 229.50. So I want to get into something that if we do not take these lows, these highs out, that I got something to the short side that's relatively weak. And then the flip side of that should be either, I mean, maybe we'll see about Boeing. But the flip side of that is Meta for me, which has been my better long. I'm still here in front of 127 and looking for that dip, but I might back it off a little bit. Because if it holds VWAP, I can always get in. This time of day, I can always get in that channel. I feel like it hangs out for a while. But if it breaks 27s, you're working right back over to that same 126 earlier. That initial break here, that was more a momentum play if you could have scalped 30 or 40 cents. But as it draws back, I want to be patient as it draws back in here with the futures rejecting highs, because there's no point taking 27s if you can end up getting 26s. So patience is a virtue, as I just mentioned, getting into Microsoft there. Ooh, MSFT, Neil. You don't want to forget the F, otherwise it's not going to come up. I want to get some out in front of 27 because that's where the last chop was. So I just rolled into it. If I can catch a bid here, 50 to 75 pennies, I'll go ahead and do that. Softy's been the weakest name of the bunch. So if I'm taking multiple swings short in something, I feel like it does deserve to be Microsoft.
Yeah, no, it's
like Apple yesterday.
I mean, that's why we talked about
Tesla
it.
Yesterday.
No, we talked about it earlier on today too. It's like find the weak names, right? Right on the sticky note there, we do have Mr. Softy, of course, listed on there. So as the short, so I do like that call as well. What we do have listed as a long, of course, is this bad boy right now. Look at NIO as that just continues its march higher as well here today. So NIO, great at the highest spot it's been at all day. We're long $10. You know, we talked about that earlier. It was the trade that I like, but I just saw some big size there. I don't know if you guys saw that right there. Where's my? How come I can't? I don't know. I saw they had scroll bars on here. Oh, I don't know what happened to my scroll bars there. Oh, there it is. I don't know. Anyways, there's big size right there on the offer, so watch out for that level coming through on Softy. So on NIO. NIO, we used to call it that. All right, here it goes. Let's see if it takes it out right now. Strong name, man. And we're not going anywhere. I'm long, and I don't really care about that size. It's done 24 million shares. That's about 100 grand, 1.2. Every 100 on here, every one is 100 shares. So if you're wondering what all this size is, if you've never seen a live level 2, that's someone at the NYSE, so they're on the floor, well, or not. There it is. It's gone of the NYSE there. Doesn't mean it's on the floor, but they're using that gateway to execute trades. So it was there, now it's not. Our friend there, NIO, great long for me on that one. We did cash out. We talked about getting out of our RIVN trade, of course, and we did that. And let's just check back to see where RIVN is right now. Same thing, not really doing a whole heck of a lot. So I think that was probably a decent out getting out of RIVN there.
Yeah, and I'm looking back at this meta, so I think it was the right call to not just jump in front of 127, but it just held it right now at 126.95, just beneath VWAP on the 3-minute here. So I'm going to give it a little bit of time. We're at 10:55, maybe the next 5 minutes or so. If it holds and consolidates and maybe gives you a press above this 127.20 area, then I'd look for the long, give it to maybe that lower, an extra 10 cents. Otherwise, we're just waiting for these bottoms here. That Alibaba, it's still trying to check up here at that 100 area. You know, it's a couple of tests, and I've been waiting for that real push into 100. It keeps going 99.80 here, and I've got 50s right now. And until it breaks, I should have just taken 75s is probably what I'm thinking to myself. But until it makes that push right into 100, I'm hesitating adding toward it, especially when I want to get some out 99 and then 98.5. I'd like a bit of a better price. So I'm not really all in on Alibaba just yet. I could get there, but it's already starting to curl back into the downside without me able to add right in front of 100. Sometimes that happens. Like you're looking for that big level. It doesn't quite get there, so you don't get the perfect price. That could be the case. So, you know, I talked myself out of VVOS short of $3. It's now halted down a second time off of $3. So, I don't know. I guess that was, it's not a swing and a miss because I didn't try it. That was more talking myself out of it because I saw upside at 375, and now this thing looks like it is headed down back into VWAP.
All right. Guys, 3 minutes left. Let's hit that like button. I'm going to do another like check right now because we had about 2,000 or was it 1,300 likes pre. Wow, here we go. Let's go. 7,500 people watching, 2.7K right now on the like button. We have a much better show coming up very, very soon. So hit the like button now so that you can enjoy the very next show with Sharif and Luca coming on board. 2.7K. Let's get to 3K.
Just don't get to 5K.
Yeah, let's get to So Neil's going to be eating one of those Packy chips, P-A-C-Q-U-I.
No.
But we guys still got to get one of those. But there's 2.9K. Let's get to 3.5K. Then our friends on the midday will do their best job. There it is, 3K again. So let's go, man. Hit the sirens. You guys like it. We appreciate it. Let's go. Neil is.
I think I'm in danger because the last
time.
You
are in danger, bro.
The last time we got to 3 before the midday show, we got to 4,500, and I remember I was like crapping my. Well, I wasn't crapping my pants, but I was.
It's not a combination. It's just it has to be this morning.
No,
show.
It's the morning show. No, the whole not the whole.
The whole day we'd get to that.
Yeah,
but Luca's the auction man. Yeah, Luca will get the likes going as well, as will Sharif. So we'll get that going very, very soon. Plus, you're gonna like their show probably more than ours. So we're gonna double that up, and then we'll go forward from there. So hopefully, guys, again, thank you so much for watching. I think we brought up some great ideas.
We do have milk in the fridge, right? Like we got plenty of milk. I'm assuming.
Milk ain't gonna help you, my friend. But there it is right there. Well, I think it will. We had that hot wings challenge again.
But that
was kind of just for fun.
The hottest wing was 1/10 of the Packy chip. 1/10. Like, think about that for a second. First of all, that's just.
Well, we said that our friend there that can, we grew up with him, and he was the tester of hot food.
I made a huge mistake.
And that guy was like,
this is probably a bad idea.
There's a problem.
It's probably a bad idea.
So it's not. It's probably a great idea.
Probably a bad idea.
I mean, that's the thing. It is a great idea. Thank you for bringing it up. And look, you put yourself out there.
I'm not Shaquille O'Neal.
Siren alert for that.
Shaq was all like, I'm not gonna make a face, man. This ain't nothing to me. That's not me. That will not be me. I'll be that guy that's like, this is a problem. I shouldn't have done this. And you guys will see it in my face.
And he puts it in his nose. No. We're not doing
that.
Let's
be reasonable for a second.
5K today. Let's get that going.
Although there was, in 30 seconds, I got to tell this story.
It's 3.3K.
There was a trainee, and maybe I shouldn't tell the story, but it's true, so I'm going to say it. There was a trainee back in the day, and this was on his own, by the way. He was not encouraged to do this. He said to the full-time traders,
I think this guy had mental problems.
So he actually said to us, he's like, yo, if you guys buy me a pitcher, essentially, or buy the Chinese a pitcher, I'll shoot Tabasco sauce in my eye. I swear. And he said this.
I don't think I was there for that because that's...
And then he did it. And we're like dude,
who puts Tabasco sauce
and we said,
on their eye as
we did say don't do it. We're like, first of all, don't do it.
Yeah.
He was kind of he was sus.
Strange. Sus.
He was a little
Good
sus.
word, sus. That's what my
but
kids
he did
say
it.
to me.
More credit
sus,
to him.
Dad. That's a sus.
He could have just asked. We would have bought him a pitcher anyways. But it's 11 o'clock. That may or may not have been an appropriate story to tell.
Should have been a case.
Good for him for doing it. Softy's starting to come in. I'm going to take some profit.
it.
I'm actually on the bid right now of Softy to try to get some of that out. But we got to go to the man in the dress shirt and no tie. And
this guy, every day this man just shows us up, and I'm honestly having a problem with that. So
yeah, stop coloring that beard.
Damn it. Ooh, stop coloring that. Yeah, that's a natural beard. Let's see what he says.
You said, don't shake your head. Shawn said it first, not me.
No, because look how damn good that looks. That's what I'm saying. We cannot compete, Neil.
And he's in dress pants,
We cannot.
Yo, bro, put some jeans on.
All right. Without any further ado, guys, I want to thank everybody for watching the show again. I think it was, again, another banger. So, we had a hell of a lot of fun doing this for you. I hope you have a hell of a lot of fun watching it. So, without any further ado, let's go over to the big guys in the big show with Sharif and Luca.
What is up, guys? I'm in the dress shirt, Luca's in the hoodie, and that's how we're gonna roll, polar opposites. Welcome to the midday show, baby. Microsoft making new lows. Apple getting a bounce now. Geez, everything's going on here. And you got VVOS doing its thing. kind of acting like JSPR did yesterday. Can't seem to stay open. Maybe trending to the downside now. I've traded RSLS actually. This was a small capper from yesterday. Had a nice little short on that today. Kind of paper-handed this, being the paper-handed trader extraordinary that I am. Waited for the break here of a new low and then got in short. That was the idea here. You know, I felt this was a bit of a retracement up to VWAP. Didn't quite make it to VWAP. And then, so when it made a new low, I got short. The liquidity here, guys, was the issue, and this is why I got out. I had trouble, I had trouble basically, absorbing the spread on the bid and the ask. It was getting way too wide, and it was, even though the bid was like 80 cents below my entry, the ask was like 5 cents. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to get out at the best area that I can. Obviously, right when I got out, as you can see here, it flushed down another, 80 cents. So should have held a piece, probably against me, and gave it a bit more room, but hey, decent trade and all. Had a decent trade on Microsoft this morning when it was making its move down. The idea here, guys, was just to wait for a retracement on the market, knowing that Microsoft had caught that downgrade and was relatively weak compared to the other 6. Essentially just waited for that one to retrace over here. You won't see it on this chart. Back at my desk. Waited for the retracement, got short, and held for like a couple of bucks. So a couple of trades, nothing really too extravagant to talk about, but an active morning all in all, just building off some news catalysts. Yeah, upgrade. People are saying chip in the chat. Yeah, some chips are up today. I know Micron caught an upgrade. Basically, that was on the thesis that going into the later half of 2023, we're going to start seeing more RAM and more chip demand as some of these metaverse products start coming out and some other more macro issues. So yeah, chips are in play. I mean, I haven't played them today. I don't know what Luca has looked at. He'll let you know in a minute. But yeah, Micron catching an upgrade, up 6.23%. Not a small amount, having done almost 10 million shares on the day. Is that Micron? Yeah, that's Micron. 10 million shares on the day. 0.62% after the bell, guys. So not much of a mover after the bell. But yeah, let's have a look at what else is going on here. XPEV having itself a day as well. Up at day's highs, 14.34%, 1164 high. Chinese ADRs, we know, are catching a bit of a tailwind right now with the Chinese regulators kind of easing back a little bit on them and, giving them more of an opportunity to compete a little bit with some of these American tech companies. We saw today with AMP being able to acquire about $10.2 billion more on its balance sheet. So maybe XPEV and some of these other Chinese ADRs catching that ride. Also, we saw some good delivery numbers too coming out from China for EVs, whether it's BYD over 200% year over year, or whether it's this obscure new Chinese firm that had more deliveries than NIO. The Chinese EV sector definitely catching a tailwind, and the chart reflecting that, Luca.
Yeah, what's going on, everybody? Hopefully everybody's having a great day, living life, staying profitable, of course. I'll share a couple of my trades to start. Everyone remembers JSPR from yesterday. Didn't trade it, but, today, looking at it right in the morning, nice and early, just around 8 o'clock, this thing flushes down. 4,000 lots offered at 3, and I'm like, I need to short this thing. Got the shorts in a little bit late, but, late to the party, never, not always a bad thing. That was a nice little kind of short size, chased it down over there, very textbook trade, tried it. As soon as we broke that size, you guys can see kind of just breaking the level of 240 where it was, and then same kind of plan, just scalping in front of the 250, 1,500 lots, just basically front running size. This is essentially, the halter from yesterday that went absolutely crazy, which kind of feels like VVOS today. But the day 2 is just so much easier, man. It's so much easier. I mean, look, this thing was up here and it just straight down, no halts, living life, very nice. So took the wins on it, can't complain for sure. That was pretty good. And yeah, probably done with it for the rest of the day. I think it's at 2. My target was the low 2 areas. So yeah, it is what it is over there. Tesla had one trade, just a scalp trade, kind of after the number coming out at 10 o'clock. We sort of went down, we went back up, we ripped to the north side, reversed the whole move in the 1 minute candle, took the short just through 110, and then covering towards the low. That was the plan, a little bit of a scalp trade. I didn't really want to go for low of day, so pretty happy with how I traded that one as well. Someone's saying Kala to 60, so very quickly, let me see where Kala is, because, oh man, I think I removed, I wanted the 34 break long, and then I was like, no, what are the odds? It's going to be good. And oh my God, I think I pegged that level perfectly. Yeah, man, this thing, where's this thing going? I don't know. What's the high again? I think it's 49. Won't stop, baby. Can't stop, won't stop, Kala.
Won't stop.
That's, I don't know if this 49, no, this 49 can't be real. So realistically, what is the high of this thing?
No, the high is 43.30, exactly.
43.30, yeah, that sounds about right. So we're actually 43, no, but 43.30 is today. Was that like?
Oh, you're talking about the recent high, like
yeah, what
on
was
the
the high just in general in the past 3 days?
Daily,
I almost want to say it was like 45, 46
47.84.
47.84. So that 50 level is kind of interesting there. This thing is not done. We're just moving to the north side. I remember I had the trade on it at like 34, and then it went to 43s, 42s. I ended up covering on that day. Yeah, man, 49.50 area is interesting. It's definitely interesting. I'm going to keep this one on watch. I'll actually put it on my side screen here so I don't actually miss that one. And yeah, guys, VVOS is halted now. It just opened. Is this backside? I have no idea. I think I'm going to try a VWAP buy in front of 2. If we can get closer to 2, I'm going to go long for the move back up. I mean, these things all look the same. They go all the way up. They come back to VWAP. They do a little dance. Then they go back to high days. And if this goes back to high days and clears 3, pure fireworks. There was a lot of action around 275, 280 area, so that is the area of interest. I actually wanted the short here, and let me just put I have the par fill, and this is a product of trading, man. I'm like, okay, if 275 breaks, I am slamming this short, and I think I wanted full size, and I got 12 shares, and I was like, 12 shares, max, 12 shares, and I just covered because I'm like, whatever, 12 shares, I don't even care. But yeah, man, that 275 to 280 area, that's pretty interesting. And then 3 if we get back up there. VWAP over here, not going to diddle in the middle for where we are right now.
You're a brave soul, man.
Yeah, I've been getting chopped up on this, as you guys can see. I've been like taking my shots, trying my best. I've just been getting destroyed on it. I was like, I'm okay. I mean,
it's
I'm
hard
okay
to
with
trade.
it. Like,
I mean, I don't know if you had a look at JSPR's.
JSPR way easier today, way easier.
Today, yeah, but have a look at yesterday. It's identical chart. Look at that. How do you trade that? I mean, the only thing is you could take the halts off some moving average. It seems to respect some moving averages there. Otherwise, I mean, where do you get in? I mean,
yeah, kind of like rode the trend, and this didn't really give that like VWAP kind of dip buy. It did, but like very early 10. We're now at 11, so I'm kind of hoping that going back to VVOS, I'm kind of hoping that we get that little sort of dip buy action and then hold the level. And I want to say that like the move really kind of started over 2, right? So you had the pre-market move, and then obviously intraday action, tons of headaches, tons of craziness. So yeah, I'm gonna try. I mean, I might get stuck in a down halt here, man. You know that this is the thing with these things, but I'm gonna give it a try. We're gonna see what happens there. That's kind of my small cap of the day. Oh, and also GERN. I don't know if anybody was trading this one. I was looking, was kind of going, tried the little dip buy in front of VWAP, looked really good. Tried to hold for the move back to 4, but obviously just kind of failed, and now it's just, now just like a very, very slow downtrend. So not really too sure what to think with this one. I'm kind of looking at it thinking like if it holds this general level, maybe can grind back up, but it does give the feel that it is kind of dead. Volume's always the tell, volume's kind of slow, so I'm not really going to jump into that one. It is pay for shorts if I'm not mistaken. So I did not locate on this one, so I'm just going to let that one go.
All right, guys, quickly, GM deliveries are out. Reports in the 4th quarter that it delivered 623,000 vehicles. That's a 41.4% year-over-year increase. Not really much of an action here on the chart. 34.65 high with a 34. This is where we're trading. So super, actually 65 cents of range. Not much in the way there, but up 1.89% on the day. All right, guys, I'm looking at Kala. Your eyes have to be glued on this, but obviously, it goes without saying, risk management is paramount here, as this one has shown a propensity to go both to the high side and the downside with crazy amounts of movement. So careful with this one. Try to play off levels. Obviously, I'm looking at that 40 dip level as we come down into that breakout area from that consolidation phase, I guess, or that region. 38 to the $1, 38 to the downside, and kind of. No, actually $2, 38 to the downside and 40 to the high side. So $2 range there out of that bull flag, bull pennant. Retracing now if we break down, keep looking for that 38 level as the second area of possible support. The first one obviously being that 40. So I'm looking at CALA there, keeping my eyes glued on that one. But also wanted to mention that RSLS possibly setting up for another move down here. Now, I paper-handed this trade. I didn't get what I could have, but I think this is going to give us a possible another opportunity. So where I'll be sitting on RSLS is right below that 1020 area. If we can break through that 1020 area to the south side, I like that as a flat bottom break or as a consolidation break, whatever you want to call it. And then through 10, definitely. And there's way more room to the downside. This is only down 33% on the day. It was up well over 150% at its highs yesterday. All right, back to CALA real quick to see what it did around 40. Looks like it broke 40 momentarily, retraced above. Where'd it come down to? Came down to the 20 period here on the 1 minute chart. Yeah, not really an indicator I use much, but waiting for some, I guess, maybe consolidation here and then a move back up. Like, we'll see how this one acts at 40. Does it respect 40 for the most part, or what does it do? So let's keep an eye on this one. I'm not going to take a trade quite yet until it decides what it wants to do. XBEV, quickly here before we send it back to Luca, XBEV is near day's highs. 1180 is the day's highs. 1173 is where it's trading now. I mentioned that because let's see what this market does or what Chinese ADRs do. Possibly they start trending down. They seem to move as a group at times. So keeping an eye on what XBEV will give us, whether we continue up or not. Up 15% already, guys.
Yeah, guys, just a heads up, NVIDIA is now back at VWAP, so I'm trying the short on NVIDIA here at VWAP. Not really risking off 145, not too sure what to think, but again, we had the morning pop and drop below, then rejected VWAP back to the south side, testing at 143. So with a trade like this, I'm gonna let it, you know, go up, and I don't have a. It's kind of 145.50 to 146. Like if we continue to go up and just like rip all the way to 146, then safe to say I'm wrong on that trade. You know, market kind of dipping down towards this bottom range feels definitely like a different day than yesterday, right? It obviously is a different day, but I feel like the range is good. So, you know, kind of comfortable with this. I'm going to sort of reevaluate, see how it goes. If we just kind of hang around here in the 50s and then go back down, I think shorts will be good on that one. So going to roll with this short, going to potentially add to this short. See where it wants to go from there, and yeah, we'll see. So I think that 145.50 to 146 area, interesting. The pre-market high, which kind of was showing that 146 had the offer, then blow through, back down, reject 146, right? So 146, the better level, but I'm trying the VWAP initially just to see if this thing wants to reject or if it wants to hold and then go back up. Market's pushing to the upside, right? Pushing to the upside, call it that 38, 70, 75 area. You know, had the kind of wick off tops and then reject. So yeah, let's see how it wants to dance over here and then, you know, maybe get a trade. I did not get filled on that VVOS. I think the low was 20s over there. Now we're sort of curling back to the upside. I am not going to chase this one just because you could easily get in and then it just goes back down anyway. So I would love for this to come back down, flush in, hold VWAP, even get to 2. As long as we don't break 190, I think the longs are still on the table there. So yeah, we're gonna see what happens. I'm not really gonna, you know, get long here and chase, but I'll reevaluate at the 250 level because this looks like a fail, man. This looks like it should fail and then go down. If we get back above 250, maybe we have that chance to run to 3. So that's kind of what I'm feeling. Algo on this one feels like, I mean, in the morning, just clearing out both sides, doing its thing. Not really too sure what to think with it, so I'm gonna just stick to my levels of interest and go from there for sure.
All right, guys, got long, CALA 40.60, already took out a piece at 41 for a 40 penny winner. I've got my flattening out, though, below that break of 40. So if it touches at 39.90-ish, 39.80-ish, I'm out. My next profit taker is at 41.25. There was a bit of an iceberg at 41. It's since broken through, obviously, but we're really having trouble right now staying over 41, and the spread on this one is just wild at times. I'm in a quarter position, not a full position, so managing risk by taking less size, that's basically my my move here. So already profitable, a nice 40 penny winner so far, but we're looking for more, looking to take a 65 penny winner on CALA, not up 27.5. This one, you know, it's going to be a little tricky. It's making me nervous just because the spreads are just absolutely wild on this one. And we're having another iceberg show up at that 41. Okay, there we go. We get filled, baby. We get filled. There we go through that 41.25. Now we're holding a super light position on that. We're going to spin the money on this one. Oh, it's not working. Okay, I guess I have to load my stream deck. I'll do that in a minute. But yeah, holding like, what is this, 10% of the trade? Yeah, 10% of the trade left. So yeah, I probably should put my my out a little bit below break even so I don't give back any money, because I feel this one's really having trouble staying above 41, at least for the moment. Seeing some selling coming in, even though it's breaking it. Yeah, it's breaking it, but see, again, here comes, again, every time we break above that 41, you're having trouble. So I'll just get out there. Get out. There we go. Get out for for like an 8-penny winner for the last 10%. So a nice little trade on Cala, trying to play that range at 40 support, ends up, you know, working out. It ends up being a thing. So yeah, it's nice when things work out like that. All right, let's have a look at RSLS. This one kind of making a 50-period retracement here on the 1-minute chart. I didn't really anticipate for it to do this. I was looking more for a consolidation rather than an upward retracement. But these could even present you better opportunities because you have a higher area, a higher price from which to get short. So if your bias is still short, maybe here is an interesting area. And we're not too far off the high. So we're trading at 1066 and, you know, 1086 is the peak here. So it's 20 pennies of risk or so. Keep in mind though, this one's really done a little bit amount of volume, 353,000. That's really nothing. So you may have trouble getting in and out with large positions. The reason I'm even on this is because it is a former runner from yesterday, and we know how these ones have a history of really retracing the subsequent days, day 2, day 3, etc. XBEV, all right, back on this one, just made a new day high, 1190. Now, well over 16% on the day. These Chinese ADRs are still headed to the high side, Luca.
Yeah, you know, it's I was shorting Billy this morning, and boy, was I wrong on that one. I thought I was going to be so right. I had the short over here off the high day. I thought, you know, range is set. Again, look, pre-market high showing you 28.30 was that level. We flushed right off the open. We came back, broke it, and instantly tanked. I chased here with very small size and then stopped out. This was like nothing, kind of like a feeler. Then sort of had a nice short, you know, made a good trade over here, then lost on it. Then had this one, and I was like, okay, this was good size. And I was like, okay, this is going to be a banger. And we were going down. I'm like, should I add to this? I'm like, I should add to this. Then I got distracted with something else, looked back, and I had to stop and play, thankfully, but literally runs and just like right to high a day. So yeah, I don't know what to think with that one. But yeah, Chinese names are strong. Who knows what they're doing over there? Maybe call it QE. Like it's just something interesting. I mean, the rest of the world is QT, but China's like, no, let's flip that back. We're printing, baby. And yeah, things going to the north side. I know people were talking about Alibaba as well before. It finally got, I think, that 100 test. And I was not involved. I'm not sort of taking the 100 break long, but look at that, man. Clearing the 100, but now showing a little bit of resistance level there. It's definitely interesting. I think, you know what, now that I look at this, yeah, even though we're up 8.5%, 100 level, psychological level, I think could be good for scalps. So let's give it a try. Let me give it a try with, I'll have, see if I can get the fill closer towards 100 on that one. NVIDIA, sort of looking at this, it's not really, this is kind of weird because we're going up, we sort of dip, and now we like pop again. I think it's like, I'm going to give it a couple more minutes to see how this wants to react. But we're going to see, man. Does this want to break 145.50? If that's the case, maybe I just get out of this and then reevaluate from there. I think, you know, I was going to give it some room, see if it wants to fail. This does feel like a kind of like an uptrend, like we're actually going to continue and run to 146. So yeah, if we get to that 146, I'm going to give it another try over there potentially and see where it goes. Or if I don't get stopped out on this one, then I'll just kind of ride it. So got the fill on Alibaba there, playing off 100 level. I'm wondering if there's like any like residual size there. No, it's pretty light. But yeah, potentially like stacked offers. I mean, when's the last time Alibaba was over 100? That's kind of what I'm asking myself right now. And it's been a while, man. Maybe the last time was August, end of August. And 100 sort of showed a little bit of support. And now it's kind of back at that level. So we're above 100 right now. If this thing wants to like rip and keep going to the north side, then so be it. But I kind of want to just see how this 100 level wants to act over here. So I'm going to give myself a little bit of room on it, see if it wants to, you know, dance around, go back down, and yeah, go from there. Yeah, hopefully you guys can see my positions right now. It's, yeah, basically short Alibaba. Huh? Yeah, it's good. Yeah, short. I'm short Alibaba here, and Nvidia stopped out of that one. So I'll reconvene that one at 146 if it wants to get there. But yeah, looking like it wants to actually run for that 146. So I'm actually happy that I kind of stopped out on that one.
Yeah, a bit of a retracement. A bit of a retracement here, guys, on some of these Chinese ADR. ADR is XPEF coming off that high 1190, now tracing into the 60s. An aggressive move down on XPEF there, now up 14.5%. Nice call, I think, on that, Luca, on picking up on that Chinese ADR. Let's see what that one does. Quickly back to RSLS, kind of coming off that 50-period moving average, that 1090-ish area, 1080-ish, moving back into that 1030-ish. Regretting not having entered a little bit more there. That's what we were just talking about, and we could easily see 10. But again, small size with this one, guys, because the liquidity is an issue and the spread is also an issue. Kala really holding that 40 level. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is not a mistake. You can play this range. The range is over $1, right? So you're talking about $1 P&L here within a couple of minutes. I mean, we just made a low near 40, 1120. It's 1122, and we're back above 41. So this one giving you an opportunity. I think this one is primed and ready to go, to be honest with you. And you can typically see that with the tape. I mean, when the tape really starts lighting up, you know that this one's ready to go, whichever way. Anyway, it's presenting an opportunity, Cal. I don't know if it's forming another bull flag or what it's doing, but definitely holding that 40. All right, what's the chat up to? Because I'm not in any trades at the moment. No setups to my liking. Wow, was even paying attention to Tesla. Yes, Tesla close to high of days. 1274, we're printing like a little bit below 12, so not that far off. Definitely a better looking pattern for Tesla these days, up 3.5% today. We've seen a lot of downside action. Who knows? Aunt Kathy could have her buying hat on. She bought 170,000 some odd shares yesterday. I told you guys. She bought another 400,000 from the 16th, I believe, to the 31st. So she's had her buying hat on, and who knows? Maybe she's got more. Guys, we're gonna send it up to Brendo at the big desk with social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an updated look at what's being discussed on social media. If you remember in the pre-market, this was not loading. So here's a look at how things are shaping up as far as what's being talked about on social right now. Some positivity coming through today in the form of, there we go, Tesla and the overall market, even though we are heading downside, obviously. But Tesla on a bounce, or trying to at least today, for stock that's been absolutely crushed over the past couple of months, as we've well discussed. Mullen here flipping over to the red side as well as far as comments coming through. INM, big mover as well today, negative on the sentiment side of things. AMC is here, Apple is here, the Qs both on the green side, even though the market overall is negative. Again, if you're seeing this for the first time, just a visual representation of over here, comments coming through on social media on the individual ticker, and then obviously the size representing the amount of comments, and directionally speaking, pretty self-explanatory. Green up, red down, guys.
Thanks so much for that, Brendan. And I am adding to this Baba short, playing off 120 here. It's kind of dancing around, doing a little bit of volume over here. And every time we pop, like there's a lot of kind of red coming through and selling like into, you know, bids that are at 100. So I feel like once we actually fail, again, we're kind of in this very, very tight channel, which is kind of what I'm looking at. So, you know, it's like kind of short near the top, and then hopefully we get back down to this 50 period, which potentially will provide a little bit of support. Maybe the dip buy is actually good there too. So I'm actually thinking if we get down and hold this level, I'm okay to go long back into the 100 level and just kind of continue to scalp this. So I think we get that little bit of a flush and then see if we can pick up some fills down there. We did it once, kind of short, and then we flushed very quickly. So I almost feel like if we get back through 100, you know, we're getting stacked offers on, over there. So yeah, I'm going to continue to just recycle shares on this one. It's, you know, I like kind of playing off these levels. It just kind of feels right. VVOS is actually now through, I think it's halting to the upside. Yeah, this is halting to the upside. It's a very weak, okay, there's a fake halt right there. This is a very like weak move to the upside. But yeah, that 250 level, I said it was interesting. I think I'm gonna just go long here. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna punch into the long, and we're gonna see what happens here. Please don't flush on me. You know, these things, they could just do their own thing. They could flush. I could be stuck in a down halt right now. Hopefully it doesn't happen. but we're going to see what happens with that one. I feel like the long into 3 feels like it could be really, really good, and then I'll reevaluate at 3. Like, do we break 3 and just continue to run to the north side, or is that like the exit area? So I'll reevaluate as we get there. I'll consider adding if we continue to hold, break through this. But again, guys, 275 to 280 is a little bit more of a level of interest there. If we break back through 250, I think I'm gonna get out of that one. Yeah, so Alibaba is working, man. This one is nice. I'm just going to continue to recycle over and over again. Let me see if I can get closer. What's the moving average? 74. So yeah, 74 seems okay. I think we get another flush there. So I mean, if this thing goes back down to 99, I'm just going to be like right now, it's going to just be like, okay, wow, like you're up 8.6%. Didn't see that one coming, but you know, it is what it is. I'm just going to kind of recycle over and over again. Guys, keep in mind that trading Alibaba like this is different than trading Apple like this. So trading Apple, it's going to be a lot easier. There's more liquidity. The spread is tighter. Trading Alibaba, you're going to get in and out. It's a 2-cent, 3-cent spread. It can dance around. You might try to get out. It might move 7 cents against you, 8 cents against you. Apple is just not doing that, right? So even though I want like 73s or 76s, sometimes it gets to like 81s, and then I'm like, you know what? Like maybe I just kind of take what the market's giving me right now. That's kind of my approach to this one. So yeah, I'm gonna continue to scale. This is exactly what I was looking for. Short, 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 short. Cover, cover, cover. Respect the channel that it's in. It doesn't matter the stock that you're looking at. It can be Alibaba. It can be a small cap. It doesn't really matter, right? They're all gonna, respect it until it doesn't. So that's kind of what I'm looking at there. Just kind of speaking my mind in real time here. Yeah, Cal, I don't know. Are you doing anything with Cal?
I am. I'm out of it now. I'm been waiting, letting it set up for something. It's definitely holding 40, Luca. It's been holding 40 for a while now. Is it setting up for a breakdown of 40 here? Because what I'm seeing is consistently lower highs, but not necessarily lower lows. So I don't know. It looked like a bull flag or whatever you want to pen in or whatever it is, but now I feel it's more setting up for the breakdown. Here we go. Seeing some red and some blue coming in on my tape usually means a move back down. I'm gonna wait on this one. I'm definitely not gonna punch in and try to preempt it, but it definitely looks like it's setting up for something a little ominous here. But I want to also mention quickly Silvergate Capital. Moving up substantially here, now up almost 25% on the day. Looks like we started off the day at 17.5, and the top today is 21.77. This is the 3-minute chart here. The low of the day, by the way, is 17.32. Not seeing any specific news on Silvergate, to be honest with you. Yeah, basically here I'm just seeing in my blotter stuff about like class action lawsuits, but we see that quite a bit, so nothing really
40 reserving.
Specific about that. Silvergate, by the way, is a holding company. It's a provider of financial infrastructure solutions and services for the digital currency industry. So maybe fintech-ish or coin. Let's see what Brendo, crypto strong, coin to nothing individually. Okay, so it seems as if, yes, it's a move in the overall industry. There we go. So getting a sympathy play on whatever coin, move Bitcoin is making. All right, that 40 level broke right now on Kala. There we go. Now we're printing 50s, 40s. This one's headed south. Had a feeling this one wasn't going to hold 40. The lower highs kind of was the tell here. We do have an area of support at 38. That's the bottom end of this consolidation range, the breakout range. So 38, keep an eye on that. But obviously respecting the whole dollar levels on the way down. 39 obviously being the next level. But this one now, 40 support has broken on Kala, Luca.
Yeah, 40 was reserving there a little bit. Guys, it is SSR. I'm thinking day 2 SSR. That's what it looks like. So just keep that in mind. I stopped out of Alibaba for the rest of my position. I said 1021s was the high. I said I was going to go long, but I wanted the long closer to like, I guess maybe I should have got. So this is a good cover. I covered the majority of the position, and I was like, okay, I'll ride the rest in case we actually go to like 99s. I'll just ride like a little bit of the position, so I'm okay to lose on the rest there. We are now back at the top of the channel. I'm like just thinking, okay, so I took it the first time, it was good. Now the second time, if I do take this, I'm taking it. I'm actually going to reshort this now because I'm kind of looking at it. There is some offers there. Bids are coming in, and I'm just watching this. It's like, okay, now it's different. So I have to take a little bit less size on it. But yeah, let me just get in just a little bit less over there and see where this one goes. Not really too sure the stop on this, but I'm willing to add a little bit there. So that was just like a reminder stop to get me out of the position. I'm in a Microsoft short, which instantly goes against me. So now I'm kind of thinking this is not really a part of the plan. The market is ripping to the north side. I think yeah, you know what? Let me just cover this Microsoft. That was not really expected. I was kind of playing off of this recent bounce area of 228. So we got there, took the short, added to it, but that was like very, very sharp up move there. And you know what? Now that we are going up, let me just let me get out of the Alibaba as well. And I got covered VVOS, so I'm assuming I'm stopped out of that one as well. So yeah, just heads up. This is now back through 250 to the downside. A little bit of size coming in there. Do I try the short? Maybe I try the short here. Yeah, you know what? Let's try the short here. Maybe now maybe short is good. Maybe we'll see what happens. I'm running tight stops on this thing because obviously it's just the nature of it. I don't want to get stuck in a halt with too much size. So yeah, if I get stopped out, it's just not a big deal. I'll take paper cuts over getting kind of decimated every single time there. Billy, I'm wondering if the VWAP buy there is a good idea as well. You know, maybe kind of showing that it's a little bit of consolidation, moving to the north side. The short is not good. We are now coming back down. Is 28 going to hold? This is kind of what I'm asking myself. So maybe I will take a small long if this gets closer to 28 and then play off of that kind of 28, 27, 90. If we, you know, blow through that, then wrong on that trade as well. Not going to do too much size on that one just because I'm not super convinced on it. I'm just kind of looking and trying to figure out where are some interesting levels. I know I do like Amazon 87. It's kind of far away. Reason for that is because yesterday we sort of topped out right at 87. And let me draw a line for everybody to see because this is like super clean. Like, look at that, man. Topping out right at 87 and just rejecting the rest of the day. Going back in the going into the close of yesterday, opening in the pre-market up here, rejecting 87 again, going down. Market opens, rejecting the third time, and then finally failing. So I'm actually sad that I don't have any trades on Amazon. I'm kind of sad that I missed that short there, but perhaps if we do get back there, there'll be another opportunity to kind of play the range, take the short, and then look for the move back to VWAP. Something to keep in mind is it is the Fed minutes from December today at 2 p.m. It'll be released. And so it's not an interest rate decision. It's just essentially, you know,
we get to know what they're thinking.
Yeah, you get to know what the past meeting, what they talked about, and they just put it in paper and they kind of print it and whatever everybody looks. So it's nothing new, but sometimes it does move the market. I mean, you know, traders, they make decisions and then things come up and then they're like, oh, wait a second, I remember that from last time.
I know.
And then yeah, the algos are going to do their thing. Probably going to be choppy initially, if I had to guess, and then yeah.
Luca, you want to have a look at RIVN because it is just flying to the high side, guys. Only up 2.77%, but really that looks like a good little pattern developing there, up almost 3%.
Wow, it's pretty interesting. I feel like RIVN is also...
It's like the EV sector in general, I think, is kind of moving today. All right, guys, we'll get back to EVs when we get back from Euro Update. Up with Brendo.
Yeah, 2 in a row here, trying to make it positive for the European markets, guys. We're just waiting for a few final prints to come through, but all of these really in positive territory, back to the upside after a nice rally to kick off the new year outside of Turkey down here in the red. 0.34 for England, 2.04 for Germany, France as well. 2 full percent to the upside. Nice day, though, on a Wednesday here for European markets just closing.
Thanks for that, Brendo. As we were saying with Rivian, it was not near day's highs. I don't know if it's actually near day's highs, but Tesla just definitely made day's highs. 113.38, trading at 113.27 now. This one is moving to the high side, up 4 3/4% on the day. And Kathy keeps smashing that buy button. I don't know. Have you had any trades on Tesla today? I'm not sure I want to take it at these levels. Like, buying it at day's highs, I don't feel comfortable.
I'm kind of like reluctant to touch it right now just because we're kind of going, I mean, obviously we're going up here.
Yeah.
It's holding that pre-market low, and it kind of looking at it, it just feels that like if you were looking at this and you wanted that kind of 108 before yesterday low type thing, and then kind of we trend upwards. But I had one trade on it and it was okay. But I don't know what to think right now. I feel like we're going to be really, really slow and we're just going to do this. Like, I feel like we just do this. And then we go back, yeah, and then we top out. Like, we're already through the high of day, just a little bit. We sort of rejected it initially, then we went up again. We're at the top of the channel. I don't really know like levels on it. Like, I don't really love these levels. It's kind of like in a middle range area. So yeah, I'm probably just gonna stay away from it for now.
I love this
I'm looking at Kala though, and I'm wondering, do I take a long here? I feel like I do. Let me just have a.
You see that? How it reclaimed 40, but I don't know. I'm not like in love with the chart right now on Kala. You have that break of 40, that big, very clear area of support, but then you have a quick reclaim. You know what I mean?
Like you'd have to risk off of like. Well, I guess now we're yeah. And like you would have to risk off of like 39.50, and
I don't like it.
One down move, 39.50 instantly, man. That's
and then
pretty
you're
funny.
right back up.
It's yeah, the spread is like 50 cents on this thing. So obviously, guys, if you're trading that, like you need to be very, very cautious. It's not really. It's not really doing the volume that it should be doing, in my opinion, for day traders to be trading a lot with it. So yeah, man, that's yeah. I don't know why these charts.
Apple's flying.
Yeah, have a look at it because my charts are just.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look here. It looks like the market is back. Yeah, up 1% now. 38.89.75, the high of day on the March ES contract. Let's have a look at Tesla. This one. Sorry for the wick here. I'll fix that in a minute. We're getting to close to day's highs again. 113.95. Apple's doing the same thing. Let's bring in the Apple chart real quick. This one up now. 2.33% on the day. Apple, that is.
Oh my God, these
good.
charts.
There we go. Let's figure out some levels on this because we're kind of riding blind here. Okay, here's the 30-minute chart. Where are we at here? Okay, so this is a clear area of resistance that we had from 2 days ago. So this was a bottom area. This was a support area back on the 30th. So the last trading day of the year. So this is going to be an interesting area if we can break through this area, this 128-ish. We're above it now, but do we hold? Let's see. What's the next level above that? I would have to say definitely, that 130-ish. We see a lot of movement in around there. Look at this. A lot of action around 130 here, here, here. Obviously, being that 130 level, it's the whole dollar level. It's a round number, and the eye's going to be on it. The most recent high, though, is at 131.50, though. So we're still a ways away from that, but it's good to know where we are level-wise. Definitely that 130. And let's see if we can hold above that 128.50. Again, that was the low. That was the consolidation low, if I could call it that, going back to the last trading of the year. What happened, Luca?
Nothing.
Okay, let's move on. All right, let's keep going on here. Yeah, still holding above that 128 on that. All right, let's see what else is going on.
What a cover on Microsoft.
Everything is going on right now. I'm looking. Let's have a look at the watch list. We didn't bring the watch list down today. Notice how everything is green. Yeah, XPEV up 16.8%. NEO, this one won't stop, up 12.75% now, near high of days. 1090s high of days. We're at 1087. Wow, look at this. Everything is green. I think when we get the sector watch, it's going to look a little different this time at the big board with Brendo. Look at crypto. Mara is up 25% on the day. Coin up 13% on the day. Riot, remember this one, Riot Blockchain, 15.5% on the day. What else we got? You got GBTC and BITO doing nothing, essentially, up 1.5%. MicroStrategies up 9.5%, closing in on that 10%. So a lot of stuff to the green side, and now it's kind of cooling a little bit with the small cappers as these, the more traditional plays come into focus here. Let's have a look at some of the stuff we were looking at earlier. That Kala 40 still in play. I don't know what to think about this one. It could break to the either side here. You could have a whole bunch of buying coming and taking it through that 41.50, or you could have a whole bunch of selling. If I had to pick, I'd say the selling is going to come in because we're seeing consistently lower highs here, and that's what I'm basing that on. But anyway. Oh, you're still working. Okay.
This might take a while.
Yeah, no worries. All right, let's keep looking here, guys. We were looking at the watch list earlier. Let's have a look at the scanner, see what's popping up on the scanner. Chat, too, if you want me to have a look at anything, put that in the chat. Surprise, surprise. Okay, SI, I was talking about this one earlier. Yeah, it's near day's highs, 2177, 2150 is where we're at now. So this one, bit of a slow mover, more consolidating at the moment. Nothing really coming up here on the scanner in small cap world. Tops showed up today on my list. Remember this one, Top Ships? I thought this one was like Tops trading cards. That shows that I'm an 80s baby. Yeah, this one moving off that $1.17, coming to a $1.53 high. So yeah, it showed up on my scanner, but in terms of trading, not really that great. Tilray, people saying Palantir Wow, I haven't seen that one in a while. Okay, we'll have a look at some PLTR. By the way, Apple's at high of day now, guys. It's continuing to print new highs in case you're in that trade. Likewise with Tesla, now 114.45 for Tesla. Just want to give you a quick update on those ones. So big tech definitely making that move. Meta as well as with them, but we'll have a look at Palantir because that's what the people want. That's what they're going to get. Okay, so we're actually near day's highs here on Palantir. Looks like it's a nice green day off that 637 low, 668 high. Let's have a look at the 3-minute chart. This is the 30. Yeah, a nice little move. Obviously, the ranges aren't there. They're not that great, so you're going to obviously have to size in quite substantially. What is the volume on PLTR today? Let me have a look. PLTR, here we go. All right, what's today's volume? Come on, load, baby. All right, today we're done 12.8 million shares, so there's quite a bit of liquidity. Keep in mind the average volume for PLTR is about 33 million shares, so we're not even like at half an RVOL at the moment. So PLTR looks like a tradable levels here. Obviously, you've got that 660 bottom, 668 top. There looks to be some support here at that 650 area. It also happens to be near VWAP, so if you're looking for a retracement, an aggressive retracement, that's where you're looking. Otherwise, my first level, I'm looking at 662 to 660-ish, in and around that area. I wouldn't take a breakout trade here, but you know we are headed higher, so you're going with the trend if you take a breakout trade. So it's not a bad thing. It's not for me, though. I wouldn't take it there. What else? People were saying Tilray. Let's have a look at Tilray. Haven't seen Tilray in a while. Canadian weed company, marijuana company. All right, so Tilray, $2 stock, obviously. Nice looking chart. You know, a bit of volatility here at the bell, but that 10 o'clock, that 10:15 comes in, and we're basically headed to the high side. 298 high. We're at day's highs. It's up 8.8% in the moment, 8.36%. Let's have a look at some levels on this one. Let's have a look here. Where could we see some? All right, Shawn saying watch Softy at 230. Let's have a look at Microsoft. We'll switch Tilray. I'll come back to Tilray. We'll have a look at Microsoft. Microsoft definitely the laggard today, but obviously finding a bit of a balance as the market is near day's highs. This is the 30-minute chart here. Let's switch to the 3. Let's go, baby. All right, so we reclaim VWAP here, so we're in a more of a bullish position. Let's see if this continues. We're down still 4% on the day, but that 230 coming into play, obviously that whole dollar level, always key for traders. Where did we top out last time? It looks like we also topped out at that 231 last time. That goes to after the bell, that 930 and that 940 time slot. We had a 231 top, so that'll also be interesting, that 230 and that 231 level. The pre-market, actually this is not the pre, yeah, this is the pre-market. The pre-market high-ish was that 234 level. So mark those levels off, 30, 31, and 34. Those are the areas that I see as possible areas of resistance. Obviously for support might be a bit tougher because this one is definitely the laggard. Possibly a VWAP bounce here, but more likely that 228, 228.25 level. Yeah, let's continue on as Luca gets prepared over there. Yeah, Kala now. Wow, there's the break up. I missed this one. Okay, so it holds 40. It goes up to 42.5, and now we're having a retracement off there. So I was wrong. I gambled. I said I thought it would be a down move. I wasn't in the trade. It was just a call. So I thought it would definitely be a breakdown, but this one looking like it's breaking up. Day's highs on Kala. Let me just tell you real quick. K-A-L-A. Kala is at 43.30 is day's highs. We're 42.80-ish, so we're real close to day's highs. This one's up 34% and looking to print higher. We're getting some tests of 43 here, but buyers stepping in at 43. You saw that happen earlier, that 11.04 and 11.05 time slot. We tried to break through 43 and it rejected. We had a couple of wicks up there in the high 30s, but you know it didn't close above there. 43 getting tested again. Let's see what this one happens. What's going on, Shawn?
I have Microsoft short, but I want to weigh more.
Shawn, by the way, he's got Microsoft short, guys. Remember, he called out that 230 level, saying that he would wished he added more. Here's the chart on Microsoft. There you go. You get that rejection off. Where did we get up to? That 229.70-ish area. What's going on, Luca?
Okay, guys. Yeah, I was just reloading this. This thing is kind of buggy for me today, but all good. Okay, we're reloaded now.
Cala.
Yeah, man. Microsoft off that 230. Guys, Cala's 45
Cala.
now. It's now at 45.
My
Like, let me pull this up quickly for everyone to see. Like, this is I was like, maybe you risk off 39.50, which didn't break. And now here we are going to 45, high a day. Yeah, man, that 50 level is definitely interesting. Oh, I should have gotten long at 40. And I just like, it flushed and I was like, yeah, maybe it's done. And then I don't know, but maybe there's another way into this thing. The thing with this is when it starts to move, if you have the 34 break, you're probably not getting stopped out unless it comes all the way back down. It's like, okay, risk 2 points, risk off, let's say 32. You know, if you get stopped out, you're wrong. But if you're getting in here, it's kind of tough because this thing could like go to 38 and then go back up. Like, you're not necessarily wrong. Like, the real stop has to be down here. But then you open up your kind of risk and you got to go for more. And then is it really going to give you more? All these questions. I don't really know what to think. But yeah, man, that could be spicy. I got to just add back the indicators to my chart because for whatever reason, they are gone. So I will just add these back. But yeah, Cala of interest. I think Shawn really likes that 230 Microsoft level, which kind of looks good. What a cover on Microsoft, man. For myself, what a cover. Just to pull it up really quickly. I was kind of playing off this level, then it went up, covered over here. Now we're sort of going back down. But yeah, we're going to see if it wants to go back to that 230-ish area. Maybe that is the better area for Microsoft short.
Logan Flip saying Cala is a cringe stock. I don't know, if you printed like a couple of thousand on this trade, maybe you wouldn't feel that way. But yeah, definitely. It's very hard to manage risk. You know, it respects levels to an extent, but if you have your stop really close, like look at that 39.50 level, it didn't really break there, held for a bit. So if you were thinking 40 break and you gave yourself more than 50 pennies, looks like you benefited this time around. I didn't see it that way. I saw it possibly as, you know, having broken 40 and printing lower highs, that it was destined to go down. Not so. Breaking through and changing trend and now printing higher highs, and we're almost at 45 for high of day. You could see a bit of a prolonged kind of pennant, like here's the break up and then the consolidation sideways. So you could draw a little bit of a pennant there, but it was really longer than, you know, typically you would see one. So hard to view it from that way. I think that you're right. In this case, it's very, very scary. There we go. 46 break now. This one's flying to the high side. We're getting some selling here, stepping in at 46 to be expected as, you know, new people entering shorts. Yeah, there we go. Right back down through 45. You know, you're going to have to assume that there's going to be all sorts of shenanigans. You saw Luca hold this one for like what, $8 or $9, and then hold it for like 4 back or whatever it was.
That's the thing. It's tough. Like, I want to find a way into this, but it's like, yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I mean, yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we get back to it. I'll keep it on radar for now. So yeah, everything moving to the north side. Maybe there's a dip buy to be had, and yeah, no. Okay. Don't know what to do with that. Yeah, just be very patient today. I think the key is to just be very patient and not to worry too much. I don't know if you're looking at anything else as well.
Not really, to be honest with you. Everything that I was looking at, kind of at high of days and kind of not where I'd enter. I don't really like to time these reversals. Like, I mean, like having a look at Apple here, 128.44, now printing a little bit down. Is the market heading down? I don't know. I don't think so. So I'm not willing to take this short, nor do I want to take it long. Likewise with Tesla, kind of the very similar. I don't know if you noticed, but the last couple of days, Tesla and Microsoft have been, Tesla and Apple, excuse me, have been trading similar-ish. Both found a bit of a dip yesterday and both finding a bit of a bounce today. You know, Meta has been kind of that strong one on its own. You crashed again, eh? Okay. All right. This one, Meta, is like completely on its own. Strong every day. It was up like 4 or 5%. Yesterday, up 3% today. So this one I kind of feel is a good swing trade. Definitely, I talked about this before. Riding the coattails of the bans starting to come in on TikTok. I think it's sort of buy the rumor, sell the news event, waiting for some worse headline to come in that will maybe take TikTok out of the North American market. Who knows? DC Han, DC Han, I hope I don't butcher your name, sends a $2 super chat, says rug pull at 2. Rug pull at 2 for what? What are we talking about, Vivas? What's that too? Let's have a look here. Where's
VVOS?
VVOS?
I don't think so, man.
VVOS?
Where's it at?
I don't know. I'm having a look.
I feel like rug pull is when it's like up. Like if it's down, yeah, you could say rug pull at 2, but like I don't know, man. I kind of disagree on that one.
Okay, well, having a look at the chart here, we're still a ways away from 2. In fact, you've got VWAP here that you got to get through first. It hasn't broken VWAP since maybe the pre-market. Ever since then, it's been moving up. Even when it halted to the downside once, twice in a row, it didn't break VWAP. So this one making almost a $3
at 2
high.
p.m. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that 296 high, we're trading at 230 now. I'm not sure if we've seen the rug pull yet on the VVOS. We've got to at least break down before below VWAP, guys. All right, yeah, Fed saying 2 p.m. Gotcha about that. FOMC at 2 p.m. Yeah, thanks for that, Mohammed. Brendo talked about that this morning in the opening show. Also, I get that on my economic calendar every morning. I'll have a look at, see what my economic calendar is showing me, and it shows me not only what's up for the day, but the importance of that event. And it has horns to signify the importance. If it's 3 horns, it's important. If it's 2, it's medium, and if it's 1, it's not as important. So always looking and seeing what economic data is up on the hot plate today. All right, Tesla making a big move here off that 14, I want to say 60 high, now printing 13.12s, now down near 13. That's a bit of a move on Tesla, giving back some of the goods on that nice rejection off that level. Not sure what that level is. My chart's a little distorted. I have to fix this one quickly when I do send it back to Luca, but yeah, Tesla definitely making a move down here. Not really sure what to make of it at the moment. Let's have a look at, what happened here?
Okay, VVOS. Yeah, sorry for the update there, guys, or the delay there. Yeah, VVOS is now kind of down over here. So I think the long is warm. There's actually stack size. It looks like 35-ish. It's pretty slow. I mean, it is pretty slow, but if it wants to hold VWAP, I kind of like that idea. So yeah, let's go with the long here on this one and see if it wants to hold. We should not be breaking like 2 is my kind of thoughts here. Willing to scale into this just a little bit. We should not be breaking 2. If it's dead, I mean, volume's to tell. It's kind of slow there. So yeah, we're going to see what happens. Somebody's saying Tesla rejected the 200-period EMA on the 15-minute. Yeah, maybe Tesla like 115. I mean, it's kind of like an even level there. It's just very like muted relative to the other days, and I just think that because it is muted, and you know, I tend to scalp a little bit more. I'm probably gonna stay away from it until it shows me something. So we'll see what happens there. I want to go back to Microsoft very quickly. I don't know if it's back at that 230 area. Yeah, kind of slow here. Maybe we get a pop to like the 50. So I'm gonna try one more time on that short closer. Maybe I get lucky and get the fill. If not, yeah, not the end of the world. I guess I got to just let that one go there. We'll see what happens. Amazon creeping 86-ish. Doesn't want to get to 87. Not too sure. Maybe like short 86. I'm going to try this. Not sure if this is like the right idea here, but I'm going to go with the 82. And is this correct? VVOS? Okay, no. VVOS is in a downhold. Huh. All right. This is my worst nightmare, honestly. Okay. Stay tuned, and we'll see where this one wants to open. Thankfully, starter size, guys. Starter size is key. When you go into a long and it goes into a downhold, it's not looking. I'm like, what is going on over here? This doesn't look right. Yeah, we'll see where that one wants to open, and we'll go from there. That's kind of funny there.
Oh, just reading something here. All right, let's have a look. What are we at here, guys? Tesla retracing, but what I want to talk about quickly was something that I ran into accidentally. Here we go, RSLS.
Thoughts and prayers. Thank you so much.
Look at this. If this isn't a flat bottom breakdown at 1020, I don't know what is. But the thing about this one is the spread is not bad. It's 5 pennies now. It's just the liquidity on this one. But it looks just prime to break down. This is what I'm looking at. You have that move, you have that move down. You have the same thing here, and you have that move down. Now this one's setting up better than the others, in my opinion. It's holding below that 50 period, so I'm thinking about maybe getting a quarter position, at least getting my beak wet a little bit with this one. You know, you want to participate a little in this one, but you don't want to give back the nice dub we had on earlier. So I think I'm going to get into a quarter position here against my better judgment, I'd have to say. And the spread is 10 pennies now. It was 5 pennies earlier. Let's get into a quarter position here, guys. And I won't give it too much against me. So we're gonna go south on this one. We're gonna take the 20. We're gonna take the 20 short. There we go. So do we get the full fill? Yeah, we got the full fill. Now obviously because the spread is 10 pennies, we're already out of the money. But the idea here is to wait for that 1020 breakdown. Now, where am I giving this to? I think I'm going to give it to 1046-ish, 1050-ish. And the reason I say that is because it's really respected that 50 period the majority of the time on the downside. So from the downside, it's retraced to those levels. And for the most part, not really broken it by too much. So currently, the 50 period is at that 1044, 1043 on my chart. So I'll give it to a little bit above 1050 and looking for that breakdown through 10 and possibly even more. This one's down 35% on the day, but it's really at low days now, guys. So I'm in it. I'm in it for a quarter position, and I'm going to see what happens going forward. I don't sound too confident there because I feel like the liquidity is, yeah, you know, the liquidity is a bit of an issue on it, Luca, but I'm going for it. Mohammed Al-Barash saying GERN is on the move again. Let's have a look. GERN. Let's bring in that chart real quick. I don't know about that, man. I mean, you know, you're getting a bit of a bounce here off that 316. We're up to 327. You know how I feel with these small cappers. You got to be above VWAP to take that long. I'm not really a big fan of taking it below VWAP as a retracement play, so I'll steer clear of that one. Having a look here back at RSLS, yeah, it's still doing the same thing. Kala now making a bit of a move back up now, almost up 40% now, trying to test that 45. We got that rejection off 46 last time, but we closed right at that 45. So that move up to 46 was just a wick, and it was super momentary. This is the 1 minute chart, guys, by the way. Yeah, this one's going to have to hold and stay above 45. I'm not going to take any part in Kala at the moment. It just seems a little bit too crazy for my blood.
Yeah, it's yeah, we'll see what happens here, guys. I'm short Amazon. This kind of feels good off. Huh? Oh. Okay, yeah, now you guys can hear me. Short here off this 86 level. I'm willing to add to it. I want this to actually go to 86.20, give a little bit of a pop so I can get into a little bit more size on this one. If we kind of go down the same plan, I really want to cover in the 80s using this level. I'm just going to recycle levels over and over again. So, yeah, we'll see if it wants to give a flush. I do have offers out to the north side and bids out to the downside. Now that I'm looking at Tesla, I'm kind of seeing offers there as well at this 114. I know we're going to go through 114. I mean, we didn't come all the way back to not play these games over here, but let me just do small size to start on this one. I know I said I'm going to stay away from it, but now that I glance over, it just kind of feels like we had the pop, we drop. Now back to the 14, we can't really go up, so going to take a little bit of a stab at it. Market, you know, running close to that 3,900 level, but not really, 38.95. You know, it's probably going to eventually test the 39 because we just kind of came this way. So we'll see what happens. And yeah, Amazon actually flushing now. So let me just a little bit of that, okay, and one more. And okay, there we go. So covering that flush there, pretty nice. I think this can actually come a lot lower. That's kind of my bias. So I'm gonna hold a little bit more than I usually hold. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But it just feels like I feel like that's kind of like, as I'm glancing at it, that's the right idea. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, Tesla working to the downside. I'm just going to cover that right away because we're at this bottom of the range. Maybe it creates another wick off bottom. Can I get the fill? No. No. Do I even want the fill anymore? Okay, yeah, that was kind of what I was worried about. This little kind of dip, little wick off bottoms, 50 period, and then we go to the north side. I think I could probably get 113, but I'm going to bid 113.20 area. Let's see if we can get out over there. Hopefully he wants to fill me on that one. Amazon is sort of slow over here. We're going to see. But we're going to go over to Big B really quickly for happening now.
Hey guys, into lunch hour we go. Nicely positive once again for the market right across the board here. We're back to basically session highs right across the entire thing. 1.2% here for the S&P. Dow 0.8. The Russell holding on to a nice gain once again, 1.6%. For the 2000 leading the way. The NASDAQ lagging ever so slightly, 1.12, 0.95 for the composite and the 100. If you were with us in the pre-market, we had you all set up for CRM for, yeah, that GEHC. What a move that's had today off the lows initially with some selling coming into play. And RIVN, yeah, narrowly missing 2022 production and delivery targets. But nice bounce for RIVN as well off the lows there. It tested that 1660, 1650 area 2 times and then ripped straight up to 18. Nice day for RIVN, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, CRM definitely getting a lot of attention today.
All right,
up 3.4%. Not really super tradable. It made that move down. Let's have a look at the 30-minute chart. I wanted to look at this one back at my desk, but got preoccupied with some other stuff.
The Tesla fill. Nice.
You got Tesla fill?
Yeah, Tesla filled to the downside, so that was a pretty nice trade on that one. Still in Amazon. And guys, just a heads up, VVOS, 4,400 lots at 220 if you're looking at it. 4,400 lots, 220. So yeah, that was kind of unfortunate. Took the long, went into the down halt. It opened, went back up. I had the small size, so I'm not really too concerned. Like I could risk to, you know, like down here. But now seeing the 4,400 lots there, I am slamming this short, guys. I'm slamming this short. I'm in pretty much full size almost, but I want to get a little bit more. Yeah, you know what? Let's get a little bit more over here. Okay, yeah. So if we break 2 to the downside, my target on this is like 181 as like a best target. You know, 4,400 lots, 220. That's sizable, man. It is obviously, you know, it's not crazy amount of notional value, but I think it's a good look, man. So if you guys are watching this, if you paid for shorts, watch that 220 area. That's sort of that's really interesting. If we break 220 to the upside, which we shouldn't, if the short's going to be good, we should not. If we break 220 to the upside, then yeah, you know, I'll be out of that trade. So it's an easy trade for myself. My stop is 221. It just makes the most sense to do that, and we'll see where it actually wants to go from there. Yeah, and maybe I'll actually pay for more shorts on this one. Somebody's saying Disney short is on. We could have a look quickly at Disney on that. Disney is, yeah, everything kind of looks the same. Everything kind of feels really strong, and I don't know if I want to be too aggressive on the short side unless I'm kind of seeing something very, very clear. I think I got more fills on Amazon, so this one's actually working to my favor, working very nicely. They're going to cover a little bit more down there. I think I'm holding the rest for 85.41. Maybe we get to 85.41, cover the rest over there. So we'll see if it actually wants to fail, go through the 50 period, back down to the downside. You know, my logic was we tanked and we kind of stopped at like 85.20. Then we stopped again over there. Then we blew through it, right? So yeah, we could go back through it easily. We could. But I just feel like that's the sort of stall area. So if we want to break the 50 period, I'm pretty light on the position now anyway, so it's not really a big deal. If we get the fill, great. If it goes back up, I'll see my P&L is going to negative, so then I can add back to that one. So pretty happy with that. This VVOS, man, this is going to be a banger. This one's actually now going to the downside. I think the smarter thing to do is to actually have orders scaled as opposed to trying to get this like magical number of 181. Just look at this. I mean, we stopped at 182 before the up move, so it's kind of coming down. If it's going to be good, we're going to probably get to 180. So I want to cover the majority of the size around that area, but it feels like the smarter thing to do might be to just kind of scale those orders and see if I can get those fills there. But again, if we do go up, I do want to just add a little bit more. 4,500 lots. That's a banger, man. That's a banger. Muhammad asking CCL, Luca, and Sharif short. Sure, I can give my opinion, and then Sharif can give you the alternative opinion on this one. It's nice to have difference of opinions, man. I think that's kind of what makes trading very exciting. And yeah, watching the show, being on a trading floor, that's definitely the interesting part. So this is strong, and I wonder if there's like a level that I'm looking at here, maybe 9, closer to 9. It is strong, but I sort of feel like 880 is a, and I'm pulling over the daily, and I'm just going to look at this quickly. This is like, yeah, 850 to like 9 is resistance. But it is strong on the day. I'm not really too sure what to expect with this thing. I don't think I'm going to take a trade on it, but you know, if we get above 880, I like it better, kind of playing off the 9 for the potential fade back to 850 VWAP there. So that's my thoughts on it. I'm not really thinking long. It's already kind of up too much. Playing with fire. And yeah, maybe you have an opinion on CCL.
Let's have a look at CCL, sure. Did I miss one? Kala, still up there, geez. Okay, so CCL making a big move up 8.75%, 8.75%, 875. Ironically, is the high of day. Isn't that funny? It's up 8.75%, 875 is the high of day. All right, not something that I trade often, so I got to zoom out. Here, when in doubt, zoom out. We always say, all right, so where are the levels here? Obviously, we have a level coming up. That 880 level was a level back on the 21st of December. That's the last time we were around that level. But the level really glaring at me here is that 970 to 950 level, and that goes back to mid-December-ish. Yeah, it's not one of those ones that I've been trading. I know that there's a tailwind for the travel sector at the moment. People want to spend money on experiences rather than items, rather than things. So obviously that's been benefiting them. But I don't know how all these airline delays that some people experienced during the winter break is really going to play into that whole thing. I know we had a whole thing. I don't know if you got to hear about it, Sunwing, when everybody got stranded in Cancun. They were all Tulum, and nobody could get home. Americans south of the border had the same thing with Southwest. So we've all been experiencing it north and south of the border, obviously, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know too much about this. I don't trade CCL that often. Those are the levels that I see. It's obviously up a lot on the day, but so is the market. The market's now up 1.1%. Yeah, not much I can add, I'm sorry, to that, but I just want to update our viewers. Apple was just fined 8 million euros. Not a whole lot, obviously, by the French data watchdog. Not sure what that is as a result of, but Brendo sending in that in our group chat here, having a look at Apple. You see a bit of a retracement off that 128.44. But, you know, it sets up like it's going. That was just a, you know, a retracement, a bullish retracement. And then it looks like we're headed to the higher side. I don't see a real major trend change here on Apple, but it'll have to take out day's highs, obviously. All right, let's get to RSLS because we are about to spin that money, baby. Why isn't it working today? Oh my goodness, I got to get these guys to fix it, but I just did it. There we go. Now more to the sell side. Come to my screen. There we go. Is this going to halt to the downside? I'm just going to get out of everything here, or should I? Nah, I don't think that that's a good idea. I'll cover, let's see if I can cover at a little bit above the level here. Will it fill me? Not yet. Okay, so bouncing back just a bit. I got short 1020, got filled at 1001, and it made its way down all the way to 960. Now, mind you, this is a quarter position, right? So I'm not going full position here, but this one definitely printing, basically printing. This one's really been a good short, and this is what I was looking for, guys. Looking for that flat bottom break after that long consolidation period. Sideways, there we go. Now it's going below my order, but the spread is what it is. There we go. We get filled. Guys, can you spend the money? Because I can't spend the money over here. There we go. We get filled on that downside. So I'm holding basically 10% of that trade left. Can you, or you can't? Okay, there we go. I got 10% of that trade left, but this has been a rock solid one. 1020 short, just got printed here at 972. There we go.
Late better than never.
Better late than never, baby, but never late is better. Anyway, still heading to the downside. We're looking now for the 950 break. 10% of the position, looking for that 950 break, Luca.
Yeah, guys, VVOS still kind of in play there, so I'm just sort of adding to the short. I feel like eventually we're going to get that break down to the downside. So it's I'm really loving it, just kind of chilling now with that one on board. I tried a little bit of an Apple long, and I was like, I don't know, long maybe into like the high, but then it sort of stopped, and now we're back up. I'm like, I don't know, I'm not gonna do this dance right now, so I sort of just punched out of that one. Now just nursing the VVOS. Want to see how this one wants to react. I covered the majority of Amazon because we are holding now at the 50 period, and I sort of feel like, do we go back to the north side? You know, the market turning around for a little bit, giving you that dip. I feel like the dip buy is the right call. And you know, as I say that, I'm actually going to try start a position here on Amazon long for the move back into 86. I feel like the long is, you know what, actually, let's take more of this because this feels like it could be a good trade.
That's what I want to hear.
Yeah, back into 86, man, for a little bit of a scalp. I mean, it just kind of, this is the bottoming area. If we dip down a little more, I'm going to add again. I'm playing off 85.40. That's kind of where I wanted to see the flush down. We did not flush down. We're sort of robotically sticking to this 50 period right now. I feel like if the market wants to, you know, run back and go for this kind of test there, then it'll be great. I'll take that there. So yeah, we're gonna see how this wants to react and play off those levels over there. And yeah, VVOS is just kind of dancing around here. I guess it took some of the size there. Keep in mind that a lot of the times when you see size
doing the dance with no pants.
Doing the dance, man. When you see size on the book like this, people are playing off of it, right? So a lot of the times if people are taking big size in front of the size, they're using the size as the out. So then when it goes to the size, it like prints the level. People are getting out. They're risking 2 cents, 3 cents, 1 cent, whatever it is. And when it rejects, so I think it just tested, and then when it rejects, it kind of comes back down very nicely. So I'm pretty comfortable with this position here. Kind of liking it. So we're gonna see, yeah, add a little bit more there. We're gonna see if this wants to actually give the flush there, and then how 220 wants to react. I think Tesla is kind of moving back to the upside here. Amazon, where are we on this one? Sort of dipping down. I'm going to give this a little bit of time, but again, that 85.50 to 85.40 area, like if we break that, I'm probably wrong on the long. So, yeah, we'll have to reevaluate.
We're going to have to hit a bang for this RSLS trade. We get out right in front of that 950 area. 951 is where I put my last out for that last remaining 5 or 10%. I'm not good at math, guys. But yeah, the reason this is blue is because this was a partial fill. So I didn't actually get the full fill there. And then I felt like, okay, good. I want to hold a little bit more. So I canceled the order for that part fill and then held a little bit more down into that 951 area. So again, 1020 short, taking it down into 954, a nice 70 penny winner. And it breaks down now, Luca, below 950, 938's coming in on the bid. If this isn't a nice flat bottom consolidation breakdown, I don't know what is, but this was setting up super nice. And you know what's even nicer about it? The fact that it really respected that 50 period, and you could also draw a trend line for that. Now, sometimes it's like sporadic, right? You'll see this consolidation sideways, and sometimes it'll be like higher highs, and then you'll see a lower lows, and you'll see all sorts of things that kind of throw you off, and then you're just basically looking for that lowest level to initiate your short. In this case, it kind of showed you, hey, I'm headed south because I'm staying below the 50 period, I'm staying below this moving average, and my breakdown point is that 1015 area. I front ran it a little bit. I gambled by jumping into it in front of 1020. The reason I say 1015 is because this trough right here, that goes down to 1013, 1015 area. So I jumped it a little bit, and you know, whatever, I reaped the reward of that one. Nice little trade. Back to some more small cappers. Kala, my goodness, I'm still not going to participate in this. Luca, we broke 50.
Oh my God, I did miss it.
We're below 50
well, not
now.
Really. I feel like I'm going, you know what, yeah, let's go long right here.
50-50 is high of day, go for it.
Can I get this trade here?
All right, so
this is a dangerous long. I do understand this, but it's pretty small size. I just feel like if we actually get going to the north side, like where is the top on this thing? Are we going to finally go to 70? If you know what, if I can hold this position, I'm kind of scared of this position. But small size, I'm at the top. This is not generally what I do. You know, it's but it is 50. I said 50. I'm going to give myself that 50 level. It's a new level. We could, I don't know, go into an up halt. Maybe we run. My target is, I'm just going to say it, we get to 69.69, I'm out of this trade. That's kind of what I'm going for, and I'm going to try to hold it as much as I can. But again, guys, if this goes against me for whatever reason, I'm out of the trade. I just got to kind of roll with what I got here. So, yeah, all eyes on Kala. This thing now moving to the north side, man, already like $3 in the money. Yeah, definitely can't complain. It's this is, hopefully I have this level. Hopefully it just like, yeah, hopefully I have this level, man. I hope we don't go back down. Like, we could easily go back. You know what? Yeah, should I sell some? I don't know. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll just kind of like, I don't want to sell any, though. Because maybe if this does go, it's a banger. Well, you know what? I'm going to be responsible this time. Last time I was like, I'm selling nothing. This time I just feel like if I was in at 34, I would be selling nothing. But because I'm kind of in at 50, it's like this is a dangerous long, man. Just keep in mind, guys, this is a super dangerous position here. Like, you know, Kala, it's been in that range for so long, and I just want to drag over the daily just to kind of show everybody. It's like we're now through the highs. So that's the logic on the long. It's like 50 psychological level. We're through the highs. In general, positive catalyst. It was holding for so long. I would much rather be long at 34. So imagine the size I'm taking at 50. It's pretty small there. So yeah, we can easily go right back through 50, right back down into 40, into a down halt. So yeah, these are just atop my mind over here. So I'm gonna see, man, if 50 holds, I'm risking off 48. I think that's the right thing to do. If we go back through 48, we could get to 40. Yeah, see, now we're back at 48 right now. So, yeah, you definitely got to be cautious with this one. But we'll see if 48 wants to hold. I mean, this is kind of like the break.
Are you out? Or are you still?
No, I'm still. I took some out for the $2 winner, so I'm pretty happy kind of locking in the win and then holding the rest and seeing where this one wants to go.
You're happy with a $2 winner? I hit the spin the money button for a 70 penny winner.
I know. It's Kala though. It's Kala. I'm going for percentages here. I'm going for $20, guys. Living La Vida Loca. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Living La Vida Loca. I'm gonna try to diamond hands this, but again, guys, if you trade and you know this type of trade that I'm in, you know how stressful it can be. Amazon is kind of going down here. I want to just quickly lighten up on the position because I think we're gonna go down. So I'm gonna take a little bit off, but I'm still holding. I just don't want to ride too much of the size that I was getting into all the way down to 40. So I'm kind of like, if I scale out of my winners, sometimes I like to scale out of my losers too to kind of damage control on that one. VVOS is still below that 220, so not really too worried about it. So yeah, Amazon, 7 cents out of the money. VVOS is basically flat, 3 cents out of the money. Cala, I am definitely watching this one like a hawk, guys. Yeah, that 48 level should not break to the downside. I kind of was having trouble with my stop orders yesterday. They were triggering for some reason, so I was kind of worried. So I don't want to have a stop. I just want to watch this. You know what, though? I'm going to put this on. I'll put this on the side burner over here. And then hopefully I don't get stuck in a down halt, guys, because yeah, you know, it's like VVOS. I was long, and I'm in a down halt. I'm like, what is going on over here? Somebody's like, I'll pray for you. I was like, please pray for me. This is who knows what happens here. So yeah, hopefully this works. Hopefully these positions want to work for me, and I kind of want to get something going with Apple as well, but I'm not too sure any levels on this one. I guess the long is not the wrong idea, but it's just very, very slow. Again, guys, keep in mind, you know, in 2 hours the Fed is going to come on, release Fed minutes, and you know, things are gonna move, right? So all these levels that are sort of setting up, not to say that they're going to be irrelevant, but it's going to do a lot of things. It's going to dance around, so that's kind of something you have to keep in mind. And yeah, we'll see where that one goes. I want to also revisit Microsoft. Are we closer to 230? I think that 230 level is still valid. I'm going to start a position right now. Smaller size on this one because I want it to go, like I want it to go to 230. I want to size into it. If we go down from here, okay, great. But anytime that you see sort of a little bit of an up move, kind of a higher low, and then now we're moving higher, it's like, you know, there's a kind of like a little bit of an uptrend, even though it's down 4%. So I think it's weak. I think if we turn, we go back down easily. I want to size into it. If it goes down now with the size I have, it is what it is, and I'm gonna have to ride it. Yes, Cala, this is what I was looking for. Okay, you know what? Let me do the right thing here. Give me that fill. This is the thing, man. It's so hard to get these fills. I gotta really punch there. And does it wanna? Yeah, no, that's. Yeah, guys, make sure you have like the correct keys. Okay, there we go. Perfect. So I am holding for 69.69, but I am also like, okay, you give me a $3-4 winner at the high of day. I don't know, man. I got to take that win. So pretty good. Now in a $4 winner. This one's looking good, man. This one's looking good. If you look at the book, it's terrifying. It's a ghost town over there. Who knows kind of where this thing goes. But again, guys, just to reiterate this, if we break 48 to the downside, I am out of this trade. There's no way that I can hold this against me. I don't know, man. If we break 48, like, do we go to 41? Like, I'm not holding a $10 loser. I'll tell you that much. But I do know that if we actually flush to the downside, my worst case exit, I think, could be 44. Like if I miss this. So I hope I don't miss it. That's kind of why I'm like, you know, taking a little bit of wins there. But yeah, we'll see where this one wants to go. It could be a banger. Yeah, I'll keep that one posted. And yeah, man, Amazon is still dancing around. Maybe I should add this back. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll add back a little bit more on Amazon here. Yeah, no, and yeah, so we are, yeah, it's, I was like, and we can go over to Sharif very quickly, and he's like, no, I gotta get my protein. Are those protein cakes that you're making?
Do you want to try it?
Do you have an extra one?
I do.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure, man. I'll try it. So,
serious.
oh wow, okay, is this peanut butter?
It's peanut butter.
Let's show everybody here. Which camera we
rolled
got?
oats, agave syrup.
Oh yeah.
And some nuts.
Oh yeah.
It's as clean as it gets,
baby.
baby.
Oh yeah, let's go. I'm so
right.
excited for this.
I've got a little bit left in my mouth. Professional, we are on the show. Luca, what a Cala trade, bro. Good for you, dude. Man. You're still pumping on that. Yeah, you're going to hold it like last week. Something tells me you're going to hold for the dream.
I am holding for the dream. The moon. I don't know where the moon is, guys. Feel free to let me know. 69.69 can only happen on 420. Well, yeah, I can't hold that long. So, huh?
Hey, primo. Is it actually good, or are you just saying that?
No, it's like peanut butter. I love it.
Good, yeah, I told you. Yeah, all right, guys. I'll bring more. I'll make some for the show. Super healthy, too, guys, by the way. This guy, he's going to need a drink. What are you talking about? He's going to need a drink? He's printing on this. He doesn't need a drink. All right, guys, let's have a look at what else is going on. Yeah, I'll spare you this boring RSLS trade. It's done. I'm done. I'm out of it, so I'll leave that to be. It looks like the market kind of consolidating sideways now after kind of moving off that 38.96 high. We're at 38.91 now. A bit of a move down, but you know, nothing really to speak of. It's still more of a move up, I would say, on these guys. And Apple, Geez, Apple is continuing to print high of days. You're not really seeing it
like
reflected
so
on
silly,
the
but
market,
I'm
but look at
rolling
this.
with it.
128.46 just printed high of day again. Look at this nice bull flag continuing here. Let's see if we can see any important levels here on the 30-minute chart that we might run into. Okay, we talked about that 128 level. It's since demolished that level. Now it's at 128.50. The next level we're really going to have to take into consideration, obviously 129. We topped out here in the last trading day of the year. Before that move into the afternoon, that 129 was a level, and obviously that 130. It goes without saying it's really the whole dollar is here, but that's where the price action is dictating, so that's what I'm looking at. 129 seems to be a bit of a top, likewise with 130. Then that 131.50, which is yesterday's pre-market high before that big move down that we had at the bell yesterday on Apple, from 131.50 down to the lows of 124.22. What a move on Apple yesterday. I don't know how you feel most of the time, but when Apple goes down, because I'm not holding anything in my long-term account, I get excited. I'm like, oh, I'm going to buy. The next day I come in, it's $2 lower, and then a week later, it's $5 lower. So
my buy target on Apple is 110. I'll add that to my portfolio at 110 if we do get there. 110, 111-ish. I mean, if we don't get there, I'm not buying. I don't really care. But if we do, I think 110 based on the charts and whatever. Like, it is Apple, right? So I think somebody the other day was like, is this the next BlackBerry? I was like, well, I hope not. If I'm going to buy
that's what Kevin O'Leary was saying. No, you bring up a really, really strong point. I don't know if how many of our viewers remember, but there was like a show back in like the day called the Lang and O'Leary Exchange. It was a business show, essentially. They talked about stocks. And Kevin O'Leary was of the opinion that Apple was going to eventually become like the Sonys, like the Samsungs almost of the world. That they were going to be an electronic device maker, and they were going to go by the wayside, like Motorola and Nokia and whatever. They obviously have proven to be a lot more than that, and they get you in with the ecosystem. They have like very unique and like product launches like the iPads created by them, et cetera, et cetera. You guys know the whole story. So when do you bet against Apple? I mean, is that a bet that you take? Do you take that? I mean, I don't, right? It's just not smart to me. So I always look for areas where this one is going to bounce back, because that's what you assume it's going to do. It's going to bounce back. That's how I see it. What other opinions about Apple? Feel free to put them in the chat. We'll have this conversation live on the air. Otherwise, we're printing new higher of days here on Apple. Let's get to that segue. 128.59. We're still headed to the high side. It's up 2.81%. You can see in the background there, Tesla not making that move. Now it's down off its highs of 114.60-ish and basically consolidating a little bit below that 113. So big tech moving up, but not all of them. Let's look at the big tech chart before I send it back to Luca real quick. He's in Amazon. I'll show you guys Amazon in 1 second. Here are the big six. And the strongest look to be Meta and Apple, Luca.
Yeah, guys, Microsoft gave a little bit of a dip, but not the dip that I'm generally looking for. So I'm going to continue to add to this. It's based on time. It's based on price. So I'm valuing time and price. I'm saying how long is it staying at this price without really going to the north side, even when the market's kind of dancing around. I want that flush back through VWAP. 2850-ish, sorry, 228.50-ish is kind of the level that I like. So that'd be a dollar winner if I can get that. Yeah, that'd be pretty clean there. VVOS, looking back, it still is here. There still is some size there. I don't even know if did this go through? No, we do not. I don't think is that real? The size is still there from what I can see. So I'm kind of playing off that. Hopefully it doesn't, rip my face off on this one. Already once, trying to get my money back on this one.
Give me my money.
Yeah, basically flat. So still kind of chilling with that. Amazon, it pushed to the 50 period, so I'm getting some out at the 50 period. I really want that like push to 86. I think it's not too much to ask. I think we can actually get that push there, so I'm going to try to hold on to that one. And yeah, I will continue. Like Kala hopefully continues to ride trend, right? So it has the up move, holds trend, has the up move again, holds trend again. So let's see if this thing wants to actually blow through 56.
What are those indicators you have on? So when I stare at your chart,
well, this is 50 period.
So but zoom in, because you have a green one on there. What's that green one?
What green one?
Zoom in. What, this
that's
one here.
blue.
Oh, blue. Okay.
Isn't it blue?
I couldn't tell. Yeah,
I'm pretty colorblind, guys. So yeah,
no, I think you're right. It's from my
I think
angle.
it's blue. I'm pretty sure.
What is
that?
Yeah,
it's so this is the 13 or the 9, one of the two. It's basically short-term trend.
Gotcha.
You have this kind of long-term, the 50 period, and then you have VWAP, right? So yeah, it's holding short-term trend for now. But the real trend, the real stronger trend for me is like the 50 period. So yeah, I do think that this could dip to 47. But if it holds 47, you know, the long is still good. So something that you can look at is, you know, look at the 15, you know, look at the 5, where are we standing? My long is based on level, it's based on 50, it's based on the fact that, you know, I think we're gonna break 50 and just go up, and that's exactly what we did. And I'm sort of like taking the wins as they kind of, you know, I think my best cover will be 69.69. Like, that's kind of what I'm going for. It's, I watch this thing and I just think like, you know, if you're giving me a $10 winner, I need to like take some off. You know, it's stressful to watch, guys. But yeah, no, 69.69. Hopefully my best cover on that one. We'll see if that one wants to actually come to fruition. Like, we could easily dip and then come back up, reclaim, and go back up, right? So nothing goes up forever. As much as you want it to when you're in the long, nothing will go up forever. And so it's like kind of like, you know, you got to get those dips going. So I'm not adding to this. I'm going to scale out as it kind of goes up. But yeah, 69.69 is where I'm covering. Maybe I'll cover 69 shares. That's 69.69.
I like it. Yeah. Okay.
And that whatever you just gave me there, that was amazing.
It's got him invigorated, guys.
Somebody, Scarjo Rabbit, why 69.69? Is it a professional trader secret level? I think it's a secret level.
I don't know
honestly
about
believe
that.
it's a secret level.
That
that's my level.
666 used to come into play a lot on Tesla back before the split.
Yeah, I would
that
never
was
dabble,
constantly.
man. I was just like, you know, and Amazon's up here. I'm going to take a little bit more off on this one as well. Going for that 86 for the best cover on that one if it happens there.
All right, guys. Pally making a move here, being yelled out in the chat. Look at this, up now 10% and at day's highs. This one's getting really aggressive to the high side. I'm going to set up a quarter position here, so when I do punch in, it's going to be a quarter position. I'm not risking full on this one, especially with the fact that, you know, there's no catalyst on it. It's a continuation play from last week. Remember, Pally, before we all went on break for the new year. In case here you're wondering, Palisade Bio is a clinical stage biopharm company. The company is focused on discovering, developing, and commercializing oral therapies that target diseases associated with the breakdown of mucosal barrier protecting the gastrointestinal GI tract. So it looks like it's a heartburn thing, guys. All right, we all know that a lot of people suffer from that. Either way, it's a biotech company. Biotech companies have been all the hype right now in small cap world ever since mRNA kind of got that thing going by I want to say the middle of December or maybe the end of December. Anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. mRNA started that trend, and all these biotech companies have been coming out of the woodshed and, you know, running up 100, 200%. You've seen them constantly do that. Cala Therapeutics, the biggest among them now, up 66.67% today. But this Pally trade, I'm not sure how I'd play this. You know, I hate punching in at day's highs. You saw Luca do it. Works for him. He's obviously got better timing than me or better instincts than me. For that, I'm looking for more of a retracement play or some sort of pattern to set up for me to feel comfortable getting in.
Microsoft
if I'm looking here, I'm looking at that $4 level retracement. Why? Well, you have a couple of rejections off that 4. Essentially, that 395 got rejected, and then you had that 4 test, and then you had that rejection, then you had that 3rd test here on 4, and that's when it went bonkers, moving up to 435. So 4 clearly to me, I'm going to say is a level. Will it make its way back down to 4? That's a question. I'll have a resting order maybe hanging around 405 or 4, and I'll give this one at most 10 pennies to the downside. Seeing that, you know, it's got only 90 pennies of range here. So you can't give it more than 10 pennies on that. It's still creating highs, guys. Still creating newer highs. Pally, what's the high of day on this one now? 437. You know, hanging out at 430. But this one looks like it's getting a lot of eyes on it as a result of being a continuation last week. What's up with Cala, Luca?
It's making me sweat, man. It's making me sweat. This is not what you want to see when you're long, when this thing is going down. You know, you need dips. Right? You do need dips, but again, playing with fire at the 50 level, I need to be ready to punch out of this. I cannot afford for this to go down $7 on me, which it could. So that is trading. That is why I'm locked in on this. For a brief moment, I was like, guys, everything is like really, really working. The thing is, it needs the dip for the move back up. So it's whatever. It is what it is. I shouldn't be uncomfortable, but it's one of those things, right? Microsoft giving you that beautiful flush. Somebody's like, finally Microsoft, and I'm like, yeah, man, finally Microsoft. So now I'm going for like the dip to 80s on that one. I'm just kind of taking, this is the thing, I kind of short, and then it's like cover 50 period, cover VWAP, cover target, and then you're basically averaging out. Like you could just cover VWAP, right? But what if it stops here and then goes back up? So I feel like that's the way to do it. Yeah, this is the rare occurrence where I'm in 4 positions, 2 longs, 2 shorts. Everything's working for me. Life is good right now. Definitely can't complain. Amazon, I am just kind of scaling out because I thought it should give the pop, but now it's like not. It's going back down. Fairly light on the Amazon position, so not really too worried. If we get back down to 60s, I think my average is 60s, so I got like 15 cents of room here. But yeah, if we get back down to 60s, I'm not really gonna add. I'm gonna punch out of the rest for a break even. So kind of made the money on the short, right? Lightened up on the position, added it back, not the full size, added back a little bit less because I was like, okay, whatever. And then yeah, pop to the 50, scale out, and now if we go back down, cover the rest of that. So Amazon is basically trade management. Microsoft is basically trade management. I'm really liking the short on that one. That one's probably going to be good. I have my bids out to get the fill on VVOS if we actually flush closer to 2. And I mean, like my average is 9s. Do I want to cover 5s? No. I'm going to try to get 2s and below. I feel like those are the money fills. Those are where I want to get the fills there. And then obviously Kala is the dream, guys. Kala is the dream. I will keep on dreaming until the dream turns into a nightmare, and we will see. We'll see where this one wants to go. I have my order out, man. I have 1 order out for this, and it's at 69.69. So let's go. Somebody's saying Pali running again. I know you were just talking about it. I'm gonna pull it up to see if there's anything that I can kind of take a look here and maybe get into this one as well. I don't know, like maybe the short is better on this, but it is up, I mean, 10%. It's just kind of like a random.
It's a continuation play. It's not even a new catalyst. It's like from last week.
Yeah, I remember
if you caught it on the 4 break, you're made money. To be honest with you, unless it breaks 5, I'm not looking at that anymore.
Yeah, I might just, I'm just gonna like keep that one there on ice. Not really too. It's like whatever. I mean, I feel like the short is better, honestly. It's like it does volume, it goes up. It broke 450. Now, if you're like short this, I almost want to like be short at like 45s and risk off of like 61s, but I think I missed that opportunity there. So I'll just put that one on ice, and it's probably pay for shorts too. So I'm just not really too concerned with that one. And yeah, we'll see if Amazon wants to jump. Do I have an order out? I don't, so I'm gonna just have the order out closer to 86 for that one. And yeah, market kind of going back up. You know, it is 12:30 now. Things potentially slow down. Going for the Ferrari, eh, Luca? Absolutely, man, absolutely. Every day I come into this office, I'm going for a Ferrari. I want to leave here with the money to buy 1 Ferrari in cash, and that's kind of trading, man. That's for myself. I just want 1 Ferrari. I'll live in the Ferrari. I can drive everywhere. I can travel, you know, and yeah, man, that's the goal there. So yeah, Kala, the dream is the Ferrari. So let me do a quick check on how much they are nowadays, and yeah, maybe that's kind of my target. You know what, though? I'm actually joking there. But Kala, I'm looking at this, and I'm like, it's up 61%. Maybe the play is to sell it when it's up 69%.
Well, okay.
As opposed to $69.
Sure.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see where that one goes. I got 4 positions on board. Pretty happy with what I have now. As I cover these trades, if they want to turn into better winners as to where they are right now, then yeah, I will go from there. If we go down, yeah, Kala will probably be the one that I take the L on first, I would assume.
All right, someone wants me to have a look at BYSI. Not sure what this is. Let me have a look quickly here so we can have some context. BYSI. All right, so this one, it's up 12.5% on the day. Beyond Spring is a clinical stage global biopharmaceutical company. How many times are we going to hear about these biopharma company guys? The company is focused on developing cancer therapies to improve clinical outcomes for patients who have high unmet medical needs. Okay, you guys get the picture. Obviously, from a day trading perspective, I'm not in love with it. It's done 251,000 shares at a $2 price tag, so clearly the volume isn't there. Now, in terms of a swing trade, let's have a look at the daily. See what this one's up to. Okay, clearly it started making a move. It's got a cancer headline, obviously probably in sympathy, I'm going to say, with mRNA. It looks like it made its move when mRNA started to make its move. That $3 level looks like to be almost the high there made at that peak. It's actually 297, so it didn't quite make it to 3. But, you know, retracing now, but finding a bit of a bounce here. Now, I think personally that these biopharma companies, whether from an intraday perspective or you know, a multi-day perspective, like as you saw with this one here, they're all the rave right now. Remember back in 2020 when SPACs were all the rave, when EVs were all the rave? EVs are still hot now, but they were all the rave back then. And remember when the virus plays were all the rave? Like that's what mRNA gotten known for. So, you know, they all go through their little moment now, and it's biopharma back on the front seat. Now, from an intraday perspective, can't give you any advice. It's not tradable, to be honest with you, at all. But from a swing perspective, you might have something there. Have a look at those levels. All right, Kala making a bit of a move back up. It kind of held that 51 area. Now it's back into 52. Yes, Luca. I might have to punch in with you here, man. Like, I mean, you can't be enjoying this all on your own. How come I can't get a little bit of it? I'm going to punch in soon. I don't know where. I just don't want it to go against me. This one has right now a 25 penny spread. Sometimes it's even wider.
Yeah, it's dangerous,
and it moves as crazy as the spread is.
It is a dangerous one, man. It is a dangerous one. Guys, Microsoft is kind of slow to go down, so I am like slowly just kind of covering that one, just a heads up. It's I thought like we would stop and then go down again, so like leg down, leg down, leg down, but now we're like leg down, like nothing, stopping. So I just don't know why that's happening, so I did kind of take off another piece. Yeah, maybe we can, is this just going? Yeah, guys, this is going,
it's going.
Man. We're going, let's go, 69, let's go. Okay, man, this does feel...
Kala stop won't stop.
This is, okay.
Oh my goodness,
Wow.
Days high just got printed on Kala, guys.
Let's see if this holds. If this holds, then it's good. We're going to 60, I think.
Oh my goodness, you're giving me
closer to
all
60.
sorts of FOMO for not punching in.
FOMO is real,
I
baby.
should have punched in at that 52, and now it's at 56. I was like, oh, what an idiot I am. I would have punched out already. I'm not gonna wait like you. You got more patience than me, Luca. I would have been out for that $2 winner in a second. What are you looking at?
Sorry, I'm just kind of like, wait, did I cut? What did I just get out of there?
Okay, so a bit of a
Amazon filled
retracement.
fully. So Amazon gave a nice pop to the north side. Yeah, the market's kind of pushing high. So fully out of Amazon, very, very happy with that trade. If this now goes up, I don't really care. My next idea on Amazon is an 87 short or potentially 86.20 reject back down. Then I want to flip short again. So I'm not going to flip short right away. I'm going to chill. Yeah, guys, Kala is something else, man. Kala is something else. Maybe I'll just get a... just give me like a little bit more over here. There's like a high a day. Maybe like take the high a days. Like look at this. It's like, okay, up, high a day, then back down. High a day, then dip. High a day, then dip. High a day, then dip. So it's like, okay, I'll cover like a little bit on the high a days there. But yeah, no, this one feels like it's just not stopping. So why get out of it? Microsoft, okay, this was my worry. This is why I actually covered some, because it stalled a little bit and then just boom, rips up. So that rip up helped me on Amazon, but not on the Microsoft short. It's not something that I'm going to punch out of right now. But yeah, if we go back to like I think stop for myself is like 30s, 230, 31. I'm sorry, 230, just above 230 in general. Like if we get there, then obviously I'm wrong on the trade. I already locked in the win, so I'm pretty happy with it. Now I'm just kind of hoping that the rest goes back down. I don't even actually need a stop on that one because it's Microsoft, so we're fine with that. Yeah, let's see if we can get the below VWAP cover for the rest of that position. And yeah, so now 2 shorts on board, 1 long. The long can't be wrong, baby. Let's go to the north side. Obviously, it could be wrong. Anything could happen. Who knows what happens next? But yeah, it'll be interesting. And I just want to say quickly, 3.5K likes is what we're at. We got 5,300 of you guys watching. If you don't know, Neil is going to eat a spicy chip if we hit the 5K. I feel like we're at 3,500. We still have an hour and a half. It's doable, man. Tell your friends, log into your other accounts. I want to see Neil. He's not at his desk, so I'll just say this. I want to see Neil eat this spicy chip, man. It'll be like super funny to watch. He'll do it live. It's gonna be pure pain. So yeah, guys, you know, if you're 5K, man, we need that 5K come through. I will never agree to eat a spicy chip like that. You know, throw 20K likes, still no, because I'm gonna die. I'll probably die if I eat that. So he agreed to it. His word is his bond. He's a man. So yeah, man, let's get those likes going. Yeah, guys, and if you're liking the show, obviously, and you don't care about the spicy chip, feel free to hit the like button as well. And yeah, 10K for 2 chips. He's not here, so I can't ask him. But I think he'll say yes because he's like, oh, there's no way it's gonna happen in like the next whatever. But yeah, maybe by like the end of the year that could actually come through. So yeah, guys, tell your friends about this stream if you're enjoying the show. Having a great time every time I come on here, man. Obviously, trading is stressful, but I kind of de-stress myself when I talk. And somebody the other day was like, Luca, how do you trade and talk at the same time? I'm just like, because I just kind of talk all the time. So yeah, for myself, it's like, it's just a second nature. Just like, yeah, guys, look at this, look at that, look at this, look at that. So yeah, no, these positions are awesome. Yeah, hopefully you guys are liking the show. Somebody was making me laugh too. They're like, bring the Lambo catalog for Luca. Yeah, somebody's like, hey, we're traders, we buy Lambos. But I know, but I just kind of like, I love Ferraris. I love the kind of, yeah.
I love Ferraris too. I'm with you on that one.
I know like Lambo is like the supercar. It's like the
Yeah,
most sexy,
I like the Ferrari,
like exciting. But yeah, give me the classic Ferrari for Sunday driving. I'll take that every time.
Absolutely. All right. What? Oh, this guy, Brad's yelling from the back there. Smack talking Ferrari. He doesn't like Ferrari. We all know that. All right, guys, let's have a look at what else is moving on here. Pally giving up the goods. Luca, looked like you were right there about taking that short, but at the same time, to be honest with you, I was right at the same time too. That 4 holes to a T. It literally goes down to 399 and bounces back up immediately to looks like 425 there, so that's could have been a bit of a winner, but definitely setting up for something more short. If you had to ask me, it definitely looks like it's setting up short for a flat bottom breakdown, take it through that 4. It's only up 8% on the day and really on suspect news, to be honest. Let's have a look at some big tech. You see Luca trading some, where were you trading, Amazon there?
Yeah, I got the fill on Amazon.
Yeah, you got the fill
still
on
in the
Amazon,
Microsoft short. Somebody is making me laugh here. First of all, Sharif is more focused on trades. I'm like, yeah, I'm focused. Well, this is the thing. Now that I'm in my position that I like, I'm like, okay, let these positions work. I don't want to. I get really stressed when I'm in too many positions, right? And speaking towards stress, somebody's like, oh, Luca talks more when he's stressed. Yeah, maybe I talk more when I'm stressed. I don't notice because I'm stressed, right? So I'm just kind of doing the do's and trying to manage everything here. And that's why I'll say, guys, hopefully, hopefully you're enjoying the show because I'm having a good time, enjoying myself. Just a heads up, VVOS is creeping to that 220. There's not the size there anymore. It's like a quarter of the size is left. Or it's like a spread across a few different gateways. So like it still is there, but I'm sort of thinking that as we get closer, the breakout could be like bad. Like it could be. I mean, I think the shorts are still in, so I am still short from over here. But I'm just kind of worried now. I'm worried that if we do break, where's my out on this thing? Am I gonna get 241s? Maybe I do put the stop in for that one, and hopefully it doesn't stop me out. Let me just manage this quickly.
Yeah, there we go. Now you got Kala moving back to the high side here. Yeah, let's see if we can break through that 55, 56-ish. Where am I long? 67s. Yeah, this one taking its sweet time, but definitely showing its intention to go to look up. And I'm also short Tesla at the moment. Also a little bit out of my position. I'm short 15s, so I already took a little piece out there. So waiting for this one to do its move. It looks like it's heading to the downside. That's why I like this short here. I may not print immediately, but I feel like we're looking for a continuation downward. We have that move down, consolidate sideways, move down, consolidate sideways, and I'm looking for another move down on that. So I'll be patient with both of these. I have to give these trades time to develop, to be honest with you. Likewise with Kala, back to Kala here, flipping between Kala and Tesla in a range, but I think, holding the moving averages. I think it's got more legs to the high side in a quarter position on Kala, guys. Can't afford to be in a full position. Tesla, however, though, is a full position. So looking, yeah, it's making me sweat here, really holding that 112 level. If it gets down into that 112 single digits, then I may take a little bit more out to de-risk and capture some more profits, but we'll see. I think that this one is definitely headed to the downside, but don't quote me on that, obviously, because I don't want you following my trades and then blaming me, Luca.
I blame no one but myself, man. I live and die with my own decisions. I make dumb decisions all the time, guys. You're watching it live. I make good decisions, and I'm like, look at that one. That was a banger. Then I make dumb decisions, and I was like, look at that one. That was a pretty dumb decision. But there's this thing, man. You got to live with your own decisions. That's life. Be a man.
That's life. Well, that Sinatra song, That's Life.
I love that.
That's one of the best songs.
Life.
Yeah,
that was yeah.
If that wasn't copyrighted, we'd be playing it on the
show. If you guys don't know that song, just type in "That's Life" Frank Sinatra, and you will see a great classic, guys. Amazing, amazing, amazing. It's like when I get smoked, I go, oh my God, and then I play the song, and I'm like, well, that's life. Back
Sinatra said it, so it's got to be right.
Yeah, man, it's, yeah, hope, somebody's like, Luca, were you named after Luca Brasi? No, I was named...
Luca Brasi from The Godfather.
There's always somebody in the chat who's like, Luca Brasi, sleeping with the fishes. And I'm like, I don't want to sleep with the fishes, man. I want to just sleep in my bed, you know? But, yeah, no, I don't know why I was actually named Luca. But I did learn that in Latin, Luca is bringer of light.
Oh, okay. That's
so,
nice.
you know, that's why I'm just dropping these kind of, you know, illuminating the world with my smile. I think that's kind of what I tell myself.
I like that.
Yeah, man. Tesla, it looks like it wants to actually break this 112.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Giving like a very short-term flat bottom break
Hey,
to the downside.
Luca.
But yeah, no, I don't know. We're going to see what happens there. I'm not going to take that position. I'm just going to chill.
Because the market's still headed to the high side, to be honest with you. That's what's making me
VVOS
worry.
is going to break now to the upside, too.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, Tesla's kind of moving counter market at the moment. It is headed, it does look like it's headed to the sell side, but the market really near high days. We're at 38.93 here on the ES, and it's 38.96 is the high, guys. So I'm going to de-risk a little bit more here on Tesla. There we go, another L. So 2 profitable trades so far on Tesla. Now waiting for that, definitely for that 112 break, but it's definitely making me wait at the moment. This market has to show some weakness in order for Tesla to head to the sell side. All right, back to Kala. I'm still holding this one, guys. I like it because it's continuing to hold the moving averages, but it's got to find new buyers. I mean, we're not moving through that 56 unless we get some new buyers coming in. Volume looking like it's taking a bit of a break, even though we're seeing a few green candles pop up here on the 1-minute chart. This one's a tricky one, guys. It's going to be a tricky one, and I feel like I punched in a little bit late on this, but yeah, we'll see. We'll give this one time to move. Tesla breaking back up, finding a whole resurgence of buying. I'm short 15, so I'm out of the money now. It's in the 20s. I still like the setup on this one, so I may just be patient and wait for that breakdown, but it's still within that range, definitely. Rejecting off the 20 period there. It's whipsaw, obviously, but 2 positions, taking profit on one, waiting on the other, and we'll see how she goes.
Yeah, so I am out of the VVOS. I took the L on that one, and this is the thing, man. This is why you stop 20, this is why you put a stop at 220. Okay, let's step back. This is why you put a stop at 221 exactly. There we go, got it out. I'm just kind of like mind boggled over here because I'm like, I love this short. And guys, like I'm gonna draw something here because I just love drawing these things. Let me just pull this up very quickly. So this is what I wanted to see. This is what anybody wants to see. It's like you see it go down, it goes into a down halt, it opens, it shows the size, right? And then down. And then I would be covering, that was the plan, covering like over here. But no, this thing just kind of stays over here. And then I'm just like, guys, heads up, 220. This is probably going to break. It breaks. I get out. So I lose on the trade, but I don't get destroyed. And yeah, I'm kind of happy where I covered on that one, thankfully. So yeah, that was the L. It is what it is. I think I lost, what, like 10 cents on that, so not a big deal. Kala continues to work. I want to say 50. Where are we at? Why is this not... there we go. Yeah, at 55, like, well, you know, this is kind of like a level here. It's kind of stopping here for whatever reason. Like here to here is like that kind of like resistance area. This was just a blow off top. Again, this is the thing. I held through this dip, right? And it's you know, it's not easy, man. It's stressful because I'm getting to my price and I'm like, like don't go against me. Then we rip to the north side. I go, okay, smooth sailing to the north side. The 50 period is actually getting closer. So again, guys, this thing has showed all day that it wants to just ride the 50 period, ride the 50 period, ride the 50 period, now going back to the north side. So I think I'm good. This was a dangerous punch, man, but I think I'm good. So I'm going to actually, I don't know how high we go, but I almost want to say it's safe to probably use like 50-cent increments. So it's going to like have a move, like let's say, for example, this is what I'm thinking. Like if we get through like 58, it probably goes to like 58.50 like right away. The spread is like, the spread is what? The spread at times is like 90 cents. Okay, no, that's not what I want to see. That is like a, this is what I'm worried about, man. It's still sort of holding here, so we're going to see if this wants to hold 50 still. This is the worry, man. It goes for the high of day. It nukes right away, and this is why you can't be in over here. If you're in over here, you get smoked, right? So I'm playing with fire, getting in at the high of day. It just generally works for me. So I'm kind of like selling, but this is kind of the move that I'm scared of. So it's still holding. It's still holding. That was an ugly dump. I'm not going to lie, guys. That was pretty ugly. But I'm still in the money, so I'm not really too concerned with it. And my stop is 48. So stop is 48, and that's just something that you got to watch that. So I'm going to put that in. Hopefully that's the right stop there. Yeah, okay, so hopefully that's good. Yeah, this is the thing. If these moves go high a day, go back down, and then hold, I think the long is still good. And we stopped right at the 50 period. So I'm thinking I like that trade. I'm in a good position, so I like that. Microsoft is now back down here, and it's just kind of at this level that it was before, so I'm just going to cover a little bit more here. It's unfortunate. Why is it holding this level? I have no idea. It's, 12.50. Things are a little bit slower. What is VWAP holding? So 229 are the covers. So I'm going to hold a little piece again, 4 below VWAP. But yeah, it's just like, it's a time thing, man. Sometimes it's going to be like that, right? You just got to look at it. You use price, you use time. You say, why is it spending so much time here? Maybe I have the wrong idea, right? Again, I'm not going to be right all the time. It is relatively weak. If the market fails, Microsoft is finally going to fail. But I'm okay with it because it's like a scalp trade for myself anyway. So I'm just being very patient with my scalps a little bit more. Somebody's saying, why is it so loud? I think everybody's just back in the office.
Yeah, they're coming back from the meeting.
There's a meeting in the back there. So yeah, everybody's back in the office. Yeah, man, now it's alive. This is alive. The same way the market is alive, the trading floor is alive, man. It is alive. And I'm going to quickly look at CRM here. We can have a look at CRM, see if there's anything interesting on this one. And also Alibaba, as I load this one, let's just see where we are on CRM. Did not look at this today, but it's sort of curling up, holding VWAP. Kind of interesting, 138, 140. Do we actually run to 140? You know what? I like a long through 140. So let me just do that right now. If we go through 140, I'm gonna take a long, and hopefully it goes like 50, 60 cents in the money. That's kind of my logic on that trade if it wants to set itself up. Pulling back is Microsoft. No, Microsoft's now it's going 229. Okay. Do I have a bid out? I'm gonna bid like 80s. Let's see if we get that fill. And then going back to Baba. Where is Alibaba as well? Oh man, 103. Okay, Alibaba, I'm done with you. We're done. Yeah, and I think I may have missed the Amazon short, but it didn't necessarily get to 20s, so it is what it is. I'm not gonna have another trade on this probably unless we really push up.
All right, guys, let's have a look. I covered that Tesla short for a loss, guys. So I got to tell you the truth. Didn't end up going the way that I wanted, and it broke that 50-period moving average, so I had to get out of that. That was going to be, that's trouble for me. But to be honest with you here, the market is making a move down, and so I think it may be a time to reinitiate this short. I think this is just a perfunctory break of the 50-period moving average. What I'll do is I'll have my out a little bit above this peak right here just to give it a little bit of room. Market, it's not moving down, but it's just you're seeing a couple of red candles, and you're looking for some weakness in Tesla. They're short 54s, so we'll wait for that one to develop. But you heard Luca talk about Baba. Let's have a look here at what Baba is doing and Chinese ADRs in general. Let me just move this here. There we go. Nope. Why is it moving on me? All right, so the watch list here for Chinese ADRs. My goodness, look at this on Chinese ADRs. You have Baidu up 10%. You have Baba up almost 13%, JD up 16 and almost 0.5%. XPEV also 16.5%. NEO 12%. So all the Chinese ADRs really catching that headwind or that tailwind, from basically the easing of restrictions on Chinese tech companies. There we go. Now we're getting some movement down in what's it called? Tesla taking a little bit piece there. Let's take another piece as it comes down there. So nice, making back the money on Tesla. Thankfully, there we go. Okay, so that was a nice little break of the 50 period to shake people out, but the short continues to be the move here. We're now 30 pennies in the money on this one and printing more. Let's see if we can break through the 20s. I'm seeing a lot of blue and red come in on my tape there. Now we're testing 20s. We're in the teens. We'll take another piece out here, baby. There we go. Let's head to the sell side on Tesla. This one printing nicely off that 112.54 short, retracing back in the 30s. My break even will be at my entry point. Otherwise, I'm just going to ride this down through 112, Luca.
I got the Microsoft fill. Life is good. Got the VWAP fill. I am fully out of that position. That's a winner. Pretty nice on that one. Pretty happy. Somebody's saying, oh, we got a super chat here. Thank you so much. Can you please check out EDBL real fast? Sure. EDBL on the NASDAQ. Oh, this is a 20-cent stock. So again, I don't really trade 20-cent stocks. First thing you got to look at is the volume. It just kind of looks very, very light. It's down 8%. Morning pop, back down. This thing is, it's done, man. It's done. My gut feeling is volume is always the tell. And see how it just kind of downtrend and now it's not really doing anything. It's, you know, 20 cents is like that short-term support where it's kind of probably bottoming out. Nobody really selling it. Nobody's really buying it. But yeah, that doesn't look good for longs, man. The kind of pop and drop, and now it's just not doing any volume at all. I have no idea what this company is. EDBL.
What is it?
EDBL.
EDBL. I'll tell you in 1 second. It's edible. Is this weed?
Edible
Garden Incorporated.
$2 million market cap? No further comments. No further comments on that one.
Yeah, we'll leave that one. Okay, that'll be basically, that's your comment right there. Hard to trade these type of stocks, guys. Hard to manage risk. Yeah, and besides, you got to take ample amounts of size with these sub $1 stocks. There we go. Now we're printing lower on Tesla. We take another piece out there, making up for that boneheaded trade we had earlier. Okay, so we were testing the low.
Trade. Yeah. Sometimes I take boneheaded trades.
Well, I should have averaged into instead of getting out, because I had to, you know, I assumed that it's going to retrace off the 50 period, and that was my thinking. I didn't follow it, and I paid the price. I should have averaged in, but I ended up getting out. So looking for that 112 though, that 112 break, guys. That'll tell us that we have a nice trend continuation to the downside. That 112 definitely held up. First time around, we're seeing very close to 112 now, 112.03. I'm still holding 33% of this position. So let's take out a little bit. There we go. Now we get the break of 112. Are we going to get a little bit here? There we go. Nice. We get the breakthrough. We'll take out a little bit here, guys. Yeah, let's take some out there. There we go. So now we're holding 23% of the position as we print into 80s. There, we're going to take out a little bit more there. So Tesla printing really well, now holding 12% of the position. I'm going to wait for this one to test possibly that 111.50 area. Yeah, there was a nice little move. There was a nice little consolidation area. So this Tesla trade ends up working out big. Pumped about this one.
I have no patience.
It's all good, bro.
No, I'm just saying, like Microsoft, I'm like, this is going to go. And then I'm just like covering. I'm like, nice win, Luca. And then it's like market's flushing and you're just like, let's go Tesla. And I'm like,
sorry.
I'm like, yeah. No, it's fine. I'm just saying it's kind of funny, like different perspective. But yeah, all good.
Not like I'm moving the market.
No, it's, yeah, man, are you spying on my position? Sir Robin Hood is like, you said boneheaded trades. He's like, are you spying on my position?
Oh, no, trust me, I'm the biggest bonehead around here, man.
You know, sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not so good, you know?
Shout out to Gattuso, obviously. Coaching in Spain now.
Is he?
Yeah, he left Italy. He left La Serie A. He's in La Liga. All right, we're going to cover the rest of our Tesla short there, so we're all out of that one. Profitable trade on Tesla. Guys, we got short 112.50s, and we covered at last piece, 111 in the low 70s. So, yeah, almost a 90 penny winner. That's a lot for me. If anybody knows my trading style, I'm not so good at holding, to be honest with you. So, yeah, there we go. Now, Cala. Cala is the bane of my existence, and looks like it may change that title if it can break through this little profit taker that I have here waiting at 54.55. I averaged into it at 53-ish, but you know, it's really taking its sweet time to print any newer highs on this one. I've got a tight stop set up in case it really flushes to the downside. I've given this ample amount of room in order to ensure that the stop triggers, and I'm talking about the room between the stop order, the triggering order, and the limit order. So if you don't have an offset between them, you could find that your order doesn't fill and the stop is as good as useless. Let's shout out JT37 sending a $1.99 super chat. He says, can you break down KO, please? Daily and weekly. Sure, let's have a look at KO. We'll switch this chart here. All right. Looks like Tesla's continuing to head to the downside, but I'll look at that in a minute. KO. All right, so intraday, it's up 0.35%. It's a $63 stock. I'm not even sure what KO is real quick. Let me just find out here for the viewers. So, oh my God, it's Coca-Cola. Really? Oh my goodness. I don't trade Coca-Cola, so I wasn't aware of Coca-Cola's ticker. Obviously, you guys know what Coca-Cola is. I'm not going to get into that. Let's have a look at the daily. What has COUP been doing lately? Okay. It looks like definitely off, you know, the 52-week, sorry, not the 52-week lows, the COVID lows there in March 2020, where it was $36 and change. But off the highs, it's not really. Guys, we got to the high here May 2022, and that high was 67 and change. We're at 63 and change now. So we're not really off those highs by all that much. So COUP looking like a strong you know, long-term hold. I guess that's to be expected. It's a blue chip. The daily chart looks fantastic if you're asking for a long-term dip. I'm not sure what this dip here was. Let's have a look. The October lows. Okay, so we had that market flush to 3,500 back in October, and so yeah, I'm sure that was probably something to do with that. Let's have a look at the weekly. Let's have a look at the weekly here real quick.
Mike
kind
is
of the same.
asking a quick question.
Yeah, go
Powell
for
is
it.
releasing the minutes at 2. So yeah, no speech, just the minutes. And while I am looking at the chat here, thank you so much for the super chat over there. We do appreciate the super chats. We put everything back into the show to make it a great show. Make it a great show. So if you guys are enjoying the show, hit that like button. I just added to the VVOS long over here. It popped. It's not going down. So, I mean, if abort the short, the long can't be wrong. So here we go. Let's hopefully run to that 250 level and go to the north side. That would be great. You know, I know this could be another, like, down halt. I know this, right? I got stuck in the down halt. I have a little bit more size this time. If I get stuck in the down halt again, I'm just going to be like, I'm just going to say, yikes. I don't know. So, guys, pray for me on that one. Hopefully I don't get stuck. And it goes down right away. Okay, guys, this is, can I get out of this? Yeah, I'm just gonna get out of this. You know what? I'm done with this. I'm taking the L. It is what it is. And let's go Kala. That's all I'm gonna say.
There you go. There you go. That's going to be the winner for you.
Jesus, man.
69 is coming into play today. You heard it here first. No, okay. We're obviously joking about that tongue-in-cheek stuff here, guys, but it is setting up. I mean, it's consolidating. Just not sure what it's looking to do.
Yes.
But the market, Luca, is now what's coming off now. Look at that move down.
Yeah.
A bit of a double top there on the 3-minute chart on the ES March contract, 38.96. Now we're printing down 38.77. So we have a bit of a move down. Looks like Amazon's doing the same thing too.
Yeah. Somebody was like, Luca, man, so rude. Let Sharif finish analyzing Coca-Cola.
Oh, it's okay.
And I
No
just like
problem.
wanted the quick update there, but it's yeah, it's Coca-Cola, man. Come on, Coca-Cola. You drink Coca-Cola. You don't trade Coca-Cola stock. It's not the most exciting thing out there.
Definitely
But
not.
yeah, no.
I guess he was looking at maybe swing trade because he was talking
Yeah.
about weekly and daily, so definitely not intraday.
Yeah.
Looks, man, whoever asked for that, Coke looks good. It's a blue chip stock, to be honest with you, and it's definitely a lot closer to the highs than it is to the COVID lows. So it looks like a good stock. But am I qualified to give you financial advice? Obviously not. I'm just telling you what I see on the chart. So hope that helps. JT37. And yeah, shout out to Tenacious Sour D, who said, can we look at the edible stock real fast? Yeah, I didn't shout you out by name, so I want to shout you out there for the 199 super chat as well. Kala. What is Kala doing, Luca? Have a talk with your boy here, because I need to get filled soon.
I'm I'm just like, as time passes and it doesn't go up, I am like giving myself time stop. I'm giving myself price stop as well. But it's holding, man. I think another leg up, maybe. We'll see, man. The last thing I want to see is like this is going to be like a head and shoulders and then we fail. So I'm just kind of going back. It's like you have the sort of the first pop and the dip. You got the second pop, little indecision, and the dip. Then you have the rip. This does feel like a top, and volume is dying, right? Keep in mind, volume is always the tell. And can you see this right here? Volume is sort of dropping there. So I'm just kind of thinking, like, I hope people are shorting this thing, because that is going to be fuel to the fire. If people are shorting this thing and we go down and then we go back up, they get squeezed, they punch, it goes higher. So I really want more shorts involved. That's kind of going to make the long work better, in my opinion. You know, can't just have longs that are buying the highs. Longs don't really buy the highs. I mean, maybe us sitting here buying the highs. But we know we're playing with fire on this, right? So, yeah, just keep that in mind. And I know Microsoft, yeah, see the Microsoft short, hopefully you guys held that because that's a banger. Had it, covered. Great trade. Could have held a little bit of a piece, but it's all good, man. It is what it is. Apple is free money right now. Nah, man. There's no such thing as free money in the market. You worked your butt off to learn what you know, and you know, you paid dues for that, man. You paid dues for it. So, you know, it's not free. Good on you if you're making money, I'll say that much. I sort of want to go long Apple here. Yeah, you know what? I'm going long for a quick scalp on this one. I think like we could like pop even to like 33. So I'm gonna see if
I was trying to have a look at see what the short float on Kala was. I'm looking at FinViz. It's telling me 7%, but that's probably before it made its huge move to the high side, because these things update I think every 14 days. Fact check me on that, but you know, it probably hasn't been 14 days since Luca was trading, and that's really the kind of the early stages of when it got going. I know it got going probably a couple of days before that, but it definitely hasn't been there. Oh wow, here we go. We're getting that big move down on Cala, so I'll have to get out of that. That'll be a big loss for me on that one. I averaged into this one, but now it is plummeting to the downside, Luca. Holy, what is it doing? Holding that 50 though for the moment, but that definitely looks like the shorts are in order on that one. I take a slap in the face on that Cala long. Should have gotten out at that 54s. Looks like that 54s was a bit of a top there. Wasn't really able to break it. I mean, it was showing me on my on the ask that it was breaking 54s, but it didn't really print anything there on the tape above that. So that ends up being a big move down. Now, do we hold this 50 though? Like we're retracing back to that 50. Do we hold 50 here, or do we make that head and shoulders pattern that Luca was just talking about? He's holding, he says.
Holding.
He's holding. All right,
holding till 48 breaks. That's kind of the plan. Guys, I already kind of paid myself on the way up here, so I'm not really too concerned. But I'm holding, man. I'm holding. I think these things, you enter at these tough areas, right? It's going to do its thing. It's going to dance around. 48 is kind of like, you know, $2 stop, $4 win. Pretty good. Pretty happy with that. But yeah, man, it would have been nicer to be in at like 36 or 34 because then you're just not susceptible to these kind of getting stopped out. Like this thing could easily, and I just want to like, this again, looks like a little bit of a head and shoulders. You know, for whatever reason, Cala has been holding up for the whole time. I don't know why, but you know, it's showing you that it just wants to continue to make highs. And so like, I don't know, man, does this thing like go down and then do this and then, you know, start to go like this and then go back up? Or do we just kind of go like this and then down, right? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen next. It is up a lot. This is why it's smarter to scale out. Somebody before was like, Luca, take your $4. And I was like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like I'm taking some of the win, but sometimes you just got to hold, man, because, you know, these are the trades you hold. I don't hate myself for like selling Microsoft early. Like I don't care about that. But yeah, with Cala, you know, it's one of those things that for myself at least, it's like if we're gonna go to 60 or 70, like Microsoft's never gonna give you that percentage. So someone's like, yeah, scalp demon it. No, guys, scalp demon on large caps. And like I'm in an Apple long right now, which is not working for me. But I'm sort of going for like the little bounce. Give me like 10, 20 cents. Like I'll be happy with that one. So it's kind of coming back down. I'm sort of playing off that VWAP level over there. I want to add a little bit more to this, so that's what I'm going to do here. Add a little bit more, see if I get that fill. I want to like add as it like drops into like 126.90, and then maybe we do get like a little bit of a pop there. So we're going to see what happens. Still about 50 minutes to go. You know, Fed minutes coming out. I'm probably not going to be in these positions when that does come out. I don't think Cala is going to be. I don't think it's going to be affected by the Fed minutes. I want to say that it's kind of a beast of its own. Exactly. It is just affected by like shorts that get squeezed. So hopefully this move draws shorts, and now we go back up, we break 54, and those shorts just get squeezed. If you're short this name, I'm sorry. It's a zero-sum game. It just is what it is. Yeah, so we'll see what happens there next, and maybe. Let me check.
I took that 51 break on Cali for a balance, and then I scalped out a little bit. I'm still negative on the name. 51.60, I got some out, and then a 52.10s, I got some out for over $1 winner. Sadly, even though the dollar winner is you know, still in play, still negative on this name. My out will definitely be at my entry point. It looks like it's at my entry point, so we'll get flat there for break even on the remaining part of the trade. So this one looks like it's still downward inclined. Well, to be honest with you, my entry wasn't all that good. I got the 51.10 instead of really getting that 50 area. That's where it kind of double bottomed at. That 50 area would have been a lot better. That would have been a $2 winner instead of a $1 winner. So still negative on Cala. Need to figure out how this one's working out. All right. Let's look at some big cappers here. Market still, yeah, it looks like there's a bit of a reprieve, a little bit, maybe. A couple of red candles here, green candles on the 3-minute chart. Still holding the 38.80 area.
I feel like I want to be
38.96 is the high of day, 38.36 the low of day. So definitely closer to the high of day than the low day. But Tesla, having a look at this, probably got out of that short a little too early, as it looks like it's continuing to the downside there now. That 1150, 11150 coming into play. It looks like it's setting up for another one of those flat bottom breaks that we saw here. Look at this.
I'm going to try the long. That's so weird. I'm actually going to try long
Try
here on
long.
Tesla
Okay,
for a little
I like
move.
it.
I want to be long stuff.
I think you can retrace to the 50-period moving average because it's done that several times.
Yeah,
before it breaks down.
This is like a super small position, so I'm not like large on this. It's just like a random level, basically in front of VWAP. But I just kind of feel like this is like I want to be right. So I'm like taking the trade. I want to be right on it. If I'm wrong, no big deal. I'm not going to get destroyed. But I feel like I want to try that. Guys, Apple was nice. I kind of add, pop back, got some out. Now I'm still in some of that position. I'm going for like 29s. If I can get those 29 fills, I think they're going to come right now. Because this is a scalp trade and I'm going for like the scalp trade, I'm not like, I don't care if it, I just want to scalp. Like I know it's like not, again, I don't want to say free money because I just said it's not free. Obviously paid dues to kind of see this. But yeah, give me these little wins, 10 cents. I'll just do it over and over again. You guys know the deal. Scalp demon on the large caps. That is the deal. And somebody's saying, can you make the symbol or the symbol of you trade larger? I don't know if you're talking about the banner down there. Yeah, maybe somebody in the back sees your question and they'll deal with that. Okay, yeah, Tesla is.
Oh, the ticker they mean maybe.
My out on this one is 11. We go to 111, I'm out of that trade. So I'm giving it a 65-cent stop. It is a large stop, but it is like a little bit smaller size. So yeah, not my top concern. I want to see if I can find a way back into the Microsoft short too. Like where's Microsoft right now? Well, no, yeah. Kind of like, is there anything here? Maybe we go down. Maybe I short this. I'm gonna short this again.
Yeah, Microsoft's been.
Yeah, I'm gonna short this. I'm gonna short this here. If we go to like 228, I'm gonna be out of this trade. If we go back down 220.50, then I'm gonna take the win. So yeah, it's kind of like risk 20 cents to make 20 cents. I think that's kind of the right play there. We'll see if that one wants to work. If it wants to blow, actually maybe I'll add like a little bit more here. That feels like the right thing to do. And let me just with this keyboard that I don't actually love, but okay, there we go. That looks really good. Yeah, if we blow back to the upside, which we could. I'll be wrong on the trade, which is fine, and we'll go from there. So yeah, Apple just waiting for those top fills if they want to pay me. What was the high there? 25? Maybe I should be 24s. I don't know. I just kind of feel like that's going to work there. Someone's saying explain scalping. That's a great question. So essentially, scalping is you're sort of looking at. So this is my take on scalping. Scalping is very vague. It's a very general like okay, scalping in general. It's just short-term trading, so like buying and selling a lot, buying and selling a lot. So for example, going to Amazon, which looks a little cleaner, it's like I'm shorting, I'm like scalping it out. I'm going long, I'm scalping it out. So this is kind of like my definition of scalping. I'm just kind of like short because we're at this level, going into the 50 period, okay, cover it. Then go long, like cover above the 50 period back into the level. And then I said I wanted it higher, like I would have continued to scalp it, right? I would say intraday swing, to give you an alternative perspective, intraday swing is... and Cal's back down. Okay, whatever. Intraday swing is like you're like, oh, I like the below 84 dip buy, and you take it and you're like, I'm gonna go for like high a day. So it'd be like you get in. This is like what Arun does very well. It's like he'll get in and he'll be like, this is my level, and then it goes up, it comes back down. He's still holding. It goes all the way up. It's at VWAP. He's still holding. He is not selling. He's falling asleep at the desk, just chilling, living life like an absolute legend, and then it gets to 86 and he goes, okay, now that we're at 86, I'm selling this. So he like buys it and he holds it and he sells it. So that's like an intraday swing. Whereas like what you see Shawn do, Shawn is like scalping. He's in, he's out, he's in, he's out. And Neil a lot of the times is like in these small caps looking for, high of day break and flush and turn around, right? So there's just different styles for myself, proclaimed scalp demon.
You are.
Yeah, man, I just kind of like, I recycle shares a lot. When you do it over and over, man, you start to get to the point where you're like, you know what am I even doing here? And I think what I'm doing is I'm just like providing liquidity to other traders. So I am taking liquidity, I am providing liquidity. Arun's trading is very precise, exactly, man. Arun is very precise with his
major levels.
When I'm on the middle, I mean, you guys see what I'm doing. I'm sort of like, yeah, short here, long here, long here. Okay, Tesla's actually working. So you know what? Let me take the win on that. Why not? Like I just got 30 cents of that. That's money, man. Take that money, So yeah, why not there? Microsoft, it's, we're back through to 28. So this is, I said it, I was like, hey, maybe we go down, maybe we don't. So this is probably the L. Yeah, let me just take the L on this one. So I'm going to take the L on that one. It is what it is. You win some, you lose some. You just got to keep sticking to the strategy and trying to, do what you think is the best. So again, for myself and looking at Apple, now that it's sort of coming back up here, I'm just going to slowly not try to spook the bots and punch out of like a little bit smaller size at a time. And there we go, man. Yeah, give me those money fills up here.
That is move.
Yeah, man. Don't tell me it just flew.
No, it went up.
So but yeah, okay. So I took that.
You're taking.
Well, I took the win, and then it goes up even higher. Yeah,
Okay,
classic.
so
That's
yeah.
a scalping thing. It's going to happen all the time, man.
Yeah, there it is. It's that retracing into that 50 period. We've seen it a number of times. We saw it here. It now breaks the 50 period on these occasions, so you obviously have to give yourself some room. But look at this. Now retracing off that 50 period again. So I don't know. I think this setting up the same way, but the market is going higher. But anyway, I'm not going to take this trade, but I can see both sides of the coin at the moment. That's hence why I'm not in it. Lacking conviction to one way or the other. But the 50 period is there at 112.20. If it can break, I would say above that 113, you've got a new, possible a new trend, because that's a recent high that it breaks through. But if it doesn't really break above this this 50 period, that let's say 112.40-ish, if it doesn't really break and stay above that, I think you're continuing possibly for a downtrend on that guy. So let's see what else is going on in the market right now. I'm seeing obviously Kala's showing up as the number one, but I'm seeing this new one, TCBP. It looks like we missed this stock. It looks like it was a halt fest, TCBP. Obviously some small capper. Let's bring in the chart here. There we go. Okay, so 951 high. We're down back into that $7 range, but it halted once, twice, 3, 4 times, and then 5 times, one to the downside, mostly to the upside though. TCBP, what is this? Oh wow, let me guess. It's a biopharmaceutical company. Of course it is. TC Biopharm Limited is a clinical stage biopharmaceutical company. The company is engaged in developing advanced allogenic CAR T cell therapy products for the treatment of cancer, as well as developing gamma delta T cell therapies for the treatment of infectious disease. Okay, so this one, biotech company, it's moving. Is it on? Let's see if there's actually a catalyst for this one, or is it just like another crazy sympathy play? Do we have news on this one today? Short term, these are all halt indicators. Let's see, I don't see anything here. Maybe Brendo, I'll ask Brendo if he can have a look for us. But anyway, it's now well off its high. So if you're looking to set up something, you may have to start looking short unless you can identify some important support levels here. What I look for support levels are these halt levels. If they make their way down below them, you know, sometimes I dip by them real quick and then look for a quick move up. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. TCBP though, just wanted to mention that up now 67% on the day, but it was up a lot more, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I'm holding Cal till 48. Like, that's just the way that it's going to go here. If I lose, like, I'm okay with it, man. I'm okay with it. So trade your own book, guys. That's the most important thing that I'll say over and over again. If you want $70, you have to hold like at least $5 against you, right? So I want to answer some questions in the chat. So the first question is, Luca, calamari or chicken cacciatore? That's a tough question, man. That is a tough question. For anybody that doesn't know, this is it's basically chicken with sauce. And then obviously, hopefully everybody knows calamari. You know what? Let me just do fried. Quickly, very quickly, fried calamari.
Oh God, bro,
I'm going fried calamari.
Man. We can't
I'm
eat
going
right
fried calamari every single time. That's my honest answer. I don't like to put lemon on it. I will, but I love the sauce that it comes with. That is my appetizer of choice. Always get that when me and my friends go out for dinner. It's a banger, man. That is definitely my favorite. I go to that for sure every single time. Another person saying, do you guys swing trades? So we could like sometimes, not really. I haven't swung anything like in a while. But over here at Day Trade the World, we just day trade. We have to be flat at the end of the day. So at the end of every single day, we are getting flat, and therefore that is why we are scalping, because we know that we have to get out eventually. So why not just take the win as the win comes? The only time that I'll hold things is if it's like a Kala, where I'm like, okay, I was in at 50, I kind of scalped some out, I'm holding for the dream. I think if we break 50, safe to say that having a stop right below 50 is the right idea, because you're going to just lose less. I'm willing to lose $2 there, so that's kind of the logic on that one. Somebody else was asking, Luca, any reason why everyone at Trader TV doesn't trade in dark mode? I don't know. I mean, I guess like white, dark, it's all the same stuff to me. Somebody's saying, oh, you don't get wash trades when scalping. No, so wash trades are essentially when you trade with, you can't trade with yourself. And so sometimes what happens is, depending on the execution of like the broker, so for example, on our side, or if you're with a different broker, it might show rejections if you're sending out specific orders of certain types that are then rejecting because it's the system thinks that it's going to trade with itself. So you can't just trade with yourself. Like, you can't do that. You have to obviously trade with other parties. So you might get the rejection there. But in general, you're allowed to scalp. You're allowed to buy and sell at different price levels. You can buy and then it can go up. It can go back down. You can sell at the same level because at a different time. You just cannot buy and sell with yourself at the same time at the same price, which doesn't sound like it's even possible when you first think about it. But yeah, some of the back-end execution recognizes it like that. So sometimes you'll get rejections on your orders. Like if you guys are with Day Trade the World, you probably got rejection orders saying, oh, it's a wash trade. And I think it's just the way that the execution is set up there. So yeah, but obviously ask your broker more on the details of that. Somebody was like, oh, in Canada, they don't, so there's no pattern day trading rule in Canada. So I think that's what somebody was referring to, because they were like, oh, there's no wash trades in Canada. And I was like, no, guys, there's wash trades. And they're like,
different.
These are, they're completely different. Yeah. Those are just basically regulations that are put in place, enforced by like everybody, the exchange regulators and so on and so forth. Yeah, Canadian regulation, if you're day trading in Canada, there's no pattern day trading rule, whereas in the US, you cannot have, what is it, a cash account? You have to have over 25, something like that. You guys can look in the rules. We're not in the US.
25,000. Otherwise, you know, in the margin account as well, you have the T+2 settlement after 2 days. So
yeah, so these are just like the little rules that you guys should obviously like, you know, get in touch with your like advisor or your brokerage. Like I can sit here and just kind of rattle things off, but I'm not even paying attention to what I'm saying, to be honest. I'm more focused on this COUP position that is now going back up. So let's go back to the north side. Hopefully shorts are here. Shorts are bagged. As soon as we break 54, I think
that
we go.
That 50 level held well.
The 50 level held. Like the 50 level held. I was like, come on, hold. So we're holding, so things are good. Anthony White asking, do you guys tap into dark pool shares? So dark pools are just basically like, there's lit venues, dark venues. Yeah, we could. I don't think it's really necessary, maybe sometimes justified. But yeah, man, just route to wherever you want to route to, man. That's all I'll say there. Someone's saying, Luca, lobster ravioli, Alfredo is life. Yeah, man, pasta is life, just in general, man. Pasta is life. Not worth moving to Canada. No, man. It's so cold.
Oh, God.
No, like, no. Six months of cold,
country, but
rain, snow.
It's not 6 months, man.
You got to take vitamin D because the sun's not out. It's just a hassle,
there's a whole laundry list of things. Guys, coin being brought to my attention in the chat. Now basically at high days, up almost 14%. This is obviously a move on Bitcoin, essentially. Let's have a look at the BTC chart because it's worth mentioning here since we're having a look at coins. So BTC looks like on my chart up 1.55% on the day. But oh wow, there we go. Getting smoked on our COUP position here. Gotta end that one real quick. Okay, wow. Okay, we'll have a look at that one later. So we'll talk about coin real quick here. Yeah, so this one's near high of days. I haven't been watching it too much, guys, but it looks like it's creating higher lows and higher highs. No question about that. That 38.40, let's zoom out. Let's get a macro picture of what we're looking on coin so we can get some levels. We'll go to the hourly here. There we go. All right, so when's the last time we were back at these levels? We got to go all the way back to December 15th. The last time we were at that 38.50 level, and then basically the better resistance after that is going to be that 41.50 level, and that was achieved on the 14th. So this one definitely having some, you know, a good day and creating higher highs here on, this is the 1 hour chart, guys. So we're seeing higher lows. The low, I guess this has got to be like an all-time low, right? Let's just switch to the daily here. I think that might have been an all-time low. So all-time low on coin was on the 28th. So that's not that long ago. Yeah, so that is an all-time low on coin. We're bouncing back up off there. I don't know how I feel about this one going forward. It's obviously catching a bit of a bounce, but you know the overall trend still is down. Intraday, it's great. It's at day's high. I'm not sure where to enter it. Perhaps possibly VWAP here if it makes its way down. It hasn't tested VWAP since like maybe earlier in the morning, 10:20 in the morning. Otherwise, it's just been to the high side. So perhaps maybe wait for a micro retracement and then get back in. I don't have a trade on coin, Luca. I don't have a trade on coin.
No trade on coin. I don't have a trade going at all, man, at all. Where is, yeah, maybe selling that Tesla. This is the life of a scalper, guys. So, oh, yeah, there was somebody else in the chat. They're like, I sent this, Sharif, listen to this. Where is it? Can the scalp demon sign my baby's forehead?
That's hilarious.
I don't know, man. That's a huge ask. I don't know how I feel about that. No comment.
That's funny.
That did make me laugh, though. That did make me laugh. Somebody was talking about Mara, and we didn't actually bring it up, so let's bring up Mara very quickly to have a look here. Where is Mara? Up 20% today, doing its thing. Maybe where's like a daily level in this? This is like we're moving. I almost want to say 5. I'm looking at like the daily here. I almost want to say that 5 is like a better level. Why, you ask? Because it's 5. It's a psychological level. No, like look where it bottomed out, then bounced, then we broke. I think if we get there, I love the short. So I would actually love for this to get there. From a day trade perspective right now, I'm going to let it go. I'm not going to have a trade on it. Hopefully some of you guys are long from the bottom and just reaping the rewards. Yeah, definitely going to run into some resistance at 5. So the question is, do we multi-day run, maybe 2-3 days, get to 5, and then maybe that sets up for myself for like a little bit of a mean reversion there. That would be very nice if that wants to come to fruition. I don't, no, this is nothing there. Yeah, Kala is looking good, man. I'm loving this trade right now. And someone's saying VVOS under 2. You asked for the long. Here it is. No, I'm over VVOS, man. VVOS is, it's, you know, I like the long here. I thought we could go, but then it just kind of died, and now it's just like, you know, I don't like it anymore. I don't want it anymore. I wanted the short. I wanted this move, but it obviously stopped me out. Then I tried the long, lost on it. So yeah, man. Sometimes gonna be like that. You know, you can't win it all. It's it just kind of is what it is there. Somebody's saying AMD. Sure, let's have a look here at AMD. AMD at 64.80. And where are we on AMD? It's kind of like in the middle right now. We got 30 minutes until FOMC minutes drops. I'm sort of very, you know, I'm only in one long. If I do take another position, it's going to be a little bit of a lighter position. I think Amazon now going back to that 86. So yeah, let's try like a small short here on this one. I'm willing to scale into this one. I really want to see this go to 86.20. So if we can like pop through the highs, you know, come up here and then drop again, that would be pretty awesome. Diamond Realty of Miami, just to read this aloud, we miss Bradley with his sports talk. 305 MIA. Yeah, man, it's.
You and I can talk sports. I don't know, but you're not really into football, though.
Not really. Football, I mean, I know soccer. A lot of American viewers aren't gonna like that. I'm not really.
It's all good. You don't have to.
Yeah, feel free to, you know, give your Well, who's?
Well, Shawn was smack talking me the other day on the morning show, telling me basically because Green Bay Packers have had Dallas Cowboys number past few times, but Shawn, we all know that was a catch, and that would have changed. You know exactly what I'm referring to on the actual stats. But hold on.
I love Des Bryant.
I like Des Bryant. I think he's a great mascot. I don't want to call him a mascot, but he's a very big promoter of the Cowboys, always at AT&T Stadium and always, you know, giving a good look to the Cowboys there. But anyway, I think this has been argued ad nauseum. Obviously, I don't want to face Aaron Rodgers in the postseason, but you guys have been having trouble in the postseason too lately.
Very much so.
Yeah, so, you know, it's as even-handed as it gets there. But their corners scare me a little bit. Jair Alexander and Rasul Douglas, those guys are pros. And you guys are injured, too, in the secondary. In addition to having 2 shutdown corners, you're nursing a few injuries there. Obviously, Diggs, no slouch, and there's the Cowboys' defense is already known. You guys, I don't have to talk about that. But it's going to be interesting to see whether we play. Do we get a shot to play Tampa Bay? If you guys make it. I don't know either, right? So we'll have to look at that. But the Cowboys either going to play Tampa Bay or they're going to play Green Bay. Either way, I don't want to play Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers in the first round. So I'd really like to get that bye, Luca. Bye. You know, the first person in the conference gets a first round bye. So you'll have to play the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah. It's
Luca's like, I don't care.
I'm like, yeah, no, yeah, man, of course, sure. Like, you know, I agree. 100% there. How many of those things do you eat a day?
Diamond Realty of Miami saying cowgirls going home. Sorry. Well, I don't know. You can't say that anymore, Diamond Realty of Miami, because, you know, we got to be gender neutral now. But, yeah, I get it. I get it. You know, Cowboys have had a tough time in the playoffs. How many playoffs game have we won in the last decade? I get it. But, hey, that's why we play the games. Otherwise, we just forfeit. All right, Kala still doing all sorts of holding patterns, and you see Luca holding it there. Coin coming off that high that it made here, almost at 38.50, kind of retracing a bit down into the 20s now, but still holding these moving averages quite nicely. Up 13% on the day. I looked at Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin's up 1.6%, really not really understanding why there's such a huge move up in crypto, to be honest with you, Luca.
Yeah, I think that 51 now on Kala, a little bit of a buyer there at 51, little dip into 51, quickly bouncing off. I think next leg up is yeah, man.
I got the other side of this one, so I'm getting smoked. But
are you long or short?
Short.
Oh, you're short on this. Well.
I know. The chat was saying we got the dual, right? We got the long, we got the short. I think I'm gonna get the short end of this stick because I'm breaking my rules, guys. You know, I shouldn't be shorting above VWAP on these small cappers. I am, so it looks like I'm gonna pay the price. But whatever happens, happens, Luca.
Yeah, I didn't look at AMC today. I know a couple people were talking about AMC. I sort of let it go after that kind of day with Ape when they were really moving. It's sort of, when I look at this, it's kind of muted. I don't really see anything. I almost want to say I'm not buying AMC at dips. You know, I like shorting it, but I like shorting it when it has like the pops, right? So when it was at 9, I was really going heavy, right? At 9 for the move down. But now it's just in such a tight range. I'm not gonna trade it. A lot of the times, guys, when you're trading, you know, when you can't process what's happening and things are moving very quickly, those are like the inflection points. Those are probably the areas that you should be really getting involved in because you put the odds in your favor to have a big move in your favor. And then, you know, other times when things are slow, like AMC right now, it's like, yeah, you could easily scalp it for a little bit of money if you think high conviction, if you think you're going to be right on it. But yeah, just keep in mind that it's not moving. If you get in the trade, it's not going to move. It's just going to kind of stand around. It's kind of like Ford, right? So like let me pull up Ford right now. I pull this up. You know, it's 1:30 in the afternoon. Oh, 12. Okay, it's at 12, right? So I could easily like just get into a short right now. But like, where is this going to go, right? So I'm going to give a fill to somebody who's buying 12. And is this really going to go down? Like, it's not even moving. It had a move. Now it's probably just going to channel. So I'm going to like stay away from you know, those things. I don't really tend to get involved and trade those things. Same thing with Neo. It's like Neo has nice moves, but then once the move is done, it's like I'm not scalping. Sometimes I do it if I really, really like a level, but other times I'm just like right now I'm just like, I don't know. It's not really at 10. If it was
that
at
buyer
10,
coming in, Luca, at 51 that you were talking about on Kala, really holding that 51.01 like a glove, but the spread really opening up. It was like 40 pennies there. It's finding that bounce off 51. Sorry to interrupt you, but it was a level that you were talking about. But yeah, that 51 definitely holding, guys. And I actually had my out for a profit taker. See, I'm short here in the average in at 53-ish. I was looking for that 51.01. It got down to 51.01, but the spread between the bid and the ask was 40 pennies. So obviously the liquidity there was bupkis, and I didn't get filled. Yeah, what are you seeing?
I am seeing nothing. Just kind of reading the chat here. Somebody's saying, don't buy straddles. They're dumb. Sell them. I mean, you know, it's teach their own, man. There's strategies for everything. You just got to be creative and understand how to manage risk. That's the main thing. Straddles can be very, very lucrative.
What are straddles?
Straddles is when you buy calls and puts at the same time.
Oh, yeah, that's an options game.
And you buy either the same strike, or you can, I think technically you call it a strangle if you're like doing like calls above, puts below, but you're buying, you're not selling.
Okay.
And you're looking for like big move. Let's say you put the position on, it's like, let's say 1 to buy, 1 to sell. So you need to make 2 points to the upside, then you start to make profit afterwards.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, man, I remember back in the good old days when I would straddle Netflix earnings, and I'm like, I think like this is gonna have a move. And some of those moves were insane, man. And they were like, yeah, we're expecting 7% moves. And then they would see like 25, like 30% moves.
The implied
so,
move.
yeah, man, if the option
Where'd you
market,
get the data? Off Market Chameleon?
What do you mean?
For the implied volatility.
That's a great question. I just kind of Google it and then I go with it. I think Arun was posting like a really good website, but I'm not too sure. You can just Google. So like for earnings, it's obviously more important. Just implied volatility. Options, and then type it in and then Google it, and you guys can or ask ChatGPT can probably get you that in.
Have
in
you
2
used
seconds
that
there.
yet?
I have not. No, I'm not dealing with AIs ever.
It's guy. I gotta tell you, man, it's crazy. I was like, I got to put together a resume and a cover letter for a buddy of mine, and it's just like it's about obviously the type of information you're putting into the whatever, because you could talk to it, right?
Yep.
So you add information like give me this, this, and that. The more information, obviously, you give it, the better it seems to work. But still, it's very scary. It writes like a human. All right, top VOIP. Sharif, grab up 10 cents from yesterday. It looks to break 359, then it's gone. Let's have a look at grab. Yeah, thanks, top VOIP. I remember you mentioning that one yesterday. Well, let's have a look at it. Yeah, so trading, you know, exactly like a buyout almost, but we'll have a look at the daily because I think that's a better view here. Yeah, I mean, look, you've got a bottom here at that 225 very clearly, and what you have is higher lows, consistently higher lows. Higher lows.
High ho,
and
high ho.
definitely higher highs. I mean, this trend line really, these two trend lines really show higher lows. The chat's gonna go nuts about this. This is great.
I'm sorry, that's so funny.
Yeah, so this is, yeah. You had this day over here where in November 16th, shout out to my sister, that's her birthday, you had a peak here at 368, but we're really close. We're really close into that area, guys. All right, let's see. Let's keep it PG. Let's keep it PG, cool. Luca. Higher hose.
Yeah, guys, I'm enjoying myself, man. This is fun.
Likewise.
Somebody tagged me, and they're like, I had a broken vacuum, but I put a Dallas sticker on it. Now it sucks again.
What can I say to that, man? What can I say to that? All right, there we go. We get filled on Kala. It comes down. Nice trade so far. We get that filled through the 51 break, but look at the spread, 73. It was almost $1 there, guys. Something tells me this 51 level is not done with yet. The buyer that was there is stepping up. We get that fill lucky. I'm still nervous on this trade, I'll tell you the truth. But this one, you know, we're short 51.65. I'm still holding a very sizable position, but that 51 level, it hasn't given up the goods. It's still holding. That makes me super nervous that it's going to get bought back up. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised if I end up losing more money on this trade because I am breaking my rules right now. I want to tell you that very clearly. I am breaking them. I don't like to short these small cappers when they're above VWAP. I'm doing it against better judgment to kind of make back some of the money I lost here. Nice little fill there. I just got another fill, so we'll see. We'll see what this one does, but that 51 level for now, Luca, still holding.
Yeah, still holding, so I'm still long. My stop is in place. I don't really care. Amazon is now going through 86, so I'm loving this, man. Give me these top side fills. I think the play is to like add over here. So I'm gonna see if I can get this 07 fill on the offer. There we go. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so fill me there. I'm adding all the way to 86.20. I don't know if this is gonna be the right idea because the market is now going back to highs, but I just feel like as long as I add and then we flush back down and I keep my average above 86, I'm good. So if this can just get a little bit higher, we're obviously, you know, approaching Fed minutes. So guys, watch your positions. Be very cautious on what you're doing. Things are gonna jump around, dance around. There could be like fast moves up and down. Should I short? I have to wait. I have to wait a little more to get the fills that I want. That's what I told myself. Be very patient with the fills that you're gonna take. Let price come to you. Kala might be coming down now. Yeah, it's kind of funny because Sharif obviously had a better short price. But yeah, I guess Tesla's popping. You want to look at Tesla?
Tesla's flying now to the high side, making me look like a damn fool for saying I should have been shorting that 50 period rejection. Yeah, obviously, that was not accurate on my part. My out, obviously, just in case you're wondering, would have been that break of this peak here, would have been that 112.90, maybe give it to 113 or so. That would have been my out, but it is moving to the high side, Luca.
Yep, moving to the high side. Same with Amazon over here. I don't think I'm going to be able to get the fills a little bit higher, but I want to like add a little bit more here. So let me just add a little bit more there. I'm going for like the move up, the move back down. That's basically what I'm going for. Someone's saying so much noise in the background. Yeah, man, it's a trading floor, man.
Of course.
We are on a trading floor right now, and yeah, people get really loud from time to time, and you know, it's exciting. It's a great environment to be a part of.
Question.
It's a lot of fun. You know, a lot of stress from time to time, but yeah, very, very fun in this office. You know, great team to be a part of for sure. And somebody's saying JSPR moving, so let's have a look. JSPR.
Wow, that's the one from yesterday, right?
Yeah, this is the one. Not really. It's pretty muted there. I'm gonna just watch this Amazon position because I definitely want to keep getting the fills on that one.
Okay, yeah. Still looking here for some more profit taking. I've got a 50-55 profit taker on Kala. It reached that level, but again, the spread between the bid and the ask was too wide to get filled, so I'll have to wait for that one to develop. But like Luca was just talking about, Geez, Tesla made a high there at 113.66. Now it's all the way down in 112. Now, what is going on with this stock? This one is plummeting to the south side. All right, I got to get back to that one because this one was supposed to fill me here, but it didn't fill me again. Tesla moving very aggressively back down. That's like $1.50 that it moved in, I want to say 3 minutes there. There we go. We're getting now even lower, 112.70s. So this one really aggressive to the downside. Not sure if there's a news catalyst on that. Let me have a look quickly at my blotter. Tesla fires, what time is that? Okay, so there is stuff that just came out. Here, it's by way of Reuters. Oh, wow, this one's moving against me.
Is that the up move there?
Tesla files paperwork to make electric motors for airplanes, boats, and more electric. Okay. I'm not sure that would be a bad thing, but that's what's coming on here on my blotter. Yeah, that's got to be weird a little bit. Yeah, so you're going long Tesla, eh?
Yeah, I'm willing to cut this like very quickly. Like let's see if this wants to bounce or just sell off right away. It's my reason for the long is because this is where the move sort of started. So now we're back down at the price. So I'm trying the long at the same price, hoping that we bounce back through 113 and then go back to the north side. It's looking good right away. So it's already starting to look good. Hopefully we can pop. Again, I'm gonna scalp this. So like if I can get 19s on the way up, give me those 19 fills. You know what? Even give me where am I in 78s? Yeah, give it. I'm gonna give it. Okay, no, I gotta watch this here. I'm not putting a stop in. I'm just chilling. I'm waiting. If we clear back 113 to the upside, yeah, we could easily get back 113.20. So let's see if I can get the 113.20 for the fill there. And I'm probably just going to cover the majority of the position. I feel like that's like the free money trade. And then, yeah, if we go back to like 113, 50, 60s, then it'll go without me, man. It'll go without me. It is what it is. I know somebody was saying, oh, Amazon, 6,000 shares went off, guys. Amazon, 6,000 shares is not like it's not huge. Just keep that in mind. Yeah, Tesla's working. I'm probably going to get the fill up here. So, yeah, I'm just going to chill with this one. I guess safe to say, like, yeah, we should not go back through 112.70 because it stopped there, then we popped. We should not go back through there. So if we do go back through there, then I'll just probably punch out of the position and lose, like, whatever I lose, like 10 cents, 15 cents.
All right, just got the fill 50.55 on Kala. But still, that 51 level, I mean, it is still holding. It's breaking and it's wicking below it, which is why I'm getting filled. But I got to tell you, that 51 level is looking more ominous for a short seller than that 50 level did. And we were involved in both. So I don't know. I kind of feel that this one is trying to fake me out. I've taken out a bit more, a bit less than half the position so far on these outs. So short 50, well now my average is 52, but it was 51.65. Took some out at that 51, took some out at 50.55. So
should be going.
Holding that, but still, to be honest with you, I'm not convinced that we've really seen the end of this 51 level, at least not for the moment. I've got another resting order sitting here at 50.05 or something like that. So basically $1 lower than where we're at now, but it is printing lower highs and lower lows. But here's the thing. We have that 50 level that we can find a whole lot of buyers. And again, it's above VWAP. It's up 60%. It's a lot of eyes are on it. I don't know what the short float is. We tried to look it up. It's at 7%. But again, that updates every 14 days or so. And it could be a lot higher now, seeing that it's been on a lot of people's radars and probably some people are getting short. So who knows what the squeeze could look like if this one moves up. And I suspect we probably saw a bit of a squeeze earlier when we moved up from that $40 level all the way up to almost 57 there. That looked awfully like a short squeeze. I don't know how you felt about that move up, whether it was short squeeze related or whether it was buying related.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I mean, maybe. I'm not like too certain that it is a short squeeze.
Nah,
yeah, guys,
neither am I.
Yeah. That's a good question actually. But for whatever reason, it is holding 50.
It is. It's 50 holding 51, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's
not giving up 51 yet.
Yeah. So I think like my stop is in the right spot for 48. And this is, guys, I was like pulling up like a 15-minute to try to see this. As like I'm trying to like zoom out. Okay, it's through the high of 50. It's sort of bouncing off 50. 48's all the way down here. So maybe, I'm not doing 46. That's too much for myself. But if you pull up the 10, and again, now I'm trying to like see what I want to see. right? But I'm just thinking like,
confirmation bias.
The last thing I want is I don't want it to break 50 and then go down like 50 cents or like whatever, and then go back up and then skyrocket.
Yeah, that's the
so
thing.
I'm willing to like risk two because I know the potential of something like this. So that's basically the logic on that one. Amazon, I'm basically the short is off of kind of like I want to see it go over 86. And then kind of come back down to 86 and then through 86, that'll be great. But the thing with this one is that we are now getting really close. We're 15 minutes away from the meeting. And to be honest, I'm probably not going to be holding this position through that number. So through 2 o'clock, I'm going to be out of this position. So I'm kind of like on a time. Like time is not my friend right now. So my average is basically 86.10-ish. I think I could probably make money on this trade. But it's holding trend. These are the things in the back of my mind. And there it goes. Okay, so Kala actually broke 50.
I got out a piece
broke
there.
50. That was such a weak break, man. It went to 90s.
BS
okay, this thing's going back up. Should I add? No, I'm not going to add. I'm not going to add. I have the position. And yeah, I'm going to just watch this Amazon trade. I'm going to add a little bit more here, but maybe this might be the wrong idea. But we're going to see what happens. We're going to see what happens with that one.
Yeah, trying to make up for the boneheaded trades still. So this has been a good short so far. Still holding quite a bit of this one. Definitely not half, less than half now, but still holding. And I'm still not convinced that 51 level is off because the spread is so wide between the bid and the ask here that 51 level keeps coming back into play. Definitely 50 hasn't given up either because I mean we had that perfunctory breakdown and that's how I got filled here at that 50.05, but right back up we go. This one making me sweat, to be honest with you. I'm getting really annoyed with it.
What an ad.
Yeah. Anyway, so whatever. Where'd you add?
Well, I'm just saying on Amazon. I think Amazon. I think eventually this is gonna come back down. Playing with fire, but I think I might actually like do well on this one. So we're gonna see if this one actually wants to flush. Eventually, 86 is gonna test. It's just like, is it gonna test in the next 10 minutes? Which is what I needed to do. So yeah, man, let's see that. Guys, 3.8K likes. Thank you so much for that. We got 4,999 watching. We got 5,000 people watching the show. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Hit that like button. We could definitely get to 4K. I hate asking, but you know I'm bad myself. It's like I should hit the like on my own video. Okay, there we go. Hit the like button. And yeah, I mean I'm having a great time, so I might as well hit the like button, right? And yeah, man, it's. Daryl Finch saying, well, I'm short Amazon 86.29. Yeah, I think like we'll see what happens here at the 30s.
What a pop
there was a little bit of an iceberg reserve buyer at 25s, and then it kind of filled and went down. So I think this could be okay. But again, I'm not holding this through the minutes release because this thing could be at 87 in like 2 seconds. I'm not prepared for that. So yeah, if we go back down right now, if we flush through 86.10. I'm just kind of like stacking my bids here and seeing if I can get the fill. That's basically the plan on that one. It's yeah, it's just kind of managing what's going now. Neil's gonna get burned, yeah, man. 1K. Oh, we have like 5,000 guys. There's 12 new viewers. If you're watching this, my name's Luca, Scalp Demon. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. We need 1K more likes. Neil's gonna eat a spicy chip.
Yeah.
He's like over there. He's like 10 minutes.
We're at
he's like
4,000. 4,000 likes, guys. I mean, we haven't been here in a while. Close. Definitely not in the new year. It's only our second trading day of the year. Close. Thank you so much for the 4,000 likes. But if we could get 5,000, then Neil would definitely be under some hot water as he would have to eat the pack chip. If you guys don't know, it's one of the hottest. Is it the hottest chip in the world or one of the hottest chips in the world?
He's not sweating at all.
No, he's going to be fine.
Be sweating. Eventually, he's going to be sweating after he eats the chip.
4,100, Luca. 900 more, guys. I mean, I think it makes for good live TV. As much as I do admire Neil as a friend and as a colleague, but I would really like to see him start sweating up a storm on camera. 4,200, Neil. We got 800 more. Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. I'm telling you, he's next to me and he's sweating. So punch that like button. Log in, like Luca says, if you've got a burner account, log in through the burner account, smash that like button. Let's get this like count up for Neil. We want to see him. Yeah, there we go.
He's sweating now.
He's sweating.
We just got 300 in 2 seconds over there. Yeah, guys, this is 43. Okay, let's go. Let's go. We're getting close,
4,300 likes, guys. Let's go. What? 4,300 likes. Shawn just got wind of the number, and he now knows what's at stake. Let's get it. There we go, guys. There we go. You got the camera angle on, Neil. This is fantastic, guys. Let's go. Let's get that like count up.
Oh, baby.
If you're listening to us on your headset and you don't have access to your like button, click the phone. Look at your phone real quick. 4,400. 4,400. Let's go, baby. 600 more. They said it wouldn't happen. It's happening.
Let's go.
And we'll see where it goes, baby.
Oh, come on, guys. Let's go. I'm having, this is
4,500.
45?
4,500. Let's go. Neil is now literally sweating.
500,
Put
guys.
the camera
500.
on Neil. This is great, guys. Let's go.
This is 46.
The chat is liking up. 4,600. We've got 400 more, guys.
Come on,
this is it. You know, this is it. The production team is laughing up a storm there. They know what's at stake. 4,600.
Right now.
Let's go. You got Shawn over here. Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
Let's go. Where are we at? 47. 47.
Guys, there's
300 more. Guys, let's go. We need some help.
This is amazing.
4,700.
Oh
Neil's
my
getting up.
God.
I think he's going to pull the plug on the whole show. He's not going to let this happen. 4,800. 4,800. Let's go. 200 more. But I'm losing my voice, Luca. I'm losing my voice.
I can't. This is amazing. This is amazing. Oh my God.
Guys, Pratt.
Oh
my goodness. Let's go. 200.
49,
we got 4,900, a
more.
measly 100 more. He said it wouldn't happen.
Let's go.
He didn't believe in you guys. He didn't believe in you guys.
believe it.
But now it's going to happen because we're 100
go.
away. There we go. Diamond Realty of Miami sending a $3 super chat. The chat is lighting up. 5K, it's over. 5K, it's over. It's going to happen. There we go, baby. Is that a record?
That
is a record. 5,000 likes. Shout out to you guys.
God.
Wow.
Oh my God. That's all I'm going to say. 5K.
Now we need a chip.
The chip, baby.
All right, it's gonna happen. You guys did it. This is your achievement.
You guys are the best.
This is your achievement. Now ours. Now Neil has to pay the piper, and I guess we're all gonna enjoy that. I don't know. I don't mean to bask in your pain or anything like that, but the fact of the matter is, this is what the people wanted. I haven't seen the chat move like this in forever. Look at this. Super likes coming in left, right, and center. I gotta get to these super likes. Oh my God. Let me scroll up here. Super chat. $20 Canadian super chat from WebMonkey who said, let's go. 5,000 likes. Shout out to WebMonkey. Then we got super chat, a super like from CHF. What is CHF? What currency is CHF? Do we know?
I can't think of anything else right now.
Okay, I'm going to have to look at what that is, but thank you for that.
Thank you
he
so
says
much.
smash that like button for good news in 10 minutes. Guys, 5,100 likes, and hopefully we get a good Fed meetings notes.
That's
over.
My God, guys.
Over.
I am just Swiss francs, by the way. Swiss francs.
An argument is breaking out over here. I don't know what's going
on.
on.
Yeah, the
between
stress
Fahad and
ensues.
Neil.
The stress ensues.
Obviously,
Oh my God, guys! Just quick update over here. Amazon finally gave the flush, so I did cover the majority into that 86, making that money. Pretty happy with that trade. Congratulations to whoever was in that trade as well at 29s. Giving you the 30-cent win. That's the scalp essentially that I was looking for. My average was like 17, so I covered some here and then the rest at the bottom. Holding a little piece. But like we are now approaching Fed, so I'm very, very light on that position. Again, Kala, I think I'm just moving my stop to now like 49s. 49s is good. Just an update on my positions. I'm probably going flat into this meeting, into this release. And that's kind of my situation. I can't believe it.
I'm very happy about this, guys.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, and we're
at
5,200, Luca.
52.
52. This is a new record for the show, so we're very happy to have been a part of this. Obviously, Neil has to kind of shoulder the burden of this record, but we didn't twist his arm into it, guys. He willingly did this, guys. Yeah, 5,200. I can't thank you guys more. If I've missed any super chats here, I'll get to them. I promise. Bears versus Bulls always.
Anything is possible.
Yeah, anything is possible. Bears versus Bulls. Always sends them to me. Neil, is there anything you want to say?
He'll address this at 2 o'clock.
Okay, this will be addressed in 7 minutes. So not only are you guys going to get the Fed minutes, but Neil will address this issue. Coming up, guys. All right. Sharif takes off his blouse at 6K. That's not going to happen, man. Not gonna happen. That's hilarious. But thanks for that. Shout out to who said that? I gotta keep my eye on that. Yeah, Dr. Crusher. Dr. Crusher is always trolling me in the chat. Shout out to Dr. Crusher. That is a funny one. I appreciate you there. Guys, in the midst of the chaos, I got out of my position, my last remaining position on Kala for a little bit of a win there. Truth be told, still negative on it, even though I had a how many dollar winner? 52.75 I went short. I covered my lowest piece here at $50. So even though it was like a $2 some odd win, sadly I'm still short. Here comes that 50. That 50 is gonna break again. Are we gonna head to the downside here, guys? 49, where are we? 50. Okay, so what was the level there? 49.90s was the level last time.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead, Luca.
Just an update. So I'm still in the remaining amount of the position, but I do feel that with 5 minutes to go, I don't think it's going to be affected by the Fed minutes. But I probably should. I'm going to put a stop for some of it below 90s because for whatever reason, this kind of feels like the level. So I'm doing 89 stop, which is like, it's right here. I mean, it could easily trigger, but whatever, man. That's fine with me. I'll trigger out for the, okay, there it is. So now I'm still holding and then 48 stop for the rest. That's the plan. So 48 stop for the rest. It's, guys, all I'm going to say now is I'm really glad that I sold, where is it? I'm really glad that I sold some up here. I should have sold some, you know, somebody called it. It is what it is. But that's it, man. Sometimes you hold for the dream. Sometimes it goes against you. It is what it is. Pretty light on the position now. So, okay, there we go. Taking the L on those last two. I don't know if you're still in the short.
No, man. I covered
so the short
like
was
an
right.
idiot. I knew the short was setting up.
The long
I
was
paper-handed yet another trade.
It's, you know, sometimes it is what it is, guys. Yeah. You know, that's why I scalp out of this one. I'm pretty happy with it. Got paid and then kind of like, you know, holding some, taking the L. This is like a flat trade and then taking the $2 loss on like a small position. I managed that very well. Like I'm up on the name. It's atop my board right now. So yeah, I'm definitely pretty happy with that one. Jay, yeah, it was you. You were like, you should take the $4 winner. And I'm like, I was like looking for a gift to share. Like absolutely not. That was going to be my answer. But yeah, man, sometimes good, sometimes bad. Took the win. In hindsight, 2020, but it's still atop my board, still making that money, so definitely can't complain on that one. And again, guys, thank you so much for 5,200 likes. It's a new record. You know, Spicy Chip coming into play. I couldn't believe it. We're at 4,000. We're at 3,800.
Luca, I gotta go through all these super chats and these membership donations. Okay, Farm Trader, member for 2 months, gifted 5 live trading by Trader TV Live memberships. Thank you, Farm Trader, and obviously appreciate having you as a viewer. It's Mums. $5 super chat says, let's go, guys. Love the content with a $1 emoticon. Love you, brother or sister. I'm not sure. But definitely stay watching and happy to give you good content. YOLO when FOMO. $5 super chat. No comment. Thank you for that super chat, YOLO when FOMO. Web Monkey mentioned this one already. $20 Canadian. Let's go. 5K likes. $1 emoticon. Donald Marshall. Member for 2 months, sends a $5 super chat, says, Neil, we got 5 on it. Yeah, and my Luna's voice, get that milk ready, and we all know what that is, guys. He's gonna need that because that pack chip is hot.
That, yeah, man, coming in with fire. Carl King, welcome to the Trader TV Live family. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. What a day. We got Fed minutes coming up. Oh my goodness. We got Neil, you know, he's going to make some comments.
Goodness.
Obviously, after the trade, that you know, things are going to go nuts. It's going to be choppy. And then, you know, he's gonna address. This is wild, man. This is wild. What a time. Yeah, man. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. We got
Mullen apparently moving again, Luca, but not really. No. No, someone in the chat was saying it's moving. I mean, it's off a double bottom here, but nothing too special. We're near day's highs.
Yeah, I guess so.
32 cents, almost 33 cents. We're at 32 and a bit now. I don't even know how to say these sub $1 stocks. I'm not sure what the exact, how am I supposed to say these 4 decimal places? 32.27. Yeah, okay, I guess that's it. 32.28, 32.67. Those are, that's day's highs, and that's where we're trading at the moment. So, it's up 0.4%, guys. The move, though, is going to be on this Kala name. It's going to be on some of these big tech stocks, especially in 2 minutes when we get the FOMC minutes. in case this is the first time you're with us and don't know what the FOMC minutes are, essentially, the FOMC is the Committee of Federal Reserve Governors, and they meet and they basically summarize the meeting of the minutes of their meeting and the meeting minutes, obviously, basically notes of their meeting, and it gives us insight into what they're thinking. Do they think inflation, what needs to happen in order for interest rates to go up or down? So it's a more updated version of what they're thinking. All right,
Yeah,
guys,
so guys,
looks
we're
like
done.
we're done for the day. We're going
Always
to
a
send it up
pleasure.
to Brendo.
Enjoyed
who will
my-
have
Yep.
your FOMC minutes. Thanks for me and Luca.
Absolutely.
Yeah, welcome in. 2 o'clock, almost here, as we get set for the meeting minutes from the last FOMC meeting. Remember, the next one, if we're looking ahead, isn't going to come until February. So this should give us a look at not only what happened as far as the vote is concerned last month, but how they were thinking going into the next meeting. So we get jobs data coming up on Friday. We get CPI next week as well. So it's going to be a jam-packed rest of this week and next. Here is a look at